Hello, my friends. Namaste, namaste. Oh, not connected there. Oh, volume. Not connected there. Whoa. Mic off. And getting ready just for pre-show before it's time. You can hear me. Maybe you can see me. Maybe just as it says on Instagram, you can feel me. Maybe. Namaste, my friends. We are ready to go around the world. Happy Father's Day. If this today is episode 7, we have 7 sacraments, 7 notes of the musical system, 7 days of the week, 7 major colors of the rainbow, 7 stages of life, and 7 episodes of our 6.5 hour around the world virtual town hall. From me with you, with lots of inspiration and ideas, collecting communities and building communication. Thank you for joining me. Please click share. Please click share now so you can be watching this on your timeline and make our Fitness Works episode 7 our largest, our biggest, our most successful. A little story why some of you have been asking, have you been saying, Lawrence, this is our last 6.5 hour around the world town hall? Well, it's not our last show, it's our last 6.5 hour. We were going to reimagine like gym openings to 8 hours. Just kidding. No. I'm not going to be doing that. Of course not. And what about some of you have saying, how did this all come to start? Our PSA, our public service announcement, almost more than a summer ago, almost a half a year ago. I'd like to give a big shout out to my colleagues in fitness who first jumped on to say yes. Jeff Howard, Linda Shelton, who gave us our hashtag you see above my head, Fitness Works, and our green to connect our world, in which I'm appropriately clad today. Luciano Motola in Italy, Stacy, who came to us with Yoga Nama Stacy, yoga, thoughts, and connection, and said, yes, I'll be on camera as well as help you with your script. Manuel Velasquez from Puerto Rico, Soraya, all the way from Puerto Rico as well. Steve Feinberg representing New York, always and says yes. Kelly Roberts, Jen Miller, the mother of our fitness, Serafino Ambrosio in Italy, and Josie Gardner from Zumba, who jumped on and immediately said, I'd love to be part of your PSA. I say namaste with us as we go around for hours and hours, my friends. Ben Seong, all the way from Australia, who said yes in the beginning. And we had, of course, the icon of fitness, of unicorn fitness, and Mark Fisher of New York, Claire, Laughter Yoga, Claire Powell, been with us, been in front of the camera, behind the scenes, always super supportive. As she said recently to me, Lawrence, lose patience, give me their names. I'll have more patience. And of course, Noel Chalaya from our first episode, behind the scenes, doing so much connection as we've gone around the world. My friends, a few things I'd like to measure that while it may be our last half an hour around the world intro or 6.5 hour around the world virtual town hall, please remember this. If you can, continue to use our hashtag above so we could see as you home and Zoom or go back into a reimagined world. Fitness works around our world with ideas and inspiration. The only way we talk about money is for you to be able to know that you can connect with us, tell us how fitness is working for you through contributions or tips from all of our and clients, or if you're a fitness consumer, how you are contributing to the services that you're taking out there, because that's so important in everything that we do. I'd like to show you the closest thing I'm going to have to being a little bit father-like clad, which is my Father's Day hat here, because I have that for you. I'm going to start our show, and hours and hours and hours from now, my friends, I'm going to be wearing another kind of hat. That is a little teaser. That is a little surprise for you. My mission of Fitness Works, before we go right to Greece and begin our Around the World, is to connect ideas with inspiration. If we talk about money, it's how you can hashtag stay relevant and stay fed. I'm not here with solutions. I put myself in an environment that I've created with people far smarter than I so that I can say, hey, what's up? How are we connecting in fitness? And my friends who say yes are definitely able to answer that. So, without further ado, knowing what our mission is, knowing how I've invited so many people from all aspects of the world, I do have to say that I believe that I'm still in the spam of some of you. I gratefully thank some of you for your support on camera. I gratefully thank you for those of you who have said, I support you behind the scenes. And for those of you emailing and giving me your support, thank you. Thank you for appreciating these episodes since March. If you have not received a specific individual comment from me, from messengers and WhatsApp and Voxers and texts and emails, especially Messenger because I'm not very good at finding all messengers, please remember this, that I haven't received it. And I thank you, those of you who reach out. Just like tomorrow, I go through every single comment of the thousands that you'll make while we go through this Fitness Works Episode 7. And I respond or emoji or interact or forward. Thank you for staying with us. Please, if you're joining us, put hashtag I was here and where is your here? Where are you watching from? Remember to get this and all episodes of our past, all 7, plus some surprises all debuting tonight. You go to findlawrence.com/fitnessworks. No sales, just free. From me to you, no charge. And remember, please click share and click share now so that you are watching a watch party or at very least on your timeline, not on mine, so we could be around the world together. What's better for a blessing to start everything? I believe, well, an ideal definition of father could be a religious, spiritual, father-like figure of our entire world. Yes, we're going to go to Greece and we're going to be with Father Ioannis Sklavos. Hello, Father. Good evening, PG.
Hello, good evening. Happy Father's Day.
For Biscuit. All right. Thank you. I have someone like to say hello. Let me give you a little bit of Greece because I think it's important. It's always important to start because some people like these images. I will say, Kalispera sas. Thank you for staying up so late for us. You were with us very special, PG, on our first episode and blessed us. You were with us on our Mother's Day. You were with us on Easter Passover, and now you're with us on Father's Day. I'd like to say that on behalf of, yes, my family, I will give you a little hello from our Biskotakis, as you call him in Greece. Thank you very much for saying that I'm a father. Thank you very much for agreeing to being with us for more than one episode. My world, this is Biscuit. All right, my father, what time is it and where are you?
Here is 9:50. I'm in Kardiani village in Tinos Island, and I am very happy to be here with you and with all of your friends around the world.
Thank you very much for that. And how are things in Tinos? Everything is open and no masks? Are you back to regular church services? What's going on the small island of Tinos, which, my friends, is between Athens and Mykonos?
Here in Greece, until the 5th of July, we can celebrate one person every 5 meters square.
Okay.
So for our small churches is very difficult because the most bigger of mine has 35 places for the people. Yes.
Right. Your place is actually in a cathedral, but you do some wonderful little village-like churches
Yes.
on the beach, which are wonderful.
There we can't celebrate the Mass.
Okay. Thank you. I see some candles behind you. Can you tell us maybe about the candles, what they're for?
Yes, of course. And the first one here, the white, is of the first show, for the first party, for the first Easter of Europe and the Catholic Church. The second one is from the Mother's Day.
Okay.
And the third one is in our heart.
Aw, that's beautiful for all fathers.
My pleasure, yes.
Wonderful.
Because all of us, we are fathers.
Okay. And that's inspirational. I never thought I would be referred to as a father or father-like figure. And these days, I try to be more inclusive and less exclusive of male, female mothers and fathers. But physically. There's male, female, and then there's in between as well. We will talk now about any blessing. Would you like to say any blessing to all the fathers or father-like figures or people who have dogs like you, a new father of a new Italian greyhound? Any blessing for our family world of fathers?
Of course. First of all, we would like to pray for all the fathers, all the people who are like fathers, and also for the people who want to be a father in some way, and also with the people who act like fathers. We pray for world equality in the same time, and also for the diversity and opportunity with no racism of any kind toward to all the people.
Thank you. I love the words diversity. I love the starting of our show from you with equality, and I love you having anti-racism in our prayer. Amen means yes, may it be like this. So thank you for that, because we pray for change. What we don't change, we accept. So we have to be strong enough. My priest said that I was streaming today, and it wasn't you because you still don't do English masses. My priest said today at Mass, we have to be courageous to make change when we want to, because it's not always easy. Not just think and pray for change, but make some change. Thank you for that. Father, what inspires you now as your world is back open on Tinos and people come to you? You're the spiritual father. People come to you for prayers. People come to you for communion and blessing and 7 sacraments, as this is episode number 7. Where do you get inspiration? Maybe your dog?
Also sometimes, but I take my inspiration from a very special priest, is the Pope Francis,
Right.
Who in this moment want to be a sign, want
Sure.
to be a companion of God's presence. And this is the thing who is inspired me. In the same time, to be a carrier, for me is my wish, to be a carrier of Christ's love for those whom I meet every day in my life.
That's beautiful. What do you think makes a good father figure? Can you give me some qualities you think it's important to be a father? Is when you have some ideas of what goes on to be a good priest,
First of all,
good father?
to be with the people who we across the street,
Right.
to give him the right direction, and in the same time to learn him how to perdonare,
How to forgive. Right.
to forgive. Yes.
Right, to teach how to forgive. I think that's important because our world is opening up now and we go back to society and we go back to working with each other. Before I let you go, and final words from Father PG or Father Giovanni Sclavos, and I've always called you Father Giovanni, Padre Giovanni. For those of you who haven't seen our previous episode, why do you keep calling him the name of a tea company? My favorite tea is PG, and I always call him PG because I'm not going to say Pateras, Ioannis, Giovanni, Sclavos. It's just too much. So I just call him PG. PG, you were very nice to give us a little contribution towards our Father's Day special surprise that I have for everyone as we get ready to go on to 3 p.m. on Eastern Standard Time. And I'm going to invite you to stay with me while we show this. I invite you to, those viewers watching, Not only are you sharing this, you'll see a big surprise coming up now. Here's your teaser. Please make sure you adjust your volume because I'm not a techno wizard and I cannot raise everyone's volume and lower everyone's volume. You'll need to raise and lower your volume when you hear our following clip because this is pretty inspirational. But I'm going to include this clip for you when you get these 7 episodes all together where findlawrence.com/fitnessworks. You get everything, no charge, of course. Notice the people who have contributed. These are all humanitarians, not the least of which, starting off with our spiritual, or one example of a spiritual father, our guest to lead off our show of hours and hours and hours, PG. As well, in addition to that, listen to what they say to define sort of what it takes to be a father and how that becomes important. Yes? I'm going to invite you to watch now.
Hello, I'm Father Ioannis Klavos from Greece, from Tinos Island. For me, being a father means, first of all, being available and bring of service to all people of all faith worldwide, as a spiritual counselor and a guide, and of course a priest, and a pointer to God, but most importantly as a friend. So my eyes can see you, my ears can hear you, my tongue can pray for you, and my heart can love you.
Hey, it's Mike Piercy from New Jersey. What does fatherhood mean to me? Fatherhood to me means teaching us. It means mentoring us. It means helping us learn from your past mistakes so that we can become better people, better human beings, and build a better world. So I want to send a happy Father's Day out to all the amazing fathers out there in the world. We salute you.
Hi everyone, I'm Michael Mantell in sunny San Diego, California. Here to say that being a father to me means being the TP that my dad Saul and my grandfathers Louis and Benjamin were to me. Well, not a TP, but a TPE. You see, my dad built an unbreakable wall for me and our family of trust and protection and encouragement. He was a scrupulously honest, never give up man who was always there for me when I succeeded and when I didn't, and taught me how a truly impactful, compassionate leader thinks and acts. His memory is and always will be a continuous blessing for me and our family.
Steve Feinberg here from the sunny streets of New York City, and what being a father means to me on my first Father's Day is having a piece of me live and breathe and being able to pass on lessons of not only movement, but love and understanding after 20-something years of being a professional in a culture of promoting movement and understanding and support. It's beautiful.
Hi, I'm Dave Leo from the Sunshine Coast of Australia. It's great to be celebrating Father's Day with you, because I get to celebrate it again in September, where we celebrate Father's Day in the Southern Hemisphere. One of the great things about being a father is I get to relive some of my favourite childhood moments and adulthood moments with my 2 girls, which is fantastic to share. But going forward too, I'm going to create 2 fantastic girls who are going to go out there and do fantastic things for the world and make it a better place.
Hi, I'm Mike Morris. I'm coming to you from Lafayette, Louisiana, the heart of Cajun country, and Lawrence Biscontini is one of my dearest friends. So for you, Lawrence, what does a father mean to me? Well, first of all, it's a blessing. And the second thing is a huge responsibility. I've got 4 sons, 3 of them mine and 1 of them my stepson. You got to treat them with love. That's all they're really looking for. My dad taught me a long time ago when I was just a young kid, he said, son, look everybody in the eye. Don't ever think you're better than them and never think they're better than you. So for every father out there, I wish you a very, very blessed, happy Father's Day.
Hi, my name is Joel Madelon of New York City, and being a father means to me being selfless, being self-aware, and being for others outside of my skin cells, and for envisioning the fulfillment of my being the greatest superhero of all time, as my father is my greatest superhero of all time. To all the fathers out there, I wish you a happy Father's Day 2020. love you all, and I appreciate, honor, and acknowledge your dedication, your commitment, and the life you've chosen. Thank you again. Happy Father's Day.
Hello world of fitness, this is Dimitrios Kantris from Athens, Greece, and behind my back is the first Olympic stadium, Panathinaikos Stadium, where the first Olympic Games took place in 1896. So I'm here just to give you my words about being father for 24 years. I have a daughter, 24 years old, and I'm so grateful about her. And being a father is a bless of the whole universe. So I'm so happy to have such an amazing daughter, and it helps me to rebuild myself as well, finding myself more and more every day. Bye.
Thank you to Power Music. Thank you for providing amazingly inspirational music. PG, on behalf of all of our viewers, I want to thank you. We have seen how we can connect with you on Instagram. Thank you for the present of your time and prayer for all of us. Continue to keep directing prayers for our world. Prayers are one thing. We have to continue to change for more equality. Thank you for putting your diversity and equality and anti-racism in your prayer to begin and lead off our show. We've seen here starting and finishing in Greece with our father-like figures, a spiritual father and a biological father, all the inspiration. I thank you very much. Bye-bye. Good night. Kalinikta. Thank you to Father Ioannis Klavos, or PG. My friends, if you're just watching, please like my friends Caroline Colas from New York City, or Teresa Wakamatsu tuning in from Paris in France. Please make sure you're clicking share and then share now. So you're not watching this, or you are watching this on your Facebook feed. Please make sure you put hashtag I was here in the comments, watching from, and where is your from. To get all of these shows, remember, all episodes, including this latest and greatest, episode 7, I'm hoping latest and greatest, we go to findlawrence.com/fitnessworks. Remember, our guests that we'll see tonight cannot read your comments in real time, but we are monitoring and we are responding. We thank you for each of that. We're going to go to the United States now. What? All the way to America from Greece. How fast? How far? Without having to travel a lot of miles, not having to do a lot of information and TSA. Boom, we're here, and we're going to go to the East Coast, and we're going to go to someone I've been trying to get on our show for a while. Now he's here, Reg the trainer, or Reggie, or Reginald. Reg, welcome. I welcome you to our show. I welcome your energy, and I welcome you with my gratitude for agreeing to be with us. Maybe turn on your camera. I've unmuted you. We see your likeness. I hear you. How are you, my friend?
I am well. I'm still trying to figure out Zoom, so please bear with me.
No worries. I just as long as we could hear you, that's the best place to start. Tell us, where are we catching you?
Oh,
and what time is it?
Do we have success?
Hi.
What's up, my man? How are you doing?
Lots is up. Around the world, fitness works, but not for free. Where are you?
I am in the friendly city of Tifton, Georgia. In the US, of course.
One of the first places to open up, right?
Yeah, man, we are wilding out over here, man. We just like get tired of being cooped up in the house. So everybody's kind of like just doing their thing, man. We were the first state to open up these regulations. So it's an interesting time.
As someone who has worked for BOSU's development team and master trainer along with Bernadette O'Brien for many years, I just love that you have BOSU balance trainers behind you.
Man, this is my decor, man. And it also is I got this storage unit, and it also does great for hanging up clothes too. So multi-purpose, man.
I can't tell you all the things I use mine because I actually have one in my bedroom. But
I had to take down some clothes. I was like, man, this can't be in the frame. So I took the clothes down.
Tell me, Reg, where is your current state of mind? What is it?
I'm a very positive person, and I always try to keep a positive mindset.
Sure.
Although that we're going through a pandemic and also injustices being discussed, I'm always want to keep a positive light and a hopeful heart. So that's where my energy is always going to go. Mindset is something I always am in tune with. So I always want to keep a positive mindset no matter what climate or environment I'm in.
I think that's beautiful. And how would you characterize the state of mind of fitness where you are? One of the first to open. Are people behaving, rushing in, keeping physical distancing, obeying your new rules?
Yeah, I think so. I think for the most part, I think people have been itching to get back in the gym for so long. And we don't want to mess that up. So people have been paying close attention to social distancing. I've seen people clean machines that I've never seen clean machines before. So I was like, wow, this is an anomaly going on here. So it is good that people are taking those precautions to keep themselves and others healthy as well.
Wonderful. Thank you for saying that. Very illustrative. We have some comments going on how some of our viewers are being distracted by your muscles. So
Hey,
I don't know what that's about. I hadn't noticed. I have to keep my eyes on camera, although it is Father's Day. So, happy Father's Day.
I had to get the oil up. I had to get the oil up, so I can get the presentation correct. Happy Father's Day to all the fathers out there.
Or lower your camera. What can I say? I'm so glad that we worked out that you could be on our show really after Father PG, our first guest, to kick off our show. You know why? I've learned a long time ago, we can be fearful of speaking our truth, but a sundial has no purpose in the shade. So thank you for being a beacon. And you always have been a sundial in so many ways of spreading your beacon. Tell me what's been inspiring you as recently or during this whole pandemic or as early as this morning. Where does Reg get his inspiration from?
I get my inspiration from my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. I feel like he's in my heart and he drives my passion. So anytime I feel swayed or conflicted, I always go back to my home base, which is my love for God. And anytime that I feel fearful, I always run back to that. And it is a recycling of energy that I give out to the universe as well. So that's always going to be my home base for inspiration, man.
How wonderful. You and Todd Durkin. And we had Doris as well. She runs with scripture. Do you find that whether the news is aggressive or the news is a peaceful day, or at least that section of our day, scripture always helps you?
Yes, definitely so, man. A lot of times when we tune into the news, we get all of the negative. And if you can look up and look around, there's a lot of positivity around you. And I feel like that's a great inspirational thing to have small amount of information as far as news goes, but just be in tune and connected with the people around you and show love to them as well.
Thank you for spreading your love, because that's what the world needs more right now. I believe it's important in some ways to see color, and I believe it's important simultaneously to remember that love has no color.
Exactly.
Black Lives Matter and equality and diversity are what I'm about, and I'm trying to amp up my game to learn more. That's all I can do is say, I'm a stupid white guy, but I surround myself by fitness people around the world who are guiding. So it's kind of smart to put you first.
Well, the first time in my life, I've seen a lot of my white friends really speak up. And I feel like this is a seed of hope. Because like I said, never before in my life that I've seen so many people speak up about injustices. It's always been like an in-house thing with African Americans. It's almost like it goes without saying. Even if I can meet someone from New York or Florida, as a Black man in the Black community, we all have similar experiences. So to have my white friends to speak up against that, it means the world to me, because I feel like we're sowing seeds to something that can grow into something beautiful.
Well, thank you. I speak up against that. In my company, I'm trying to be more diverse, and I am definitely inviting all the people I know of the big conventions to open up a language. So at least we have more Black people applying to be presenters. So it's not white people presenting with white women, although that's not always been the case. We can always diversify more. Reg, tell us, what's your new highlight of your life with increased pandemic home time and now going out a little bit. What have you discovered maybe that you're loving? Some new highlight of COVID or post-COVID?
Really, I am the busiest guy that you'll probably know. I also, in addition to being a personal trainer, group fitness instructor, motivational speaker, I'm also a clerical worker at a hardware distribution center for over 14 years. So I stay busy all the time. So there hasn't really been a rest period for me.
Right.
So
Great.
I stay going all the time, man. So it's a blessing to be able to flourish in a time where people are losing their jobs and also losing their lives. So for me, it's always just kind of just adapting. Although we don't have or didn't have gyms open, it always gets those creative juices going to keep my clients going as well. So it's been full throttle, man, for me.
Thank you for admitting that. We have to go forward even if we're fearful of making mistakes. One of my mentees in Canada, Fiona, uses this hashtag Flawsome. I might be flawed, but it's going to be awesome because at least I'm doing something. And you've always been flawsome. You've always been doing something. You don't see many flaws, but
that's a new
out,
word. I'm going to start using that in my day-to-day.
We're increasing, thanks to Kathy Murakami in our last episode 6, we're increasing our vocabulary on our Around the World town halls as well. You just gave us some inspirational ideas. Reg, can you tell us what you think as Father's Day is here, it takes to be a good father or father-like figure?
What I feel that makes a good father, I always use my father as an example. It's not about what you say, it's about what you do. And you know, I can give you an instruction as a trainer all day long, but if I don't follow those same disciplines, then it doesn't really, it's not as impactful to you. So I think as fathers, showing their family how to conduct themselves, showing people what character is, showing people what hard work is. For my dad, he is an extremely hard worker and a man of character. And if he didn't display that and he just told me those things, they would resonate, but they really wouldn't hit home. So seeing my dad work long hours, take care of his family, that always showed me that's the kind of man I want to be, a man of character, a man of his word.
Thank you. I think I know a little bit about him because I know your character from crossing paths at fitness conventions. For how many years have you come to sessions and we have had chats in the halls? Thank you for talking about your father.
Definitely so.
On Zoom and on Facebook, the politically correct thing to do is look in our camera and not at our guest. But I'm going to do the Winnie the Pooh approach for a moment and look at you. And I'm going to look in your eyes as a child of God and say, when I look and I hear and I feel you, I'm in the presence of God. So thank you for being on our show. Thank you for spreading your word. Thank you for being so forthright and candid about your faith, because I've been to conventions where, let alone the whole color vision issue, I've been allowed to play a Christian song even if it doesn't mention the word Jesus. And I've found that there are so many things that are going to change now that we're out and have become real new developers of what we think has pulled us through. And our priorities, at least mine, have certainly changed.
Definitely,
With
man.
a firm commitment to spread wellness without walls, I say thank you for being part of our town hall. We have put in our Facebook comments how we can find Reg the trainer, because you are everywhere. And everywhere. You are someone to follow. I really thank you for the present you've given all of us of your wisdom. And I say, let's stay connected to you. And we're going to stay more connected because I have some possible collaborations in mind.
I'm always down, my man. I'm always down.
Well, you better get the contract first. God bless. Bye, Reg. Bye.
God bless, man.
Bye. Bye. Okay, my friends, from the East Coast of Atlanta, one of the very first places that opened up, we're going to go, guess what, to New York City, the center, as some people call the petri dish of everything. If you're just joining us, my friends, please click share and click share now so you're watching our Around the World Virtual Town Hall Global Check-In, Episode 7 from your Facebook timeline. not on mine. That's kind of like a parasite. I invite you to share and share now. Please make a comment, hashtag I was here, as well as from where is your here. Remember to get all 7 episodes and our favorite surprise DVDs I've created just for you, our beginning, our middle, and end. Guess what? I'm going to be giving you something special. Just findlawrence.com/fitnessworks, and you'll get all of this at no charge. We're going to go to New York, as I mentioned, and coming up is a dear friend, a collaborator, a co-presenter, a presenter, one to watch who's bringing healing to our world, Whitney Chapman. I first met her in the JCC of New York. I still collaborate and work on projects with them there. Hello, Whitney. Shalom.
Hi, how are you?
I'm awesome. Thank you for asking. I am hopeful. I am determined to amp up my strategies of anti-racism and diversification, and I am grateful to see you. Hi. Whoa, hair and dress. Whoa.
Hair and dress, absolutely. And I'm actually just outside of the city. I got to go away this weekend up to Woodstock, so.
It's so nice to have boyfriends with homes in the country. Not that I said anything like that. Welcome. We're going to still think that you're representing New York City. What's your current state of mind, Whitney? And thank you for being with us. And happy Father Figure Day, because you create a lot of things behind the scenes that are very much like a father does create things, not that mothers don't. What's your state of mind?
My state of mind is good. I'm relaxed. I'm joyful. I count my blessings. And I get to spend time with you, which is always a treat.
Not that I always have my camera on. The backstory is that Whit and I collaborate on a couple of projects, and we behind the scenes. And I understand that Caroline Colas is working and watching in the house. That's kind of nice. Yay.
Awesome.
What's been your state of mind in New York, or the state of mind of Fitness New York? As some places are opening, some are very cautious. You can walk through Central Park now. Some people are wearing masks, some people are not. Can you give us the 1-minute version of sort of the litmus test of what's it like there?
I think it's very individualized. I think that many of us in the fitness industry have missed our students and have found ways to connect online, on Zoom, on whatever these, FaceTime, all these other applications are. But there's something about people, like being in proximity of people. And I know, like walking down the street with my mask on and sometimes my gloves, like when I see somebody that I know, I just get super excited because there's another human being. There's a lot of caution, and I will say that I work for the JCC in Manhattan, the Marlene Meyerson JCC, and I work for Equinox, and both companies in particular are being hyper vigilant and very conscientious, not only about when we get to reopen in New York, which is still extended off. We're in stage 4 in New York of when health clubs get to open. But they've been wonderful communicators to their staff about keeping us updated on what they know as they know. They've been wonderful, I think, at trying to make opportunities for their constituents with online learning, with apps, with YouTube channels that they've had, exercise classes and fitness trainings. And so I think everybody's conscious.
Sure.
And now that spring is out, I'm seeing a lot more people out and about and in the city, walking, riding bikes, and trying to stay healthy. So I think that's a really good thing overall. And I think it's just a personal comfort zone as to how close or how active people are being.
Wonderful. Thank you for that answer. You've been offering classes, and you became from a boomer to a zoomer very fast one day, with links and negotiations and updates and all the things we had to learn and do. What's been inspiring you during this process that's helped carry you through?
Great question. I would say a couple of things. One, my students who reached out to me and we want to stay in touch. So that was the encouragement to go do classes and to start figuring out how to do all this. I am learning how to be more social media savvy, thanks to you and some other friends. So I'm still a bit of a virgin in terms of teaching on Facebook yet, or I just have an Instagram account, but I'm new to posting. So That's just
Well,
been who I've been.
we're putting how to find you in our comments because
Oh, great.
we're going to double your Instagram followers and by necessity amp up that. I learned all this from my drag queen friends because we're all in the same boat, having to figure out Zoom and then music licensing and legalities, right? As you've learned from Zoom versus Facebook and what you can and repurpose and resend. And oh my goodness, we have our guest CEO from Power Music on our Around the World today who'll be
I know.
who'll be
I
with
can't
us.
wait to listen.
You figured out so much, Whitney. Have you found other inspiration from your students? You said a couple of things and I interrupted you.
No. It's good. You know, the willingness to learn. And some days I'm a 2-year-old and I'm just like, I'm having my fit. I don't want to learn anymore. I don't want to do anymore. And then being a student, so going and taking classes, I've come across friends that I used to work with at different stages of my life, and I catch their class on Zoom, and oh my gosh, I go get to be a student again, or go take their class, and how wonderful that is. And I've started exploring Qigong. I came across my friend, not only Lawrence, but my friend Jacob Glassmeyer, and we're actually partnering on a class, and another friend of mine, Steven, is teaching. So my own personal new thing is I'm starting to learn Qigong, like really learn it as a student, which has really been fun.
Shout out to Jacob, cancer survivor, and really speaks to how Qigong can work for anyone. I don't know if you've just had arbitrarily foot surgery and you're at home, you don't even have to be standing to balance your energy with your own hands in Qigong. Good for you. Can I ask, has your yin practice, because I associate with a lot of things in your wheelhouse, one of them is yin yoga. You are, I don't know anyone in the world who's better. Or if somebody said, I want to do something contemplative and introspection and hold a pose until 2024 and then do the other side of a pigeon. If somebody has time for that, then I say, because you're taking classes around the world, has your practice of yin changed during COVID? From anything that you've seen?
Yeah, I've had the need for it more. You know, on some levels, I was, you know, agreeing with, was it Reggie? Is that his name? The person before me who was wonderful. I loved his energy. That I haven't stopped. You know, I've had to learn Zoom. I've had to do this and do that. And so I really want to savor being in those poses longer. And to the point where my body just wants to like stay. It's the 2-year-old of no, but I want to like just stop. I don't want to move so fast. So I'm enjoying all of the quiet, and I think I'm also learning. The yin is also just teaching me how to listen more when I'm not on the mat, and to pay attention when I've been on too many Zoom calls during a day, or too much, you know, doing, that my body just says no. And instead of fighting it, which would have been my normal response, it's like acknowledging, like, I've done enough, and realizing that my boundary for what I can do has changed since COVID, and what I want to do, and how and where do I want to spend my time. So a lot of my journey right now has been really carving out, well, what do I want my world to be like, and what do I want my life to look like?
Thanks for answering my next question, a new highlight of undiscovered COVID possibilities. Is there any inspirational message about the fact that it's Father's Day you would like to share with us?
Well, if I may be really bold, you know this about me, and I know you had asked. So,
well, I have to say, for our guests who don't know, you just made a debut in London in a lounge cabaret act, which was one of your dreams. And now with the power of Zoom, you went there and you came back, and it took you all but 30 minutes to do one song. They didn't have to pay your business class airfare. They didn't have to put you up at the Four Seasons in Regent Park. They didn't have to be you the afternoon tea and the lamb and chutney and the mint sauce and all the things that people might want to do in their contracts. Guess what? Now we are so affordable. And congratulations on your London debut. I've been to your show in New York City. I have heard you belt, and I thought it would be wonderful for Father's Day if you give us a little my paw.
I would be happy to, and I will start it by saying that I got a dry run this morning because my father actually comes to my morning gentle yoga class. So this is
all yours.
For my dad, and for all dads or people that have had wonderful dads in your life. My paw can light my room at night by just his being near, and make a fearful dream all right by grinning ear to ear. My pa can do most anything he sets his mind to do. He'd even move a mountain if he really wanted to. My pa can sweeten up a day the clouds and rain make gray, and tell me funny stories that will chase the clouds away. My pa's the only one on earth I can tell my troubles to. His arms are house and home to me, his face a lyric poem to me. My pa's the finest friend I ever knew. I only wish that you could know him too. Happy Father's Day, everybody.
Oh, I love this. Thank you so much for the gift of your song, for the gift of your inspiration, and for the present you've shared with us of your time. That's from a movie, isn't it?
It is from oh my gosh, yes, it is from The Yearling, but it was actually not performed in the show. When they did it, they took it out. It has since been recorded, but it wasn't in the original show.
Thank you. Thank you for being with us. Thank you for giving us a little update on what I call the Petri dish, or the center of the universe, New York. Thank you for giving us your inspiration from singing. That means so much to me. Is there any final thought you would like to share with maybe some new aspect of your life that you didn't expect? Only in case you mentioned the new part of your life is discovering that you don't have to always do. You can sort of be, which I quote Frank Sinatra all the time. Do, be, do, be, do, be, do, do, be, do, be, do. Not to sing and thank you. I was hoping you would do that. Thank you. Any new highlight of your life before we let you go?
I would say the biggest highlight of my life is that I'm continuing to learn and to be humbled. And I'm honored, if I can make a little plug, that I am working on doing some wonderful things for people living with cancer and people living with Parkinson's, and just being reminded to take care, really take care of those that you love.
Aw, thank you. I appreciate that, and I appreciate your time, and I appreciate your wisdom. Will you be back in New York City very soon, even though you're not very far away?
I think I'm going back tonight. Yes, I'll be back.
Well, thank you for joining us. How can all our friends follow you? We're putting you in our comments as well, but it's your last chance to just say your preferred aspect is probably Facebook.
Yes, the best time is Facebook, and I am on Instagram, and I'm brand new to Instagram, so if you want to help me Instagram, I'd love to learn and get to know you.
It's Whitney Chapman.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for the gift of your wisdom. I really appreciate you, and I love that you're with us. And thank you for working on a Sunday, or making an appearance and a song.
My pleasure. Happy Father's Day, everyone.
Happy Father's Day to you, too. That's Whitney Chapman from the JCC in New York. My friends, we're staying in America, and we're going to another place that is super, super up and open. My affinity, my appreciation for, and my learning from my drag queen community is incredible. I speak about this all the time. We all work in places called clubs. We all spend hours and hours rehearsing music to make our money in 3 to 30 minutes. We have to rely on the money we make in front of our people, because you can't work really behind the scenes when you're sitting home injured, or maybe without anyone on the other side of your Zoom. We all work in costumes, and we all work with music licensing, and we all work with a fan base. And we both work with a community that depends on us physically present to make our money, for us to be tipped or having contributions. We're going to go to Florida. We're going to Florida, and in Florida we have one of the very first places that opened. A dear, dear person I am following and have come so much a fan of, Athena Dion. I hear you.
Hey, can you hear me?
I can. I see you. Hi.
Hi, how are you?
I'm awesome. I'm so glad. 2 days out of surgery and you're still up and you're still working. Can't keep a good girl down.
That's my new slogan. That's getting me through it all, honey.
Oh my goodness. How are the drugs right now?
Well, no, to be honest, I had to come actually to the venue that I do my drag brunches today, so I didn't take any of the strong stuff because it gets me a little loopy and I just don't feel quite myself.
You
so
loopy?
Can you imagine that? I know, but I do have a little Prosecco to get me through it. But the drugs are good when you're at home and you have nobody to talk to. That's
Sure. You have your shows on Fridays. You have something every single day of the week. And I think you only miss posting for a few hours when you actually had surgery, which were so nice to share with everyone. Where are we finding you now specifically?
Specifically right now, I'm in Miami, Florida, in an area called Wynwood. It's kind of like an arts district, up and coming area. I'm at our house, the restaurant called Our House, in which where I do my drag brunches, typically on Saturdays and Sundays.
Right.
And, we're kind of starting and slowly now getting to the pandemic. We do virtual shows, and I'm sure you see that. And next week, I think we're going to try to start an in-person drag show again. So we're really excited.
I see. Okay. And are you allowed to wear, do your people come there and they can tip you, or you have to keep distance? How is it? Because you work in a place called Palace, right?
Yeah, I work at Palace also, and the regulations are a little weird right now because as far as entertainers are concerned, I think entertainment is more in stage 4 of the opening process. We're opening up in stages. So we weren't allowed to necessarily perform because you have to keep a certain social distance, certain amount of distance between you and the customers. So now what we're doing is, I think the regulation is 10 feet away, and everybody has to wear a mask, which I'm sure you can understand is really challenging for drag queens lip sync. That, you know, drag shows are really interactive, so to keep 10 feet away and have a mask on is super limiting.
Right.
Next week is going to be the first time that I actually am going to host a show post-quarantine. I don't know how it's going to go yet. Don't know how we're going to follow the guidelines. We'll see. We'll have to check in with you next time and see how it went. But yeah.
And to all my friends watching, you need to listen to Daddy on Father's Day. Follow her on Instagram and also follow her on Facebook because the shows are incredible. Popcorn and Prosecco every Friday. He has many guests, goes around the world, sort of like this. You know what, Athena? What many similarities we have, even though clearly you look beautiful and this is a bucket of crazy, and many similarities we don't have. But with drag queens, you're deemed as good in lip singing as the timing of your movements and music. And in fitness, we're deemed as good as you can squat on an 8 count or a phrase or a Beyonce cover. And you're deemed as not very good when you mess up. And many times now with having to learn Zoom or be live or streaming, there's the delay, there's the Wi-Fi, you've had mess ups, I've had mess ups. And then even if you've got your act together, what people see on the other end streaming is like, that girl can't move her lips with the music, and it's total perfection. But what we see on the other end is a squat that looks like the person can't listen to music, and a drag queen who's just inebriated and on Percocet. So it's been very challenging to get gratuities and tips. Have you found your fan base been generous?
Most of my fan base has been pretty generous, but then, you know, we've been in quarantine for 2 to 3 months right now, and the money dries up on both ends. So people can't expect them to just support your bills like you were making money before. When you have the freedom to go to a venue, work your butt off, and whatever. And I think the critics have gotten more critical while quarantine has happened. You know, it's like now's not the time to be judging a drag queen or judging anybody that's going online to try to make more. Now's the time to be, you know, giving the benefit of the doubt, giving them credit, and making it, you know, just supporting more than anything. So a lot more people than not have been supportive, I will say that. But there are these critics that are just bored at home, that nothing better to do.
I don't say this about a lot of people, and it's not very politically correct, but as a drag queen, as a guy, you are smoking, and as a girl, you are beautiful. So happy Father's Day to all of that rolled into run. That's not one of my normal politically correct comments. I have to say, with all of us in the fitness community, Athena, it's the same. We were putting our classes and training clients online at the beginning. Everyone was generous. Oh, you got to work. Oh, you got family and groceries. But the longer it went, I don't find that the tipping and generosity continued. So we started charging for the classes. It's like this much to get in. So maybe some of your brunches and some of your shows will be minimum donation. We talked last episode, Suzanne in the East Coast of Philadelphia said, now we have a new thing called pay what you want. And then a starting donation, and then that makes the people who are able to be more generous, as opposed to people who just don't tip anything and go to a show like you've been at Elysium in Mykonos. People sit there, beautiful sunset, you're working your assets off, and then all people do is like, oh, that was great, and they'll spend another $30 on a glass of wine and not give you 10 euros in your boobs. And
I know. I know. Trust me. I know. You know, it's hard to ask for money when you're doing it virtually. I mean, this was a learning experience for so many of us, as I'm sure you know very well. We didn't really know where to start. We just needed to start. You know, so we just kind of picked up when everything closed. Like, all right, well, we got to figure out what to do, and everybody kind of learned the learning process. Not to say that we're ready for the next pandemic, because I hope that never happens, but I am. I'm ready.
Well, you are, because you learned everything. And for a while, I think in April, every different Friday, you were trying a different streaming service. So I hope you package what you've learned, because I'm still a Zoomer, because Zoom to Facebook most times works. But you've got the bells and whistles. You've got to play Skyla's video, and then you've got the streaming cash apps. I learned from you. I've always had PayPal, and I've talked about instructors getting money from Stripe and instructors getting money on PayPal Me and also on ways to pay. But I learned from you the Cash App. And I said, what's the Cash App? And you said, it's the Cash App. It's the easiest thing in the world. You get a green screen, you put your money in, you got money as soon as you got a tip as soon as I click this, and it'll even go to Rico. It'll go to Alisa in pounds, right? So thank you for that. For my instructors and PTs, Cash App. It's great, right?
Yeah, it's great. It's fantastic. It's instant, you know, and instant money. You can't beat that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you get notified immediately, like PayPal Me, right?
Right. Yeah.
It's so nice when you get ka-ching.
I love it. I love that sound.
Athena, what's inspired you during this whole growth process? Is it the fans? Is it the streaming companies stepping up? Is it your friends who have helped you during your recent surgery? What inspired you the most?
You know, that's a hard question, because a lot of things played into how we all got through this. I think we all banded together, and I was interviewed recently by a local news channel, and they asked, you know, how are drag queens surviving? How are they surviving? And I'm like, listen, if there's any community that's going to be able to rise to the occasion in the face of adversity, it's the LGBT community. You know, we've been through a lot, and we know how to get around things, how to make our situation work the best for us. And I think I've seen that. I'm very proud of the community. I'm proud of the community that have, you know, listen, you don't have a stage in front of people anymore. So we said, well, if you want to keep doing drag, you're going to have to figure out how to do it. A lot of girls are learning to do it. So I've been inspired by everyone in general. And to be honest, I don't want to make it sound cocky or arrogant, but I've kind of inspired myself a little bit. You know, I didn't realize that put under pressure that I would be able to rise to such an occasion. And I'm proud of myself, and I'm not afraid to say that I did it. You know, I got through it, and did it well. You know what I mean? So
no one I know has put out more content, right? You have Alyssa, you have Skyla. Every day you're with someone else. Sometimes you're by yourself. You're hosting the RuPaul Drag Watch of season 5 of All Stars for tips, and you annotate, you show your boot, you show your foot, you show your drugs, you show the drag queens. Kudos to you for really stepping up, because, oh my God, I didn't have nearly as much business sense at your age, and I think you're under 20. I have no idea how old you are, but you are just ridiculously talented. Do you think you'll get to go to Greece this year?
I'm planning on it. As soon as I heal, I'm supposed to be healed fully by September, so that's the last month of a typical season. And if I am, you better believe my assets are going to be on a plane, and I'm going to be flying to wherever I can go, and hopefully that's.
We're waiting for flights because Americans are not allowed to Greece yet, and there's no Delta, Emirates, or American yet. We're hoping
now we're
to
going through the second wave. The numbers are rising, and it's an election year. We don't know what's going on. Like, so many things are being thrown at us. But the minute I get a green light where I can travel out of here safely and healthy, I'm going to do it. So hopefully it's up to me.
Good. We hope to be, because you've worked in Mykonos. I mean, with everybody, all our mutual friends.
Such a big year for me, and I was with so forward to it. Had so many plans, and it's just so sad that it rained on my parade this week. But I'm not going to let it bother me. We're going to make it work somehow. You can't
Well, you're not raining. And to all my physical therapists and personal trainers and Miami friends who might be watching, I'll tell you, if you want your career to explode with social media, you personal train and you physical therapy to this one. Because the
I would love to elaborate. Thank you for that. Thank you very much. Listen, I've got a boot on my foot right now. I need some therapy. And I was so active before this happened. I was like doing my theory and doing my workouts.
If I were closer, I didn't think I was going to ask you this, but when I sent you the picture earlier, did you try what I showed you to do on your bed?
Oh, well, the whole thing, listen, right now I've been dealing with a lot of pain, to be honest. So I can't even get up to use the bathroom without like punching. And I'm like, I'm going to do this next week when the pain goes down. Because just
Sure.
the maneuver to the bathroom is like such a mission.
But your upper body is very much compensating for using your walker and what you can't do with your
I
legs.
noticed that I was so hunched over, and it's not good.
Well, you'll get a good physical therapist who will help open you up. And what I showed you on the bed in the meantime will help a little bit.
I think I could use a partner to help me do that, to be honest. So,
Sure.
everybody watching.
When is your next show that's going to be virtual for everybody can follow you? I know Joanna, and I know I have my watch parties that follow me. Where do we see you next?
Well, I think I'm going to take a little break from my Wednesday show again, just to give me some solid days of rest. But I'm going to be we're going to do our Friday show on Facebook, and then obviously following that, I do my college drag race and a viewing party, and then we're going to start being in person here. So I think my drag run virtually is ending for now.
5 p.m. on Fridays is your Loose Lips. Is that continuing this week?
Yes, Eastern time.
Yeah, Biscuit and I pop the popcorn in the olive oil, popcorn and Prosecco. All of my mentees get an open invitation on any time zone, and we sit there, and I tell them, you can tip, you don't have to tip a lot. You just tip something, because it's nice to make a dollar.
Love that. I can't thank you enough. You have been such a good supporter. I just want to, toot your horn, if I may. You've been such a big supporter of us, and I really have to thank you because, we're doing this. Sometimes we feel a little number of viewers, and it's a little disheartening because we get in drag, really want to provide some good content, and you always be so vocal and so active, and just to have another voice on the other side of the screen is so refreshing. It's just so validating.
I'm in your corner, and I love when you turn your show and have made it a platform. You also talk about Black Lives Matter and anti-racism and open up diversity for our drag queens and other community people who want a chance. Thank you for that. Thank you for the present of your wisdom. You will hear from me very shortly, as you know, because you're online. All my devices pop up because I'm a fan.
Thank you so much, really.
I'm also a friend. Thank you very much. Any shout out to anybody in your support system that you want to name who's helped you recently, who might be watching?
There's been just a ton of people. I just want to say to everybody just going through this, you've been alone in quarantine, but you're not alone. We're all together globally. So I want you to remember that. And we'll be able to party and kiss and dance together once again.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate you squeezing us into your back to normal, back to new reality.
Absolutely. Thank you for having me.
Getting in drag and being on some kind of, you're on antibiotics still, right?
I am on so much right now.
Okay. Thank you very much. Goodbye to Florida. Thanks, Athena.
Bye, my love. Goodbye, everyone.
Sagapao para poli. Bye. Sagapao, bye. Wow. Always have colorful in your show. It's so important. I've been trying and trying. Now I've had all three. Alisa Vandel did our show. We had Skyla Versailles from New York, married and moved to the Netherlands, did our show. And now the trio, the thought leader of hashtag Loose Lips, where they get on and talk about everything political and otherwise on Fridays, Miss Athena Dion. My friends, if you're just joining us, before we go across the pond, as it is for America, to the UK, please make sure you click share and share now so you're watching our Around the World Fitness Works Episode 7 from your timeline on Facebook, please. Make a comment there. Hashtag I was here and tell us where is you're here. From where are you watching? Remember to get all 7 episodes after tonight, plus extra special DVDs I'm including that you'll receive. You type anywhere on an email or online on your browser. findlawrence.com/fitnessworks7. Fitness Works. Thank you for that, and stay connected with us all the way to the UK. We have very few people on our show more than once because we like to go around the world and we like to see what's going on in different parts. But it's very important to connect with our English-speaking world, our British friends, our dear friend who was with us from the beginning. Hello, Lorenzo.
Hello, ciao Lawrence.
Ciao, come
Come
stai?
stai?
Ottimo,
Bene, how
grazie.
you doing?
I'm awesome. I'm very pleased that you've agreed to be with us because you are one of our first shows where we heard, we'll have to tune in to hear what we heard, what was going on in the UK then. What time is it and where physically are you now?
So I'm physically in my beautiful living room in my house. Is 8:45 and I'm in London.
Do I see daylight outside?
Say it again?
Daylight outside?
Yes, it's a kind of daylight actually. Yeah, it's pretty good. It's still actually not too bad. So I think starting from tomorrow is when it will to get down a little bit, but still right now beautiful and light days.
Because it's solstice. It's after today, 8 seconds less until December 21, less of light. People say the days get shorter. They still have 24 hours, but they get less daylight in the Northern Hemisphere. Lorenzo, what's your current state of mind on Father's Day? Are you a father?
Yes, I am. So my state of mind is absolutely incredible, Lawrence. I have to say that through this COVID-19, through this lockdown, it's been a great opportunity for me to really get a lot of free time to catch up with a lot of things that actually in my normal daily routine I don't really do. So a lot of time with bonding with my lovely daughter, which she is 2.5, and plus to actually reinvent myself, to give an opportunity to expand my online services with a lot of clients and staff, providing on Zoom a lot of group sessions to people and my clients as a one-to-one personal training. So it's actually, I'm quite positive and bubbly.
From a few months ago, you've really amped up your online connection with clients like our dear and near KP.
Absolutely. It's been just rolling in. A lot of word of mouth, a lot of clients actually just supporting me through this time, recommend me to a lot of other people. So I've got people that are training in Malaysia. I've got people that are training in the States. I've got quite a few people around the world. So I'm actually expanding that part of it. And I'm really enjoying it because it's given me the opportunity to have a lot of, as I said, free time as well to myself as I'm home, to dedicate myself to a lot of other things.
Thank you. Well, we saw Whitney went to London, and your training clients don't have to be even in zone 1 to 5 in England. Good for you in London.
That's
you
correct.
know what you spoke to us about months and months ago. Without repeating all of that, how has London fitness changed, and how do we find it right now?
Well, it's changed dramatically. Obviously, everything is completely still shut down. I have, I've got 2 studios that are shut and are within 2 different hotel chains, and we're still waiting for them to communicate us, obviously, when they're reopening, because that's the last 2 things that still at this stage we still don't know what's going to happen, which leisure and hospitality business plus pub, restaurants and stuff. So we're waiting for the latest communicate from the government of what the situation is. But it's changed dramatically because obviously people that had to adapt themselves to kind of in this long period of time to kind of do something, because 3 months of being locked in the house and not being able to actually go out that much and not being able to train, for a lot of people, it's been a massive sacrifice. So they had to kind of readapt themselves and really relocate themselves in whatever they are to make sure that they could do something that it could have been, good for them. So I think it's been a great challenge. But as I said it before last time, I think as everything you can take as a problem or an opportunity. And a lot of my people, it's a state of mind, and a lot of my people, they took it as an opportunity to step to a different level. And I think after 3 months, that state is pretty good. They enjoy what they do. They're getting results. And I think that's all that matters.
So we heard from Reginald near Atlanta that they're booming and grooving and opening and everything is with new physical distancing rules, but you're completely closed in fitness still in London. Any talk of reopening?
They're talking about obviously trying to release a bit of social distances and stuff. Nothing is certain at this stage. They haven't given any dates, so we don't know yet. The real problem, obviously, it's also this quarantine situation for anyone that arrived from outside the UK into the UK. They have a still 14 days quarantine. So at this stage, everything is kind of not the same, because a lot of shops is still, they reopen and stuff, but they're not completely everything released. But I think we're getting there. The rumor says that probably by halfway through July, things should be getting back to, I'm not saying normality, but kind of back to life. But I'm not sure about the social distances. At this stage, it's still there for 2 meters social distances.
Are we seeing, two questions in one, are we seeing anything in Hyde Park, like any trainers with distance clients of 5, 6, 7 at a time? And if I were to walk down Brompton Road or Kings Road or on my way to Harrods, which apparently is open, everyone's wearing a mask?
Not really. It's not everyone is wearing a mask. Not everyone really respecting the 2 meters distances. So I think it's a very personal situation. I see a lot of people that just do what they want to do, and they taking it quite for granted, the situation. And a lot of other people, they are much more cautious. I think it really depends on the type of person you are, what you believe it's gonna create something for you or not. But to answer your questions, definitely not everyone across the UK, they're following the rules.
And outdoor training, like in parks for creative trainers?
A lot. That's a massive, a lot of people in Hyde Park, a lot of trainers in Hyde Park definitely starting to bring back their clients and train their clients over there.
Except obviously for the occasional rain, because sometimes it rains in London or the UK.
To be frank with you, I mean, we had the best spring in this country we ever had, which is awesome. I mean, I've been living in this country it's coming up to 21 years. I don't think, and I never remember, have a spring in the same way we had this year. I don't know that if this lockdown situation to the environment and made any massive difference in terms of like pollutions and stuff. But one thing for sure I can say is the weather has been absolutely incredible. And we're going through next week as well, as a point of 30 to 31 degrees, which is quite extraordinary for UK.
Okay. Lorenzo, come ti avevo spiegato, can you take a minute and just tell us a little bit of what's been inspiring you during this whole time, or even perhaps a little recently?
Yeah, one of the things, Lawrence, that really, really inspires me through this time is been the discovery of the use of the small elastic bands for women and the big resistant bands for men. I think the type of workout you can actually do is absolutely incredible. Me personally, even though I have a lot of big dumbbells that I took from my own gym, in the last month and a half, all my training, they've been based on resistant bands. And the type of pump, conditioning, stamina that you're getting, it's really, really incredible. So, and I think I've been then adapting this kind of training to a lot of my clients, which the feedback that I got from them has been really, really good. So one thing I can say, and, I really enjoy that part of it. And it's one thing that certainly, once we all go back into, I'll call it normality, but into the studio, is something I want to incorporate more into the workouts. Lawrence, I can't hear you.
And that's so important because your profession will always be different. You're going to be continuing social and in presence and in person, but you're also going to be continuing your virtual business and your diversification of Zooming. Are you using FaceTime? Are you using Zoom? What's big in UK right now?
99% is Zoom, apart from like obviously some people, but no, I would say 99% Zoom. And it's definitely something that I will incorporate within my new life, as we call it, if we can call it like that, in that way. So I definitely want to kind of split that, even though I'm obviously I own 2 studios in South Kensington, So it's definitely something that I want to also, aside of my business, carry on into the online services.
Lorenzo, is there any new highlight of you found in your life during the reimagining of your typical day that you didn't have a couple months ago when we spoke?
Yeah, there's lots of new highlights. I mean, the fact that I can spend so much time with my daughter and really see her grow and, you know, and kind of like bond with her, and being able to get up in the morning and just like spend that time with her and then teach her my lovely Italian and all that kind of things. It's all like a massive highlight, to be honest with you, because in the end of the day, I wouldn't be able to do so if I was running just back on my old life, which is basically rushing around all the time and just get up at 5 o'clock in the morning and just rush from one place to another one and come back at 10 or 11 o'clock at night. So that for me is an highlight which has no price to pay.
Increasing the overall quality. That's great. You have a lot of training clients who are welcome and waiting to get back to you. And when they do, tell me if maybe there's anybody watching that you haven't trained in a while, or anybody that's been a super, super supportive person that you might want to make a shout out to?
Pretty much all the people that I trained, slowly, they all kind of came back. There were some people that obviously, they took an opportunity for themselves to kind of like get off of their routine. But I think every one of them is just really coming back. Obviously, a massive thank you to, as our friend Katrina Craig, you know, which is, you know, she's absolutely divine, and she's always been absolutely supportive towards me. So I'm actually taking the opportunity to thank her, as we know her each other. But yeah, everyone else kind of like slowly all coming back in. Not completely 100%, but they're pretty much coming back there. So they know that, some of them, they know that soon the studio will be reopened, so they can come back in and they can restart their daily activity.
Thank you for the shout out to her, because you're able to far before I'm going to be for hours and hours and hours talking to more friends. Yeah. Please give her a text and say, I just made a shout out to you, because I'm trying to get her as a guest on our show, and we're going to talk about that. So now she sort of has to.
Massively.
She'll kind of emotionally, karmically owe us. Last question for you. What does it take, do you think, to be a great father or father figure, Lorenzo?
Okay. I think, in my opinion, there are 3 major points, and I'll name it: sacrifice, dedication, and attention. I think to be a great father, you have to be able to put yourself as a second best. And I think for somebody like myself, that I'm 44 years old, and I had my daughter a late stage of my life, which I was 41 and a half.
So late.
One thing that is very difficult, because you tend to be selfish about yourself or your needs or what you want and what's important for you. And I think to be a great father is to kind of pull yourself aside and know that she comes first, and you have to give that attention, dedication, that sacrifice to grow and see her blossom and be the best that she could potentially be in her own life.
Thank you.
For me, it's the most important things.
I'm such a sucker for 3 takeaways, 2 takeaways, acronyms. Thank you for being beyond brilliant. Thank you for the present of your wisdom. Thank you for agreeing to coming back and give us the whole check-in to the UK months later. And we've seen dramatic changes, and clubs are now closed until further notice. Incredible. I thank you. Our viewers, thank you. We're putting in our comments how to follow you. We see your name here. You're on Instagram, you're on Facebook, and we want to stay connected to you. Thank you for the present of your wisdom to our virtual, around the world Fitness Works community.
Lorenzo, thank you so much for inviting me again on the show. That's a brilliant show. I'm really enjoying it. I take the opportunity, obviously, for people that follow, to say they can follow me on my personal Instagram, which is Lorenzo_life_fitness, or they can look at my company website, which is fitnessworks7.com, so they can see basically what we do, what implement to people, and the type of training that we actually provide in the studio.
Thank you. For the non-British speakers, that's Fit Labs, F-I-T Labs, like laboratories.
Yes, F-I-T Labs, L-A-B-S, Kensington.com.
Thank you, Lorenzo. Ciao. Buonanotte.
Buonanotte. Ciao, Lorenzo.
Bye.
Ciao, Lorenzo. Bye-bye.
Bye. Thank you for Lorenzo, or Lorenz, on some social media handles. In the UK, we're going to go across the pond, across the United States to California, I believe, but we'll find out exactly. At least I have the right map. If you're just watching, please click share. Share now. Put a hashtag comment. I was here. And where is your here? Watching from where? And remember to get this whole show and all previous 6 episodes emailed to you for free. findlawrence.com/fitnessworks from me to you. We are going to go where we go when we want to put in check all of the things we need to for physical, for moral, for emotional, and for wellness healing. Who's that? Somebody I discovered 100 years ago at a convention, Mr. Paul Chek, when I was completely dressed in white, ready to teach Qigong, and I sneaked into the back of a session that was packed, standing room only. Mr. Paul Chek, in the graciousness of his humanitarian heart, has agreed to be part of our show. Paul, I hear you. Happy Father's Day. Hi, Penny.
Sorry, everyone. I'm the IT person. I'm clicking the buttons. I'm leaving you now.
Oh, you don't have to leave. I have so much to say about her, but we're going to talk to Paul. Paul, happy Father's Day.
Here's your phone.
Can you hear me, Paul?
Yeah.
Yeah. Happy Father's Day.
Thank you.
Where are you?
I'm great. Do you have kids?
I have a dog.
Happy Father's Day, because all your students and followers are looking up to you as a daddy.
As a crazy man, actually. You're the one that we all look up to in our industry for years. I remember when I first met you and your class was packed and I sneaked into the back and it was love and education and up-looking at first sight. We're finding you in what state? Where are you?
I'm in Fallbrook, California, which is North San Diego.
Beautiful, God's country. What's your current state of mind, Paul?
I'm just happy to be here. We just moved into our new home a few months ago, and we have 14.5 acres and just absolutely stunning mountain views, and too much to describe quickly, but it took us 5 years of thanking Great Spirit and doing our due diligence to get here, and we found our dream home and dream location.
Did you find it or did you make it?
Well, I think it's a cooperative effort. You know, I went into meditation 5 years ago when we realized we really needed to move. And I just asked my soul to guide me. And I drew a map of the whole property, the houses, everything from where water would be. And all of a sudden, after we moved in, Angie says, Paul, look at this. And she has a map of the property that the owner left for us. And it was identical to the map that I'd drawn in meditation with my soul's guidance, right down to, I'd even marked where water would be found, and they've had the property surveyed for water, and right where I put it is where they said water would be.
You're so connected. Wow. And have you already made a studio inside your home? I know you're ahead of the game and everything. I'm sure for all of your Czechites and followers, you are streaming and Zooming and shooting and doing lots of content.
Yeah, the house has a guest house with it, and it's beautiful.
Of course it does.
Yeah, so the guest house is my office and Penny's office, and it had a garage big enough to hold about 6 cars, 1,000 square foot garage, and I converted that to a library and an art studio.
Congratulations. Great.
Right out my window, I'm looking at our gym. The place was built and owned by hot rod builders. So there's a 5,000 square foot garage and RV barn, and the RV barn's our classroom and filming area, and the gym is in where they used to repair cars. It had a full automotive lift. You could probably put 15 cars in there.
Well, on our show, we've been talking about fitness places and spaces. Well, you have it all. You have the streaming, you have the virtual, and you can accommodate the physical people while you're still streaming that service. You are definitely a mastermind, even if Penny is the IT person that sets you up and connects you. It was so great to see her for a second. I was going to make a shout out and send lots of love.
She's more, she's the mastermind that shares my mind.
That's wonderful. I met her years ago and I fell in love with your ideas and your message and your inspiration, and also your degree of complexity, that it's not just about movement, but also about meaning, and your teachers, when you would talk about the 4 or 5 healers and teachers and all the programs that you were offering online way before anybody thought about online. And then I met her and I fell in love with her. A friend, another group fitness colleague, someone who understood the back of the house of how you set people up. Although I had to set myself up, it was very nice how she'd come in and set you up. Paul, what's going on in fitness in general where you are? Are any clubs open, closed, any physical distancing? Do you not care because you've got everything right where you are?
Well, it's interesting. Out here where we live, where we moved to, is a little county called, little section of Fallbrook called Rainbow. Actually, our house is called Rainbow Hills, our property, and we're on Rainbow Heights Road as well. And around here, there's a neighbors forum where they talk to each other, and they're all just living normally. Nobody's wearing masks. No one's doing any social distance. Everybody here is hip to the fact that it's a plandemic more than a pandemic. So I think people out here are very open-minded. They do their research and they don't get sucked in by conventional brainwashing.
Sounds like a hashtag to me, plandemic. I like that.
Yeah, and so everyone that I know has had a very hard time with gyms. I don't know of gyms that are open yet. So people are really doing more home stuff, going out on trails and hiking and really getting outside. There's kind of two mindsets. There's the average person that believes everything they see on television and falls for it and gets the nocebo effect. And there's the rest of us that say, okay, this is just another game being played. We're healthy people. We got to do what we have to do to stay healthy, or we're not going to do well. And so fortunately, San Diego is very, very holistic and progressive that way. Well,
and I love that. Have you found inspiration from any of your colleagues or any of the things streaming or anything online in any way? What's been inspiring you during this time?
I think what's been inspiring me is seeing all the genius doctors and scientists and experts, people like Dr. Zach Bush and Sayer G from Green Med Info and his wife Kelly Brogan, MD, Bruce Lipton. I mean, many of the real geniuses and really well put together people that are highly educated have come forward and really put themselves at risk to tell the truth about what's going on. And many of them had their videos removed repeatedly and had to put them back up. Dr. Mercola, I did a podcast with him, and he really just dissects the whole thing down. So I feel very inspired by the people that are brave enough to be honest, even when it could come at a cost, and it has for many. And that's how I've tried to live my life. And I think that if we don't share wisdom and help people have choices and look at both sides of an opinion, then people just get lost in a dogma.
Sure.
And lose their freedom, not really realizing that it's all about choice. And if we don't act as a democracy, then we really have no right to complain about what's happening in the world.
And so do you find that you are preparing some more content for those who follow you and upping your streaming and inspiration game? Because I'm sure everyone's looking and saying, what's next? What's new? How do we prepare, and how do we heal, and how do we move forward?
Yeah, when the whole pandemic started, I did a video on YouTube that's almost an hour called Your Coronavirus Protection Plan, just to share people a holistic view of what they could do to bulletproof themselves and minimize any risk of whatever it might be. I don't really think that the virus is any more of a risk than the flu or anything. And so really my approach was, look, here's the thing that you got to be aware of. There's opportunistic organisms out there all the time, but you don't want to give them the opportunity by not caring for yourself, because, you know, Mother Nature has a beautiful system of, you know, she's pretty ruthless with any creature that doesn't keep itself healthy enough to contribute to nature. So if our vitality drops below a certain level, we open the door for any opportunistic organism, be it a flu bug, a virus, a parasite, an illness. So my approach is really much more, hey, now that you realize you got to pay attention, look who's getting sick. It's the people that were already not taking care of themselves. So here's some basic things you can do to make sure you're not setting yourself up to, you know, be a statistic.
Thank you. And how do we find that? That's on your YouTube channel?
That's on my YouTube channel, which is youtube.com/Paul, CHEK live, /Paul Check live. And I've got over like 550 videos on there.
Thank you for putting that content out. I know I followed a lot, but I didn't see this COVID specific, inspirational.
That was right near the beginning of the whole thing.
Okay, great. What's next? What are you putting out for inspiration?
I try to do something every week. You know, the last 3 months moving in here has been so intense. Penny's been repurposing and taking chunks of podcast videos. So I haven't had to do, I literally just finished my first client visit since we started moving in. She was the first guest here. But we did retool our whole holistic lifestyle coaching program, because, you know, our holistic lifestyle coach level 2, which is the professional level, HLC1's for the public.
Right.
But once the pandemic hit, we couldn't run any classes, which would have been financial death stroke for the Institute. And we had all the equipment and everything and the support right in house, and we just retooled it. And we ran a couple of full house classes, and Angie taught them right from our office right here in our new house. And people absolutely loved it, because they could use their own bathrooms, they could eat their own food, they didn't have to fly, they got breaks. And amazingly, we were able to teach it with tremendous success, and the feedback was awesome. So the whole pandemic brought us into a situation where challenge became opportunity, and we realized we can actually get our teachings out very effectively around the whole world through the web. And then they can come to HLC3 for advanced training, which is advanced, so less people come. But it really opened up a huge window of opportunity. And I marketed my holistic lifestyle coach level 1 on my podcast, and we sold, I think I sold myself 140 HLC1s within just a couple of weeks. We actually, you know, we bought this house right when the whole thing started. And we even had our loan pulled because the lenders thought that it was too risky because the economy could collapse. So long story made short, Great Spirit moved some pieces around. We ended up getting, the loan broker felt so bad because it was actually illegal for them to do that, because they'd already signed our loan approval. And the loan brokerage decided to lend us the money themselves at almost 2% lower interest rate. So
that's incredible. That's great.
Even though we thought we'd lost it all,
sure,
as it all played out, it turned out to be quite miraculous. And we had the 3rd biggest month of sales in the history of the Institute during the
Congratulations. Paul, tell us about your podcast, because I know we have viewers that want to find that on Apple and a few other ways.
Yeah, it's on iTunes. It's on most of the outlets. It's on the Czech Institute website, which is CHEKinstitute.com. Right on the homepage, there's a podcast tab. It's titled Living 4D with Paul Check, 4 doctors, Dr. Happiness, Dr. Diet, Dr. Quiet, and Dr. Movement. But it's really a very deep exploration into all sorts of topics of body, mind, and spirit. You know, my podcasts are not meant for the lighthearted and the mentally weak. So,
and that's great.
Yeah. So, you know, a lot of them run 2.5. My one on vaccinations ran 3 hours, but it's made headline news in 5 times in 2 countries.
Right. Before I let you go, Paul, I would like you to share with us, because I know you are a father in non-traditional ways, in the short, meaningful way I know you can tell us, what are some of the things it takes to be a great father?
there's a couple, one for me, and I have to work hard on this. I teach I before we, meaning it's our responsibility to give ourselves what we need before we engage giving to other people, or we burn out and start resenting the people that we love. And so, I'll be 59 in August, and two of my kids came late. My first one's 40 now. And so I find, sometimes I have to get up at like 4:30 in the morning to get into my office to do my prayers and my meditations and my personal spiritual growth, and to ground myself so that when I go into my work and my relationship as a husband and a father, that I really have something. We as fathers have to really be conscious about what does it take to get us to the place where we really honestly have something to share. Next is, you have to have patience and know that little people just have a different view of life and be ready for anything, including having your speakers crushed and your car destroyed and, everything just turned inside out. So you have to be really ready to let go of attachment to material possession.
Thank you for that.
And you have to be brave enough to see yourself. It's easy to judge the child, you're doing this, you're doing that. But when you really look at it, they're a total emulation of their parents. So,
right.
I always try to remember the rule, whenever you're pointing at somebody else, there's always 3 fingers pointing back at you. So I said, okay, before I get too wound up at my kid, how can I find that piece of me?
Thank you.
Whether it's what taught him or was passed on to him.
That's beautiful wisdom. And for people who want to know more, they need to study. There are many ways to define fatherhood, and you help me with conversations with Penny, as well as what you talk about publicly, understand new and reimagine. Jim, sure, reimagine fatherhood. Thank you for the gift of your wisdom with all of us. We all know we could listen to you for hours and hours. We'll have to pop to your podcast. Before I let you go, I want to say, Paul, I think you are compelling. I think you are humanitarian. I think you are super, of course, educational. Most of all, I think you are kind. And that spells CHEK. I thank you. I admire you. I love you. And I wish you happy Father's Day.
And same to you, Lawrence. I've always loved and appreciated you and your work, and you've got such an amazing, awesome, big heart. I know Penny loves you deeply, and we always love seeing you wherever we're at. In fact, I was thinking the other day, out of the blue, when Penny told me about this, I said, God, I wish Lawrence could come here and visit us. So you have to come visit sometime.
Hello. Yes, I need an invitation and ability to fly across country, and we'll do it. We'll make it happen. The last time I saw you, we were in Moscow having eggs, and you said you could eat all the eggs here. They don't have cholesterol as much as in the U.S., and that changed my life. In addition to the caveat, thank you very much for the gift of your wisdom. I hope you have a great remaining of your Father's Day, and continue giving us all the stuff as long as you stay with your own cup filled, all the wisdom that you share. Thank you.
Thank you. Take care.
Bye, Penny. Bye.
Bye.
Have to shout out to the IT, have to shout out to the wife, have to shout out to the friend as well. My friends, we're going to stay in California. We're going to go all the way, not very much farther from there, from where Paul Check is, to check in on a colleague, a friend, a fitness icon, as well as fitness model. My dear friend, Jeffrey Scott. Hi.
You did not just say fitness model.
You are a fitness model. Schwinn, name a company. Name a company. We were colleagues together for Reebok. I came in at the very end, and you had been there establishing the curve for 100 years. And Schwinn Master Trainer, everyone at Equinox knows your name. Everyone at other new companies know your name. Oh my gosh, you've been around the world and done so much, inspiring us all. And we're finally able to have you on our show. Happy Father's Day.
Happy Father's Day to you too. It's great to see you, my friend. I love this show. I love it. I love it. I love that we go from a priest to a drag queen to a doctor to, like, you just talk about inclusive. It's so you, and you're so good at what you do. And I just thank you. I love it.
Thank you for saying that. I love that. That's such a great sound clip. Hashtag bucket of crazy. I will say, because you mentioned that, just because I invite people doesn't mean they say yes. That's a whole other story. And it's going to be Fitness Works After Dark or Fitness Works Behind the Scenes, or I'm really not sure what I'm going to call it, but it's going to be a show. Where are we finding you and what time is it, Jeffrey?
My friend, it is 1:20 in Los Angeles, California.
Okay, you're in LA, so Paul Check was not far from San Diego and you're there. What's your current state of mind?
You know, I'm good. I am good. Everyone around me is good. I think that we've all sort of gone through these different feelings and emotions and mourning. For me, I would say went through a process of sort of mourning what my life used to be and knowing that it's never going to be the same, and that's okay.
Right.
But just feel the emotions and sort of process them, and just then sort of shift gear and not look at it as an obstacle, but an opportunity and what's going to happen up next. And knowing that the choices that we're all making right now are setting up our future. And there's so much opportunity right now. So just to be quiet. For me personally, I meditate a lot and just really think about the choices that I'm making now, knowing that they're gonna affect my very near future, and how can we all just, course correct, redirect, reinvent ourselves in this new environment.
Hashtag, here's a takeaway, hashtag not obstacle, but opportunity. Absolutely. I love that. Every time you've always opened your mouth, even when we landed in Peru, I was always following behind.
I was wondering if you were going to bring that up in this conversation.
How could I not? You'd gone around the world. You're like, oh, Peru again. It was my first time as a Reebok Master Trainer with the wheels, Lisa Wheeler. Jeffrey, what's the state of fitness? Not the whole global check-in, but where you are in LA. Are any clubs open at all?
Yeah, Equinox just reopened, and my husband Jason is the area manager for Equinox Group Fitness here. So I've been really sort of witness to the amount of work that has gone into getting these clubs reopened. You think about reopening a club, but like every room has its obstacles and its challenges, from the cycling studio and removing bikes and having to change the back end, how you pick a bike, and how it, just so much stuff, and yoga and main studio, and taking out the equipment that was once shared easily. We no longer can use that because we're not sharing.
Can they cycle with masks, or they don't have to?
With mats underneath?
Masks.
Oh, masks. Some people are choosing to do so. Some are not. So they are staying, the proper distance away from each other. But a lot of people, just because of the intensity of that format, it's hard to wear a mask. I'm not even sure if it's hard. I know for me too, whenever I'm even cycling at home, or whenever I've actually tried to do it to see what it would feel like for an instructor to be able to talk to it. And it is a bit claustrophobic when you are getting into that anaerobic zone. Yeah.
Sure. Okay. And what's been inspiring you during all this time? You mentioned Equinox is open. You mentioned what your husband's doing. Are you still with Equinox?
No. I left Equinox back in October of 2019. So now I work for Beachbody. And
Yay.
I have been very fortunate to transition to a company that is able, during a very difficult time, to provide a really great service to keep people moving and inspired, teaching them proper nutrition at home. Because that's what, I went from being, in the club and being an instructor, teacher trainer, to now more of a consumer facing professional in the industry, which is I'm so
glad you mentioned nutrition, because, thinking back, I can remember when I was 30 pounds before COVID, lighter. And I remember that I didn't know being stuck in Puerto Rico, nutrition was going to be some important thing when you're in the middle of nowhere without a car and not everything gets imported into this lovely island. But things are starting to arrive slowly.
Yeah.
With fitness slowly opening there and people following the rules for the most part, you have with your husband in Equinox and you in Beachbody, you're able to have your fingers in what's going on and what's important. You're a mover and a shaker, and you're so smart. What's been inspiring you during all of this that you might want to share with us that, if something inspires you, we need to listen, because I really value what makes your eyebrows go up. So when,
I find it interesting. There's a couple things. I'll share two. One is really watching people see what's going on and be thoughtful with how they're reinventing themselves. And I'm sure you must have heard this a million times because of the show, but, and the choices that they're making. You know, what I find interesting, Lawrence, is some people who lived and died to teach group fitness, that was their full-time job, and they were really well known. But some of them are not even coming back. They're staying at home. They have diversified their offering in the fitness industry and really sort of went from being just fitness to fitness and wellness by increasing their nutrition certifications, in their life coaching certifications, so that their menu of offerings has become greater, and they're no longer just sweating for dollars, but they're actually taking the time to educate themselves and give a much more of a larger menu, so to speak, of things that they can serve people with. So that's my first one. And with that too, because I want to talk about nutrition again, is that I find I'm always so inspired by people who have used this time to learn about other things just in general. Maybe it's not even fitness. For example, and I brought props, we at home have been focusing on our nutrition. So we decided to start a garden. And we've never, ever had a garden in our house. So now we are growing tomatoes. I know there's so little right now, and cucumbers and peppers, and we're cooking more because we didn't do that much cooking before. So we've really sort of changed our lives, learned about gardening, learning more about nutrition, and just sort of really, you know, interestingly enough, changed our home life dramatically. So that's been
if you show us your tomatoes, I'll show you my mangoes.
Oh, let me see your mango.
I go, oh, you have it right there. Crap, I got to go to the tree, but I'm kind of tied up right now for just a little bit of time. But because it's just us, is there any shout out you want to make to somebody who might be watching, who's been a really supportive person to you during all this COVID?
You know, I have so many great people in my circle of friends. I would say Petra Colbert and Amy Dixon have been two very, very, very close people to me that have been great sounding boards and people that I can say anything to when I'm going through a variety of emotions, depending upon what's going on in the world, and being able to just, you know, just be able to share your true feelings and talk to friends. And I think everyone needs a friend like Amy Dixon or Petra Colbert in their life, because they're priceless. And to have someone that you know won't judge you for anything you're saying or feeling and just is there for you is a very special thing to have in life. And for them, it's a gift. I don't think they even realize how special they are.
Thank you for making a shout out to them. I love them. I haven't heard from Amy in a long time, but Petra and I, at least once a month, have a check-in, as well as she's been on the show and I've done some stuff with her. She's just synonymous with inspirational in fitness and wellness, as well as just public speaking and confidence building, right? Number two, for the answer to what's been inspiring you, you said maybe you've heard this from everyone. Nuh-uh. Thank you for being so important. All my mentees need to listen again to your answer, using words like menu, using words like reinventing, using words like not this and that, but both, right? It's not just or, it can be and. You can continue to stream and make $100 a class and go back to the club that wants to pay you by head for $2 a person at $8, whatever. And number three, I'll show you my mango. I'm a little bit weird because I like to show my mangoes 3 at a time.
That is awesome. I love it.
Oh, they're so falling down off the tree on their own, but through the magic of TV, it's wonderful how they just appear. Thank you for the shout out that you made to Amy and Petra. And before I let you go for Father's Day, is there any way you could explain what it takes to be a good partner or father-like figure?
Yeah, you know, I lost my father about 12 years ago to cancer, and Jason just lost his dad a couple months ago as well. And, you know, my father was just someone who leads by example. You know, I think Paul talked about this a moment ago. Just showing is so much more important than telling. And my father was just such an incredible man who worked 3 jobs my entire life to support his 5 kids in the east suburbs of Cleveland, Ohio, and would give the shirt off of his back as a police officer, by the way, for 30 plus years. And he was just a great man. And although we don't have children, we have 5 furry children, and they're all, actually one of them's here. And that's how I share my fatherhood. But, you know, the lessons I learned from my father, I just try to implement into my life every day and just lead by example, listen more than you speak, show up, always try to do more than what's expected. And those are like life lessons that my father has given me
I've just met your father, who's been such a legacy to you. You are colored with the fingerprints of God from your inside, and you know, your outside's not so bad either. I've said that for years when I've run into you unexpectedly in the Abbey or when we made our appearance together in Peru and
That's
everywhere in between. I'm really grateful to you for being on our show and telling us a little bit about not only Father's Day, but what's inspiring you. For people who want to find you on social media, what are the best ways?
At Jeffrey Scott Fit at Instagram. That's probably the best way to get a hold of me.
Okay. I hope you'll accept my gratitude. The present you've given all of us of your wisdom from menu to meaning is just priceless. Thank you so much, Jeffrey.
Thank you, Lawrence. So good to see you. Give a big hug to Yuri, please.
Thank you. And Biscuit.
And Biscuit, of course. I saw her earlier.
Bye.
Thank you, my friend.
All right, from Jeffrey Scott in California, we're going to stay, I believe, in California. We may be moving slightly south because things change by the day on the West Coast of the United States. My friends, if you're just joining us, please click share and share now so you are watching our Around the World FitnessWorks Global Virtual Town Hall Check-In, Episode 7, on your Facebook. You click share and share now. Please make a comment, hashtag I was here, watching from, and where is your from? And to get all of these shows and additional bonus presents, no charge. Gift of love from me to you, findlawrence.com/fitnessworks in your browser, and you'll get it all. We are not going to go to Harry, and we're certainly not going to go to my nickname, Larry. We're going to go to a colleague, to a mover, to a shaker, to a spa manager, Barry. My dear friend of many, many years, Mr. Barry Shingle, is going to join us. I'm going to unmute him or request he unmute himself. I think I can hear you, Barry. Happy Father's Day.
Oh, thank you. Let me get my video unmuted.
I saw you with your
There I am.
hat. Hi.
My
Happy
hat
Father's
in the
Day. Youa
house.
father.
Yes, I am a father.
Where are we finding you and what time is it?
I am in San Diego today. I worked at Rancho La Puerta this week, but I'm mostly working from home right now. So
Aren't we all? For people who don't know Rancho La Puerta, it is the premier destination spa in the world, currently closed. Anything involving movement, meaning, meditation falls under Barry Shingle. In fact, he's an international spa consultant as well, because when you lead the charts of Condé Nast Traveler et al. Or all the rest, then people say, Barry, can you help us with our spa menu of movement as well? Barry, what's your current state of mind?
today I have a lot of gratitude because it's Father's Day. I'm grateful to be a dad. But I just think in general, I think through this whole thing, I have a faith and hope in humanity is my state of mind. I'm trying to focus on that and not watch the news too much.
Sure.
So that's kind of where I am.
Good. And your daughter is with you in California, and when you're in Mexico, you leave her and she's...
Actually, my daughter is in Austin, Texas. She just got her master's degree last month. So
congratulations to her.
She's living there with her boyfriend, and I think has a couple job offers, trying to decide what she wants to do.
Great. Well, you mentioned boyfriend of hers, and just because it's just us, do we approve of the boyfriend?
Yeah, he's awesome. He's
oh,
super.
Great.
She met him in her yoga class. So
fitness works.
Fitness works, right? So yeah, exactly.
What's the state of mind? Do you want to tell us a little bit about fitness as you're preparing to open up, or do you want to talk to us about fitness where you are in San Diego? Your choice.
Well, in San Diego, I think this week the clubs are opening, and it's funny, I belong to 24-hour fitness on the weekends when I'm here in town, and so I'm going to go for my first workout tomorrow, and you have to make a reservation on your phone, and you reserve because it's only taking a third of the people, and you have 1 hour in there. Then they close the whole gym after they let a certain number of people in. After an hour, and for 30 minutes they clean, and then they reopen. So
it sounds like a really good date.
Yeah, exactly. So we'll see how it goes. As far as the ranch goes, it's tricky because we're in Mexico, so we're kind of subject to. We had an opening date for July, and then the border extended their closure for another month. So now we have a starting opening date of August 11th. We're hoping, because there's different rules and regulations based on Mexico and the U.S. So we have to kind of do both. And, and they change week to week. So it's kind of, it's crazy, but we're lucky we have so much, we have 4,000 acres, we have lots of room, our gyms are open. So in that respect, we are kind of lucky, but it's kind of interesting how it's going to all work out.
Right. We've had Manuel on our show on past episodes, and Rancho La Puerta was so lovely to say, while most people have homes and have gone elsewhere, we'll let you stay here because that's his home. Puerto Rico is so far away at a time when there were no flights. And he's really risen to the Zooming and social occasion, Zooming and streaming and socializing and really showing how creative ways fitness works. Speaking of creative ways that fitness works and what's been inspiring me, like Manuel, one of your top people, we've had Kathy Murakami on episode 6. What's been inspiring you? And my friends, before you answer, or think of your answer, Barry, number one, all of you watching need to know rancholapuerta.com just to see how they describe, name, label, and program their movement menu. Some people call it aerobics class schedule. Well, the 80s called and want that title back. And he directs that, and speakers and arrangement, and invites some people to come and speak and do really cool things. So know about rancholapuerta.com and know that when he's going to tell us what inspires him, no pressure, Barry, when he's going to tell us where he finds his inspiration, that's got to be something to listen to and really rest and digest with, because he's a mover and the shaker of the world spa industry. Deborah Zake, his direct boss, who's still alive and kicking, and he are not only intimate friends, but she created all spas in the world. And I opened the first Golden Door spa in Puerto Rico. Indirectly working for her. Now there's no more. Barry, what's inspiring you?
Well, it's like the new world kind of. I'm really inspired. I've started to do these Zoom chat shows for our guests online, and so every Tuesday and Thursday, and I get to interview a lot of our presenters and people. And it's been because I have my master's is in journalism, so it's
not bingo.
Not bingo. And I know everyone keeps saying, well, you do a Zoom bingo. And I'm like, I'm so enjoying not having a little break. But
our guests don't know maybe that you are very famous for your 2-hour-long, beautifully not scripted, but off the radar, not reverent bingo sessions.
Yes, it's not reverent at all. But recently, with the racism and inequalities, I've been doing some Zoom chats with our presenters that are can speak to that. And so I have really spent a lot of time educating myself, and I've learned a great deal. And it's been really great. And we've it's kind of opened the audience, the Zoom calls, to people, not just people that come to the ranch, but it's a wider audience.
Well, how do we find that? My next question is, you're out there speaking about anti-racism and
get on rancholapuerta.com, and then just go to it's called Voices of the Ranch. So it's chat shows with me and sometimes Deborah joins me too. So
Deborah is over 90.
She's 98. She just turned 98. So yeah, she's amazing.
And you, when I'm at the ranch as a guest, you host those evening parties sessions where you talk and back and forth and interview her, and she loves you. And to get that is wonderful. She's such a pioneer as you and an inspirational figure as you, although you could travel a lot farther and more easily. So one more time, it's rancholapuerta.com/
Voices of the Ranch.
Thank you. And how often are you doing Voices of the Ranch, concentrating now on diversity and anti-racism?
We're Tuesdays and Thursdays.
Okay.
About once a week, I concentrate on that. Once a week, I do one of our other presenters. So sometimes a musician, sometimes.
Thank you.
Thank
really... you for addressing that, because hashtag Black Lives Matter, we have to keep our discussion, even if we say the wrong thing sometimes. We say, I don't really know what to say, but I want to be part of the loving solution instead of being part of some silent option of what I don't want to continue anymore. Thank you.
I've learned so much that we didn't know, we didn't learn in school, and it's quite the education to see how we got.
One quick takeaway, because I think it's valuable. If you can give us one example.
Well,
or is it too hard?
I think that we have to realize that it's not even when I walk out the door. I have a black roommate. When he put it to me this way, he says, when I walk out the door, I don't get to take a vacation from being Black. It's not even when we walk out the door. I'm already like 20 feet ahead of him. And it's not right or wrong, but I have to acknowledge that that's where I'm starting, and that's where,
right,
in the US, that's where white people are. We're, because of
thank you. We
systemic
just have to
racism.
start. We don't know what we don't know. Like people in fitness, they want to get fit and they think they bend over and touch their toes and bounce till the apocalypse comes. And yeah,
Right.
not only that reminds me of all the classes. I've never taken something with you that I don't write down what you say, because you are hysterical when you teach. You're still teaching, right? When you go back in August?
I do, yeah. I don't get to teach as much, but I love to teach.
I love the things you say. So sarcastic, so funny, so witty, and you have us work really hard. So I
Yeah.
love that about you. What's a new highlight of your life now, as you've been most of the time working at home in San Diego, that you never thought was going to come to you, but is a benefit of COVID?
Actually, my daughter always jokes that I have FOMO, fear of missing out, because I'm go,
Right.
go, go, go all the time. And now learning to slow down and relax. And I've started a meditation practice every morning and journaling every morning. Me. So it's been awesome for me to.
So you're not just highly meditated, but you're also heavily meditated.
No,
Highly motivated, but heavily meditated.
Yeah. Medicated in the evenings, but I meditate in the morning, right? So
I got 4 more hours to go until I have my celebratory wine, because I learned you don't toast to the mothers in the first half hour of a 7-hour show. Nah. Yeah. Barry, any shout outs to people you know might be watching, because you have a support system all around the world?
Well, I mean,
Fan
love
base.
that you mentioned Kathy and Manuel. They motivate me all the time. I adore all my staff. I'm so fortunate to have the amazing staff and the guests at the ranch. It's like a select group of people. So, and Deborah is she's like my mom and my inspiration. I love her to death. And then my daughter is my inspiration as well.
Speaking of Deborah and like a mother-like figure, and your daughter, what does it take, the short version, to be a really good father?
Wow. I think unconditional love. I think that's what it takes to be a good human being. And it starts with being a father. It taught me that immediately. The instant my daughter was born, it was unbelievable. Best moment of my life. But if you can find a way to translate that to all humans, because we're all connected on that level. So I think, I look at my daughter and I think, if you throw a little pebble into a pond, it just ripples out. My daughter's my little pebble. So she gets into that pond of the universe and she just spreads out. And I'm so fortunate that it's a lot of luck, but she's spreading a lot of wonderful things in the world. And if,
Oh, Barry. So being a father is creating ripples, right?
It's creating ripples, and I think but you don't have to be a biological father to do that. I mean, because
Thank you.
We're all, love is what it's all about. Whether you're a father or a mother or a brother or a sister or just a friend,
Right. I say a lot lately, love is colorblind, and we have to see color. It's important to know that love is always the answer. Send them love, as my friend Roberto says, is always the answer. But now it's time to put on the glasses once in a while that allow us to see color, because it's important. Because we can't realize what we didn't know until we know it. And then we have to try to focus on a possibility, because what we don't change, we accept. But it's not easy to know how to make the change.
No, absolutely. It's like what I read recently is like, it's not enough. In one of my interviews, it's not enough not to be a racist, but you have to be an anti-racist.
Correct.
Right.
Huge
So
difference.
It's a lot of, it takes a lot. But I think I have faith. I think if you watch the news, we don't see the whole of humanity, and I think the whole of humanity is very good and has a good heart.
Aw, very optimistic, very uplifting, a wonderful note on which to finish. I want to thank you for the present of your wisdom for all of us. I'm so happy to see you. I'm so happy to see you looking so well. I'm so happy to see you in your hat. I'm so happy to have you on Father's Day as a father. I love that you have so much pride in your daughter, and I love that I know all the aspects of your life that to me are multifaceted, that make you, and I mean in my definition that I have never done on this show, a character. I believe it's so easy to blend in, but if we don't risk standing out. We're sure to blend in, and you've never blended in. So thank you for speaking your truth and the truth that we all need to learn from. And I urge all of us as a call to action to follow this wonderful Tuesday, Thursday series that you're doing, even if you didn't spend the $8,000, $9,000, $10,000 a week at the ranch. What is it now?
Actually, it's only 4.
4,000. Well, post-COVID compassion. How wonderful. Thank you very much for the present of your wisdom. I love you. Say hi to Hervé if you speak to him, and the chocolate maker going around the world by storm. And of course, I'll speak to Manuel probably before you do. I'm a little happy that he doesn't have to go back to Rancho until August because we've been collaborating on some stuff behind the scenes. In fact, this show, I give a big shout out to him and his support.
All right. Thanks. Good seeing you, Lawrence.
Bye, Barry. Bye. Bye. I love when people wave. I love that. You'll see that a little bit later in this show. I'm not very good at goodbyes, though. That's another teaser. My friends, if you're just joining us, as I tell you where we are, for those of you who have maybe been sleeping or just joining us, we are in the United States. We are still in California, and we're going to leave maybe the state of California, but stay on the West Coast. If you're just joining us, please make sure you do 2 things. Click share and share now. So you're watching our live feed around the world, Fitness Works Episode 7, Father's Day Special Solstice Summer Equinox and first day of summer and summer 2020 sun eclipse, all celebration. What? And you put a comment, hashtag I was here. Where is your here? Where are you watching from? And remember to get all 7 shows plus some treats and prizes, no charge from me to you, findlawrence.com/fitnessworks, because fitness works around our planet, just not for free. My friends, where are we going? I am going to tell you who we're going to first. A dear friend, someone that you know in the industry without maybe knowing him in the industry. If you've heard of American Council on Exercise, he is synonymous with this organization. Mr. Cedric. Cedric is a humanitarian. He is a leader of inspiration. He is a leader with ethics and morals, and has been involved with American Council on Exercise nonprofit, setting the standards for the world for years and years and years. Hello, Cedric. Happy Father's Day.
Thanks, Lawrence. It's great to be on here with you. It's been far too long since we've last connected.
Hi. Thank you for agreeing to be on our show. I'm so blessed. It's wonderful. Where are we finding you, and what time is it?
It is 1:45 p.m. and I'm in Redmond, Washington, outside of Seattle, and I am in my home office.
Is it raining?
You know, actually, it rained this morning, but the sun is out. That is out today.
Okay, thank you. I know you work a lot. The ACE offices are in San Diego, but you commute a lot, maybe not so much recently. Yeah. Tell me, what's your current state of mind?
I would say it's very positive. Because I guess I would refer to myself as a kind of a realistic optimist. That while, you know, things are certainly disconcerting, I always try to find kind of that positive unintended consequence, if you will. And for me, as you mentioned, that I travel a lot between Seattle and San Diego, and I've been home since March 9th. And it's been quite nice not to be in airports, on airplanes, and being able to spend some quantity and quality time with my wife of 35 years. So it's been a real, you know, special treat. And I also got to do one of my favorite things today, and that is to FaceTime with my little 4-month-old granddaughter. So yeah, so today's awesome.
Congratulations on being with ACE so many years. Congratulations on quality time with your wife. Being married to the same person, anything over 24 hours to me is incredibly inspirational, let alone 30 plus years. I almost think she probably has an ACE certification by default just by being with you so long. How long have you been with ACE?
I've been with ACE for about 20 years.
Bless your heart. And you mentioned your granddaughter. Where is she?
She is in Vermont. Yes.
Oh, far, far away. Any plans to travel and see, or will they come to you?
Well, fortunately, she was born February 24th, so we're able to go back and spend about a week and a half there before everything was shut down. So we just, you know, we're so fortunate. Yeah.
Wonderful. What is your official title at ACE?
I'm the President and Chief Science Officer at ACE.
Thank you for that. As that, I remember you've had some previous titles that were slightly different, so I'm glad I asked you. We are catching up in front of just a few people, you and I, right
just
now.
a few.
Just a few. I would like you to share with us, please, what's inspiring you. You are always looking at things with various pairs of glasses. You run the world's leading certification for especially personal training. We also have Group X. We also have many specialty programs and certifications, as you know, and we've collaborated on over the years. My point of saying all that is, you know, all your fingers in all the pots on all countries and continents. What's inspiring you that you've seen during all of this that may have been, well, that's not a traditional squat or grapevine?
I guess it's really it's probably larger in scope, in that I guess the adaptability, the resilience, and I would say the spirit of collaboration that I've observed among quote unquote competitive organizations, among the fitness professionals themselves, which is, I think, it just speaks to the heart of the folks that are in our space. And so that's really just been so delightful for me to observe, actually.
Wonderful. Have you scrolled or heard or seen posts of any of our fitness pros in the industry that may have done something innovative? We are streaming our classes. We've gone from boomer to zoomer. We're trying to get our active agers connected and some youth fitness, outdoor parks now where it's allowed with physical distancing. But in all this, some of our people have really stepped up. Anything or program or shout out come to mind, not to put you on the spot, but because it's just us?
I would say how some of the various, I'll call them technology companies, have been really reaching out, working with and supporting the professionals so that they can come up with other ways to deliver their services so that they can impact the lives of the folks that they love changing. And so it's, I think that's really been kind of part of that when I say more collaboration, and that really, if you think about it, our common enemy, if you will, is inactivity. And so it makes sense for us to come together to come up with creative ways in which we can help more and more individuals to move more and enjoy the many benefits of being physically active, both physiological and psychological, particularly during this time when we're, you know, not experiencing the social contacts that we're used to.
Sure. Well, you mentioned that one of your highlights has been the extra time with your wife and being able to FaceTime and Zoom at others. Any other unexpected highlight that's come out of this, in addition to the officing from home for a while?
Well, actually, I think that's that has been an unintended consequence for us as ACE as an organization, in that we've been able to find, quite pleasantly surprised, that we're able to function pretty well remotely. And so it really gives us more flexibility in terms of you know, the type of people that can come to our team in terms of location. And it also is allowing those individuals, because in the San Diego area, commuting is not the easiest event on a day-to-day basis. So it's going to allow us to, I think, make for a much better lifestyle for our team members.
Wonderful. I always say it's important to do something, even if you don't think of it as exercise, because movement is mandatory. I say do it just for the health of it. Do you know if you could describe, without writing a book, because I would never ask you to give us that much time, and you are so prolific when you speak. I've been to your sessions speaking at conventions all around the world, and because you represent ACE, we had Anthony Wall on a few episodes ago, and you're both speakers for ACE as well. When you speak, everyone listens. You're erudite and eloquent. Can you not talk about fitness, but tell us sort of what you think it takes to be a good father or father-like figure?
Sure. I would say one is to be actively engaged in your children's lives. And I think practical ways of examining that, I think you should understand and know who your friends, you know, buddies are. I have 4 sons. And so their buddies became an extension of our family. So I think if you're engaged and you make them a part of your life, I think it's just a good way to connect with your kids. And I think the other thing, and I I was able to catch your last listener, and I would agree with his comment in terms of unconditional love. And if you just give me a second, I'd just like to read a passage of scripture that I think really captures the essence of unconditional love. And it's read at many weddings, so I think people are very familiar with it. It says, love is patient, love is kind, it does not envy, it does not boast, it is not proud, it does not dishonor others, it is not self-seeking, it is not easily angered. And as a parent, you gotta manage that. It keeps no record of wrongs. Love does not delight in evil, but rejoices in truth, and it always protects, always trusts, always hopes, and always perseveres. And I think hope is so important because I believe hope is contagious. And when you think about what we're facing today, I think if we can, project that hopeful mindset, it really can help to relieve, I think, some of the burden that we're all experiencing.
Thank you for your reading. Because you read that, I had planned on also saying the last time I sat across a desk from you in San Diego, do you remember the book that was sitting on your desk that you just picked up and gave to me? That's good because you don't have to. That's the wonderful thing about great leaders and father-like figures. There was a book on his desk about managing others, working with others from a completely Christian philosophical base. And I said, well, I think this is amazing. You have this right on your desk. He says, I live by this. And you picked it up, you opened, you inscribed it, and you gave it to me. Now, I've been stuck in Puerto Rico since January 1 of this year, planned for the first 2 months. And that book is scribed by you to me in New York City in my flat because I wanted to show it today. But hashtag no way. I thank you for that inspiration of leading with your scripture and managing others and working so high up in a company with your Christian tenets and being open to read from the Bible and spread that. I think it's a time now when we need to talk about what we believe in and what we stand for.
Absolutely, Lawrence. And that must have been 15, 16 years ago now that you mention it.
I have that book, and I even said to you, I can't take away your philosophical book of how you manage people. You said it's so important you have multiple copies. So I didn't feel so guilty. I love that book, and it is how to lead by example, really. I think even people of any denomination, there was nothing there that was about religion, really. It was about regions of our heart that we explore. And I think that you taught me that it's okay at your position high up to have a message and let that filter through even an organization that's nonprofit and followed around the world by people at ACE. Are you able to reveal anything that's going on at ACE? Not secret, not down the pipeline. We've had Shannon on our show. She's talked about things that are coming up. She's talked about ACE Group Fit. She's invited me. We've collaborated on there. You have a lot of resources, which Anthony talked about. Maybe how that's going to come forward on our site as instructors and trainers are still going there for where to figure all this out.
Well, I'd say that there are probably a couple things, Lawrence, to be brief, is that we just launched what we call the ACE Mover method.
Right.
And the intention there is that it's our belief that you've got to be able to establish a connection with folks in order to really come alongside and empower them and help them to make those important lifestyle changes that we're trying to get to make. And so the ACE Mover method is just a real simple little tool to help group fitness instructors, personal trainers, medical exercise specialists to be able to coach their clients through that all-important behavior change process. And it really, we talk about kind of the ABCs, always be coaching. And really it talks about things that I've heard you say as I've been listening to you in terms of really, listening more so that you understand what people are trying to communicate to you, and also recognizing that the client is the expert of his or her own life. And what we need to do is to understand kind of what their why is, what their needs and wants are, and how we can come alongside as a trusted advisor to help them on that journey.
Thank you.
Thank you. Excited about.
So inspirational. And I continue that with my addition. My prayer is to be quick and slow, to be quick to listen, quick to see, and slow to judge. And that goes for my own political outlook now, because I clearly have a lot to learn. Thank you for sharing with us that tidbit. And that's all on AceFit. And it's great incentive for people to go to your site, even if they don't have an ACE certification yet. We have lots of tools for personal trainers, lots of tools for group fitness in future. It's a wonderful career, and it's a gold standard, right? So it's so important that you also put out resources before people drop that money and intimidation to take this certification. Yay!
Oh, absolutely. Thanks, Lawrence.
Thank you for being with us. God bless. Thanks for telling us about your family. Happy Father's Day. Happy first day of summer, and happy eclipse.
Thank you so much, and we must catch up.
I hope so. Bye.
All right, be well.
Thanks, you too. Bye. Yay. Goodbye to Cedric. Such an icon in the industry. Whether you have an ACE certification or not, please follow him. You've seen him, Cedric Bryant, and you know what to do now. Guess what? We're leaving the United States. What? I'm going to show you the flag because that shows everything. And if I didn't show you this flag, I wouldn't be true to who I am in my inside. What? Yeah, it's more than just a big nose. My friends, if you're just joining us, please make sure you click share and share now so you're streaming on your wall, not mine, and you put a hashtag in your comments. Hashtag I was here watching from wherever you're watching from is. And remember to get all of this, all 7 shows for free. Just findlawrence.com/fitnessworks. We're going to go to another guest who's super special because he was on our early shows, and now he's come back after months and months, 7 episodes. Our dear friend Serafino from Rome, Italy, what was New York, the epicenter of all of the Western attention to all things COVID. Serafino, buonasera.
Eccomi.
Hi.
Can you see me?
I can see you and I can hear you. Polestar Italia is alive and well.
Yes.
Happy Father's Day. Happy solstizio. Happy, solstizio.
Tutto. Happy tutto. Happy everything.
Thank you for being in our original PSA. You looked at us with your finger and you looked in the camera and you said, tutto andrà bene. Everything will work out and be okay. And look, how's life? Well, first of all, where are you and what time is it?
Okay, it's 11 p.m. here in Rome, Italy.
And for anyone who may say, Lawrence, how cruel, not starting the show with Serafino and having a guest wait till 11 o'clock, he's just coming home from work waiting to boil pasta for dinner. I'm joking, but you asked for this late hour, correct?
Yes, because I actually wanted to go for a walk. I wanted to go have an aperitivo.
Oh, it's possible now? Tell us. Remember, you don't
Yes.
have to review your answers from months and months ago, but that wasn't possible at all. You were singing outside at 9 o'clock with your speakers and banging pots on the street. What's Rome like today?
Well, Rome has sort of come alive. Gymnasiums or Pilates studios and all sort of exercise studios have opened from the 1st of June. Have opened from the 1st of June. Shops have opened from, I think, the 26th of May. So they've been 1 week before. So they started 1 week before, and then we started 1 week after they opened. So now, slowly getting back together. Like rules like, we can walk on the streets, but you can't congregate. You can't have a lot of people together. You can only have either relatives together, but you can't have friends together. So the same rules as everywhere in the world, really.
And is your Pilates studio up and running?
It's been open from the 1st of June. So we've been open 20 days. Nearly two and a half weeks. Things are very slow. We're still continuing our mat classes and our group classes online. And we're doing our reformer and gyrotonic and semi individual sessions in the gym, in the Pilates studio.
Thank you for the update. Thank you for telling me what it's like with the gym and your studio. If I were in your studio and I were on my back with my legs in the air and I were doing something called 100, listen you, attento, io non sono cattivo. Adesso non sono cattivo. I'm not a bad boy. Do I have to wear a mask to do the 100 and all that Pilates breathing?
Only teachers have to wear a mask. The clients don't have to wear the masks.
And that's government reasoning
that's
or
government,
yours or?
yes,
I'm just
yes.
asking. I don't judge. I just ask.
Yeah.
I'm trying to learn here.
Yeah, only teachers need to wear the mask. Students don't have to wear a mask, but every student must be 2 meters away from the other students.
And not eat garlic because there's all that heavy breathing. Right. Okay. I didn't ask you. It's a very important question for me. You know, I have to say thank you again for being one of the very few people who I've asked who said yes to being first episode, and now 7 episodes later, I'm very in your debt, and I'm very grateful to you as a
thanks for
humanitarian.
inviting me as well.
You're telling us about Rome. I want to ask you, what is your current state of mind, Serafino?
Oh, you know what? Mixed feelings. I'm a bit surprised at how the human race has challenged or has approached this pandemic.
How so?
I thought they would have reacted more constructively, but I think they're reacting too egoistically. My point of view, I think a lot of people are still scared for themselves rather than scared for the society in whole. So what happens is that a lot of people aren't, you know, at a certain point, I think you got to risk. You got to take a risk and say, I'm protecting myself and I want to protect, but I need to understand how the society is going to go forward. And people aren't taking that step forward to say, okay, we need to take a tiny bit educated risk into the future. And I still think they're not doing that. They're just too scared of getting sick themselves rather than, I understand, you know, the first thing should be you don't want to make other people sick. Therefore, if you have any illness, you don't go, you don't do anything. And that's the main thing. You don't want other people to get sick. And I think that's not what is happening here. I think people are saying, I don't want to get sick.
So more of an I mentality than a we mentality?
Yes. And I'm a bit, I didn't think it was going to be that strong, but I'm feeling that sensation now.
Okay.
And a lot of, like, let's say at least 60 to 70% of the people here in Italy.
I'm sorry to hear that, and I thank you for saying what you're really feeling, which is called honesty, right? Before we go to my next question, you were telling me about the gyms and the litmus test of what's going on in your club and the distancing and masks and instructors. Thank you for all of that. If I were right now at this hour walking the Spanish Steps, Piazza Spagna, or some of my Borboni's favorite streets right there, what would I see? Less people, streets, all the restaurants there in that zone where I was in the hotel where you had me stay when I was teaching for you. What would I see? Anything different at all, or is it completely different?
Well, you won't see any tourists. There's not even 1% of tourists now. So you don't see any people other than Italians now.
Oh, all right. So less people on the streets. It's normally full blown.
It's about 70% less. 70% less people. Yes.
Okay, but I'm glad the gyms are starting to open up because fitness works and fitness needs to keep working.
Well, yes, we
in
are.
A smart way.
Yeah, we're all opening up, but we're having a very, very hard time convincing people that they've got to exercise smartly and consciously, but they've got to exercise. That's the only remedy for this, pandemic. You've got to eat well, you've got to exercise well, as we all know.
Right. And having people internalize that with a new reality is another message, and you take that on, which is good for you.
Yeah.
Serafino, tell me what's been inspiring you. Before, it was outdoor speakers and the evening 9-10 p.m. music, dancing in your own space at home. Now it's a different reality. What's been inspiring you?
I think what's inspiring me now is meditation, and not because I want to do well, not because I want to meditate. I think what has inspired me is my ability to, come out of the box, step out of my box and try other things. I don't do it because I want to be peace with myself. I do it because it's something that I haven't really touched on, and I want to take another step out of the box, and that's why I'm choosing that. And I'm
That's
sincere
lovely.
about that, because most people say I want to do meditation because I want to relax and I want to be peaceful with myself. I'm already peaceful with me. I feel I'm very peaceful with myself. I'm just doing it to feel another reality and see if it works for me, or in any way it would work for me and for my clients.
Thank you. Anything since Serafino we last spoke that has been a new discovery of your newly reimagined life at your studio and home time with your partner, by yourself, that is now a new highlight of your life?
You know what? The highlight, you know what, the new highlight of my life is understanding now that nothing is certain.
Not walking around for the aperitivo, which is now possible. I was sure that was going to be your
But you know what? Even with such uncertainty, you've just got to move on. You've just got to think, you know, we're living in a very uncertain state, and every day is different and everything. And you just say, okay, it's very, I need to do what I want to do sometimes. I want to go have a drink of wine. I'm going to go have a drink of wine intelligently. I need to take, so acknowledging that there's a lot of uncertainty and they'll always be there, and wishing it for it to go is not the way of resolving the problem. You know, wishing that the virus goes away is not good. Wishing that the problem will go away is not good. The problem will always be here. We've just got to deal with it, and we've got to deal it with intelligently.
And prepare for when it happens again, not if.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, which is like the instructors to say, I'm going to close down my Zoom and go back and teach in person. Are you nuts?
No.
It's not or, it's and. You continue and
yes.
you go back to some new reality, and you continue your tips and donations and contributions and money and prices that you've been making at home, because you are a business. We don't get taught on business. So that's where you have more information to teach your people besides laying on your full back with your legs in the air and do 100 and all the other wonderful things that you do.
Well, you know, I now do a lot of clients don't want to come to gym anymore. So I think, you know, what can I do for them to help, you know, to keep moving? So what I do is I give them a donation package. Therefore, I give them some YouTube classes, and they donate for the YouTube, and I just send them the links to the certain YouTube, and they can see it each month, and each month is a donation.
Correct.
And that's and the beauty about Italians is that we try to do our best in every circumstance that we do it, you know. And
yes, we do.
Yeah, we try to do everything we can.
You're Italian too.
Yes. And, you know, I think, you know, doing that really has opened our ways of doing business as
correct
teachers.
Let me ask you before we go on, Serafino, what word are you using in Italian when you ask for the donations?
Un supporto.
Perfect. That's it. Because it doesn't always translate as donations. It's support, financial contribution. When we use the word in English, part of our PSA, as you know, when we use the word contribution to our services or tips, we're saying that we're a business and we're certified like nothing is free. When we use the word donations in English, we set ourselves up on par with Salvation Army and the Red Cross and the Make-A-Wish Foundation that rely on charity. We are certified professionals asking for contributions, not donations. So good for you, supporto. I knew in Italian you were going to choose the appropriate word. I just knew you, because that's why you're such a smarter person than I am, which is why I've invited you twice. Hello. Plus, you know, you're like really good on camera. You look gorgeous, and that's not a hit or something not politically incorrect. All my guests look beautiful on camera in everyone's own way, in every beautiful degree of crazy that we are. Any shout outs you might want to make to people who have been supporting you, who might be watching?
What did you say? I didn't get
Any
that.
shout out you might want to make to somebody who might be watching or who has been really supporting you in the last couple of months?
Well, you know what? I just want to shout out. What do you mean? Just some.
I want to thank the girl in my front row, Louisa, because she's never stopped. She always pays. She didn't cancel her membership, and it's because of her that I'm able to have my aperitivo.
Listen, I'm very grateful for my clients, and without my clients, you know, that have supported me through these 3 months of lockdown, they really have supported me economically as well, giving their support or their donation. And they're actually, what I liked about it is that they also gave the links to the YouTube to the friends, and their friends are there. So it's a nice way of getting around, and it's that support system of saying, yes, fitness works for all reasons. And the other day, one of the mothers came with their child to my club, and she said, I'm bringing my child. And I said, why'd you bring her? Not why'd you bring her? She goes, she wanted to see you because she loves seeing you on the YouTube. And she really loves seeing, and she tried her best to do all the exercises.
Oh, that's great, but charge her for seeing, half price.
Yeah, no, she didn't. No, she supports, but the whole thing
fitness works.
Yeah. And that's a good thing that I've learned about this, and it's just people are there, there are a lot of people that are egoistic and are scared for themselves.
Really?
Yes. And the thing is, we just try to do our best, and if they listen, they listen. If they don't listen, we'll try to make them listen. If they don't try to listen after that, sometimes before they die, they'll listen. Because everyone, before they actually kick that bucket, thinks, shit, I'm now exiting the world, and I forgot to do this, this, and this. So the reality does come once.
It's our resilience planning. We've learned not how to only think for the last couple of months, but how to move forward with a plan 1 and a plan B and a plan 3. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Can I thank you on behalf of all of our viewers for staying up?
Thank you.
At 11 p.m., people are just having their afternoon shower.
And I hope the craziness of Italy has showed you the whole world that, we're all in it together in all this craziness, but at least behind this craziness, there's lots of love, there's lots of art, there's lots of space, there's lots of beauty in Italy, and let's just continue living our world as it is, even though there are some bad and good points about everything.
Thank you. Delta is working with the government to reinstate flights as we speak, and it may be that's the only way Biscuit and I are going to get to Greece this year will be through Rome, of the last place I thought I'd be flying through. We don't know. Stay tuned, but I definitely will let you know.
Come and see me, though.
Aperitivi e gelati.
All the way. I found this really great place. It's fantastic. It's right on top of the Piazza Navona Church. It's fantastic.
I have no trouble going anywhere to be on top, or if it has to go to bottom, whatever you need. I thank you. I send you love on behalf of all of us. We
all
thank
my
you
love
for
from Rome, Italia. Ciao, ragazzi. Ciao.
Ciao. Bye-bye, Italy. My friends, you know where we're going? Whoa, in an instant, to the United States. My friends, if you're just joining, do me a favor. 2, number 1, click share. Share now. So you're watching this and traveling, and our biggest last 6.5 hour around the world, episode 7 virtual global town hall, showing our consumers who don't know they need to pay Fitness Works by sharing our live broadcast. Please make a comment, hashtag I was here watching from, and where you're watching from. Please feel free to make comments, takeaways, questions, and I'll address all of those tomorrow, although all of you are involved so much as we speak. In addition, to get all of this, including our episode 7 and some special bonuses, just remember in your browser, findlawrence.com/fitnessworks, and you'll get everything from me to you. In the United States, we're going to go to a mover and a shaker. This is one busy individual, Tasha. Hip healthy chick. She has been moving and shaking. There you see her. Our Tasha Edwards is someone that Suzanne Olsen on our last episode 6 mentioned as a mover and a shaker. And I said, we gotta have her on our show. Although we have been collaborating for over a year, not on my show. Hello, Tasha. Can I hear you?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
We can. Happy Father's Day. Happy first day of summer. There you are.
Yes.
Happy summer solstice. Hi.
Happy summer solstice. I love summer.
Where are we finding you and what time is it, Tasha?
I am in Madison, Alabama, and it is 4:19 Central Standard Time.
Wonderful. You're an hour behind the Caribbean right now this time of the year. Puerto Rico actually never changes its time, but the East Coast goes forward and back and all these things. Tasha, what's your current state of mind?
Oh gosh, tired, wired, inspired.
I love that. tired, wired, and inspired. I know that my viewers, your viewers, our viewers are writing those down as takeaway, as inspiration. You've been streaming a lot of content. You've been making a lot available. Everybody's following you by the day. When I spoke to you last week, you said, "My Instagram's on fire."
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
How does that
Yeah.
feel? Yeah.
Weird, but overwhelming. But I just feel so blessed that people want to share space with me.
We're honored
And
to share
so-
space with you. We need to share space with you. Absolutely. We don't know what we don't know until we start talking about it, and then we need to be vocal about making more space. Thank you for being on our show. What is the state of mind of fitness where you are in Alabama? Are things open, closed, open with distancing, open with masks? What's going on? Are you back in a physical place working?
All of the above. I am back. So I teach at a Pilates studio. And so right now we have 12 reformers, but we're only opened at half capacity. So 6 people. I did my main gym open, and I'm not ready to go back there. My clients aren't ready to go back there. And there was another gym where I was that I actually resigned yesterday, but it was getting more crowded and more crowded, and people weren't wearing masks, and I just didn't feel safe.
Thank you. Thank you for telling that candor. Really, I'm not going to say where, but for when we need to make money and fitness works and we're able to go back to some kind of reimagined reality, if people don't make it safe for us, they're expecting go back to normal. They need to make us feel safe because, and if we're gym providers, which I also am, we need to make our number one people, our software in any club is you. It's I, right? We're the software. We need to make people feel safe first and foremost. And that starts with our own more than anyone else. I'm sorry you had to leave, but because of your new following and what you're offering online, I'm sure you're going to make up that lost revenue.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I am. It's been heavy, but this time has just been so amazing. I think we've all kind of found time to find those niches that we had, or those creative energies that we didn't know how to express, and we've been forced to. So now, yeah.
How wonderful is that? And you know what? You'll always remake money when you have chosen your heart and you have followed your ethical beliefs. And as you know, in our mentoring group, we're talking about ways that we can even make money when we sleep, because we need to decrease sweat equity or multi-purpose our sweat equity. What are all the things you're teaching that people can find you online? Because we're putting in comments how we can find you. We see your name. You are on social media, Hip Healthy Chick. Can you spell that out for us?
Yes, HIPHEALTHYCHICK.
Thank you. And as Hip Healthy Chick on Facebook and Instagram, you're doing a lot of content. What kind of things are you teaching right now virtually?
Yeah, you know, I have a private group where I had been doing some Pilates classes, but at this point, I do know that there is more required of me. And so I am finishing up a meditation certification, and I was awarded a scholarship to do trauma conscious yoga this coming weekend.
Congratulations.
And so thank you. So I plan to just weave all of that in, and really, I think some of it has been fear of really putting myself out there, but I'm already out there.
Right. Yeah. We're all fearful.
Yeah, it is definitely a growing process, and I am looking forward to having more where I can invite more people.
What I found is now, Tasha, people are falling in love with the person that they could never meet in the club.
Yeah.
And that's what sells emotionally and physically. A good payer is a good player, and a good player is a good payer. People will be generous as they can be. Nothing is free. Fitness works, right? And when you're discovering more ways to put yourself out there, I'll say this time appropriately, I hope, we will also, in addition to Pilates, see Tasha as highly motivated, heavily meditated. Whew, came out that time. Great. Anything else you want to think of teaching along the way?
I've taught quite a few Zumba classes. I've done them on Facebook. I've done one on Instagram Live. I think I may have done one on Zoom. And so I might throw 1 or 10 of those in the mix.
Throw 10. Ask for contributions, pay as you wish, and tips. I love the word tips. The drag queen taught me that. It's not a donation. It's a tip, you know, to ensure professionalism. TIP, done. I'm professional. I'm certified. You're learning all this stuff. We have fees even for our music. There we have to go.
Yes,
Tasha.
I learned that from you to change my wording. So thank you.
It's the inking of our thinking, right? If you talk cheap, people associate us with cheap. Not that you ever have. I'm just saying, if I'm using cheaper words, I'm learning that I have to up my verbal skills on our planet politically and professionally with our new climate that's evolving by the day. Tasha, what's inspiring you? You have your fingers in many pots now, meditation. What's inspiring you?
Real conversation and watching the industry that I've been a part of for so long actually move into action, as opposed saying, you know, we probably should think about that, you know. And so just the people that are in my circle, just watching people I've been associated with for years are saying, this is what I'm doing. There are no more posts. There's no more, you know, 6-page PowerPoint presentations. Here's what I'm doing. It's on the table. Let's move. That is inspiring.
Thank you. That's very specific, and I love to hear that, because if you're getting inspired in our very challenging, traumatic times political climate, we have to know what you're going to as the examples that we all need to learn from and follow towards. Because a lot of us want to make change and have a voice and don't know how to use our voice, those of us who have a following. So that's why I invite you to guide us and tell us how we can be more inclusive, more anti-racist, more hashtag Black Lives Matter, more than a black square, to keep moving. Are you finding that we're starting to make some progress?
I am. I will tell you, one of the most emotional things for me was to watch my friends amplify melanated voices when they were all willing to go silent for a week, to repost content of Black influencers and fitness professionals, and to really listen without feeling the need to interject. They didn't feel attacked. They were open, and it gave us a platform that we haven't always had, you know? And I was so humbled by that. On a personal and professional level, I was very humbled.
Great. You mentioned that specific initiative of a week long. I didn't know about that, and I'm wanting to learn. How can we find out more on your post?
It was set to be the first week of June, but that hashtag amplify melanated voices.
Okay.
And people were just reposting content of fitness influencers that they actually shared space with. So it wasn't like going out and necessarily just grabbing someone to look like you were in the know.
Right.
But reposting the things, I asked people not to repost anything of mine that they did not resonate with.
Thank you. Thank you for that specific. Can you spell out the hashtag, please? The melanated voices.
Yes. AMPLIFY MELANATED VOICES.
Melanated voices. And the first is amplify. Amplify melanated voices. Got it. Thank you very much for that. Any shout out, Tasha? You have a support system out there. It's growing by the day.
Oh, gosh,
of anyone that you might be watching?
It is. To all of my clients who have really helped me stay in this game, or anyone who has contributed or offered any type of monetary support, emotional support, resources, all of y'all, the real MVPs. Yeah.
Oh, the most valuable participants. That's so wonderful. I think that's just a wonderful way to leave. You've given us lots of thought, lots of practical, and a really important hashtag, because I'm learning by the day with love in my heart and a commitment to continue to speak as I learn how to find my voice. Beyond saying I'm anti-racist and I want to diversify, thank you for giving us practicals. Thank you for being a leader. Thank you for agreeing to be on our show. And I look forward to collaborating more as you've mentioned, we're in a mentoring mastermind group together. So I love what you bring to our table, and I love that you drop by, and I love that you're sharing our programs and your initiatives so we can all learn together. That's really important, to know who have the open minds and the open hearts to then have an open mouth and speak.
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you. Best wishes and safety to Alabama.
Thank you so much. Bye.
Bye, Tasha. All right, my friends, if you're just joining us, we are in the United States, and it's important that we show a little pride and patriotism in our American flag. We're going to stay in the United States. If you're just joining us, please do us a favor, click share and share now. All my guest presenters are doing that so that we're watching from your feed, not mine. Click in comments, hashtag make a comment, hashtag I was here, and where is your here? From where are you watching? To get all of these shows and some special prizes, no charge, just love. Remember, in your browser, findlawrence.com/fitnessworks. Everything works in fitness, in wellness, and services. The last thing we learn in group fitness is how to charge for our services. No one tells us how to ask for money. You know, the veterans in the industry, the people who have been around, the people whose sessions I took years ago at conventions, like my next guest, are the people who have the wisdom. You might think that our next guest is associated really with the program worldwide craze Zumba. Sure. But do you know she's also associated with most magazines of fitness in the world, as well as associated with things like Reebok and the first idea conventions ever, and an icon and mover shaker in our industry. But I'll tell you none of that. I'll tell you that joy brings joy and is my friend. Hello, Joy. We can hear you.
Hi there, Lawrence. I'm so happy to see you. How
Thank
are
you for being with us. Happy Father's Day.
Oh, I know. It is a special day, isn't it?
First day of summer. It's our solstice. After today, the days have less daylight by seconds every day. Where are we finding you and what time is it?
So you're finding me in Delray Beach, Florida.
Yay.
So it is 5:31 p.m. And it's a little piece of heaven where I am, and a big piece of heaven talking to you and all of these wonderful, wonderful people that you've been interviewing. It's so exciting.
Icon, veteran, author, creator, synonymous with Zumba Gold and Zumba programming, ACSM programmer for 100 years when you invited me to come into that organization and present sessions. Gratefully, I acknowledge all the stuff you've done for us, even at Reebok. As the new kid on the block, you welcomed me in as one of the first people with Josie to come over and said, what's your story? And we were sweet ever since then. Thank you. Not everybody came over to this bucket of crazy and said, hey, welcome, what's your story? Joy, one of my backstories in my streaming area is the word joy. So to have you on my show is sort of symbolic to me that you agreed and we had Josie. So thank you for this. What is your current state of mind?
You know, actually, my current state of mind is really positive, optimistic, and kind of like an adventure. We're on this path. And what I realized, because our offices with Zumba closed the middle of March, March 15th.
Where?
Our offices are in Hallandale, Florida.
Okay.
So I actually physically work, can you believe, in an office. I mean, it's so not traditional me at all. Never, who'd have thunk it in their wildest dreams. And it is so exciting to work with this incredible team of people with this organization. But I realized when all of a sudden the office was closing, I needed to be grounded. I needed to be me. I needed to keep sort of what is me, because I'm a morning person. I get up, I meditate, I exercise, and then I go. And if I could be true to myself and do that and go forward, then it would be fine. So I'm good. I'm really good.
Thank you. Of course, Joy is going to have a positive, inspirational message. About fitness in Florida, I don't know if you saw, we started with between our priest and Italy, we had a drag queen also from Florida, where Miami, South Beach is opening up with Athena. Tell me where Florida is where you are. Any clubs open?
We're
not really?
That far from Miami. We're about 50 miles north.
Okay.
And we are open, but I would say, I think it's been a really slow rollout.
Okay.
And
Cautious.
so, yeah, I think people are cautious. They're checking it out. And plus, you know, a lot of the big clubs now, you know, they have certain parameters, certain capacity. So I think it's a mixture. I still see a lot of people outside running and walking and talk to a lot of people. And welcome to the virtual world.
Are you loving it? I mean, a whole new word of Zoom to be Zumba, right? I'm sure you guys are sick of those plays on words now, but I think about it all the time.
I have to tell you, we have jumped in with both feet, and it has been so exciting. And when you talk about motivation, and you know, I've been in fitness for a very long time and been a lot of wonderful organizations, a lot of wonderful opportunities, and friends like yourself, and seeing Cedric and seeing Jeffrey. I mean, pals from so many years. And I look at how Zumba has risen to this so quickly. Within a week or two, we gave all of our people that have been Zumba instructors, okay, you can go ahead and teach virtual classes. We support you. A couple of weeks later, we actually built our own platform so that they could do pre-recorded classes, now live classes. Here's 500 songs we own, use them, go for it. We have been doing a lot of innovative things. All of our training programs, of which there are about 13, all we are teaching now virtually around the world. And just this week, I'm really excited because I'm sort of part of programming. We rolled out
Of course you are, sort of, so Mrs. Modest.
We rolled out a new program called Zumba Virtual Pro. This is totally a virtual training, a live virtual training, just as we are live, but we're virtual.
Right.
And to give our people around the world better tools, more information about how they can teach classes, how they can communicate virtually, how we can empower them. Because let's face it, we'll get back to live things, but the virtual world is here to stay. And we may as well help people be more successful and help them, empower them so that they have the tools. And it's so exciting. We connect with people all over the world now. I love it. I just love it.
Thank you for sharing that specific information of what's going on with Zumba that I didn't know about. How do we find out more about the Zumba Pro thing?
So you can go on to Zumba.com and look at our programming.
Right.
And
I know that, but
find trainings and you have to be part of the Zumba network.
Right.
But you can also just go to Zumba.dance and you can find hundreds, probably want to say thousands of live classes that you can tag into. You don't have to be part of Zumba. And it's for the people, the consumers. It's for other instructors. It's for people like you and me that I want to do a class at 4 o'clock this afternoon.
I want to get some music and get my dance on with Tony Stone. So I can just, Tony's watching. I think it'd be nice just to get on and know that I don't have to be in that secret community or that Zumba instructor network community. Exactly. And what a great example, Joy, you're giving us of a company that stepped up and made resources available, because not everybody, hashtag not so much. Some people were left high and dry. Our club is closed, and some instructors and trainers were actually told you're not allowed to make outreach to your clients or your students because technically they belong to us, the gym owners, which is true. So people were in a predicament. Zumba said, here's the music, here's the platform, here's the online stuff. Go teach, make money, and stay relevant and stay fed. Thank you.
And we know they need to be empowered, and we know they need to make money.
Right.
I love the fact of what you're doing. Totally brilliant. Lauren,
thank you.
Always...
Linda Shelton. Thank you to Linda Shelton. When I said, what are we going to call this? Fitness Works, because nothing is free. It doesn't have to be that we're going to triple our salary during a pandemic, but we're going to rethink, reimagine, and stay fed. So thank you for supporting Fitness Works by being here and for knowing that nothing is free.
Well, and it's true. And we need to realize that as we are fitness professionals. We have worked hard and we deserve to have payment. And we have to put food on the table. Let's face it. Come on. The electricity, we have to live. And it's validated.
The licensing fees, the Zumba fees, the food, the groceries, the dog food.
Yeah, Well, your little doggy, I don't know. But he's pretty special, so I think he has to have very special food.
He eats because his travel is so well, normally
Mhm.
every day his life changes. The only thing I want consistent is my love. That's inspirational in the walls under the network. Thank you for telling us about how we can go to Zumba.dance. Anything else has inspired you from colleagues or people you may have just seen around the world during this time? Because you're pretty connected. What's brought you inspiration or joy in our community from anywhere else in general, by chance?
So I've been inspired by people reaching out, connecting, sharing, collaborating. And I'll say one more thing that Zumba's doing that's really pretty cool.
Sure.
That when our instructors host a class, we have been working with, I'm going to get it right, so I make sure that I say it, global food banking with the global. And so for the first million, we are matching a meal for the first million. Wow. The last number I heard earlier this week was that we had already donated 760,000 meals.
Thank you for that. That's so social good. Tell us that organization. You can read it again so we could get it right and put it in our comments.
It's Global Food Banking Network. And Zumba is doing this. When you go on and you see our instructors posting classes, every time they post a class, we count that. And that class counts to a meal, which is incredible.
Thank you.
And I'm really excited because I think so many organizations around the world are doing amazing things now to reach out. And just like you're reaching out to fitness people all over the world. I think it's so amazing, so incredible that you're connecting us. And we are connected. We have a common goal. Our goal is to help people be healthier, physically, mentally, spiritually. And
that's our profession. It's not a sin to be paid for your profession because my doctor, therapist, and chiropractor get paid as well. It's a charity. What?
Exactly. So it's really exciting to me and very inspirational. And it's been so great, even as being involved with Zumba and knowing so many of our trainers and our instructors, to connect with people now via Zoom, via Google Hangouts, via Facebook, FaceTime, you name it, and see people teaching and doing and sharing and talking all over the world.
Not only do I have to thank you for being on our show, but I have to be a huge shout out to Josie, because when Josie said, I think if you ask Joyce, she'll say yes. She's super busy. And I thought, I can't imagine. She's synonymous with all these programs you're talking about. So thank you for time here.
It's my honor. It's really my honor, Lawrence.
Is there anybody watching that's been your support system any of this time that you want to make a shout out to besides Josie?
Besides, of course. Another great friend and another wonderful mentor and collaborator is Petra Robinson. Lives in San Diego, and I'm sure you know Petra. Petra's been in the fitness industry forever, and actually running into her at one of Sarah City's events, Josie and I met up with her in 2006, and she introduced us to Zumba. So thanks to her at a time.
And who? Sorry.
Petra Robinson.
Right, yeah. But then I thought you said another one. When you talk to Petra, you please ask her what happened to her when we were on stage together in Asia. And then a month later, what happened to her when we were on stage together in Southern California? That is a story, but not for here.
Okay. Well,
Do I know Petra?
And I've had some amazing mentors in my life. Jim Peterson, who is very involved with ACSM and healthy learning. Actually, Cedric. And in those days, back in the 80s, when we were just beginning to look at certification, and some of us had already been teaching for a very long time. And I think of those days, and I think of how important these people have been in my life to work and then to come into a company like Zumba, when I'm thinking, oh, do I kind of want to retire, oh no, let's have another new career. And what
You will always be going. You can't.
What?
We won't let you. You're so connected. You know where all the bones are buried, and
Right.
you're keeping more people alive by bringing your wisdom, right?
And I just feel that, you know, the universe has given me this incredible gift to be able to go to a different level, a little bit different, a lot of mentoring, a lot of excitement. And I just think, oh my goodness, there's still so much to learn, so much to do, that it's unbelievable. So
Do you have children, Joy?
I have 3 children.
Tell us really briefly.
7 grandchildren.
Oh my gosh, of course you do. In the shortest way, choose one aspect of being a good father that you would like to share with just.
Well, you know, I listened to some of your previous guests, and when I was thinking about this, because I think it is today's Father's Day, and what I think. And I think back to my dad. My dad was very quiet, very humble, but the essence of love that poured out of him, I always felt secure and loved. And I look at my boys, because I have 2 boys, and they're both dads, and I look at them and I get really emotional and overwhelmed, because I look at them, and when I see them with their children, I see such love and such connection. It's being in that moment, expressing the love. Yes, there are days that you have to scold them. Yes, there are days you have to do this and this and this. But you know, the undercurrent is love. And I see that, I see such an expression of love in my boys with their children. And I think back to my dad, and I miss him to this day so much, because that was the love, that was the security, that was, I knew I was always, I was grounded. And that's a gift. That's such a gift.
Thank you for sharing your emotion with us. Sorry?
And you're a gift, Lawrence. You are.
Thank you for saying that. Although when you see the blood go through the generations, you again are in the presence of your dad, right?
Yeah.
Because no one ever really leaves. We just change in form, and people really come back in different ways, I believe, spiritually. And look at you in your generations. Joy, I have to thank you. I want to thank you. I plead to thank you for the present of your wisdom with all of us, for bringing us joy, for bringing us connection, valid takeaways. When you scroll through the comments on Facebook, you'll see that you have brought us wisdom. I know we can find you and your work through Zumba. Am I mistaken, or am I just not able to find you on Instagram?
It's Joy Prouty 1.
Okay,
it's
great. There we go.
But go for it. But oh my goodness, thank
you. We need to follow her, because she's an icon, my friends. And when you want to know in industry how fitness works through the years, like you said, pre-certification to now Zumba putting out all these philanthropic social good outreaches as well. Thank you. Thank you for being somebody we can look to and learn from.
Thank you. Stay safe, and I love you, Lawrence.
I love you more. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Goodbye to Joy. And we're going to stay in the United States, my friends. And if you're just joining us, guess what? I invite you to share and click share now. So we're watching this on your shared feed. So our last episode 7 of a 6.5 hour around the world is our most shared. Can be only my invitation to us for Father's Day, for eclipse, for solstice, and for the beginning of Father's Day, and less light and more light inside. Please make a comment, hashtag I was here, watching from, and where you're watching from. Interact with us, questions, comments, as well as takeaways, so our valued, illustrious speakers will know that you're here to get all of these shows and more surprises and gifts. findlawrence.com/fitnessworks, and you'll be able to stay connected. Our next guest is somebody that I have to say I met through being invited to be on a panel on another show. Kia Williams, fitness icon, I didn't know, mover, shaker, speaker, and now humanitarian of global outreach. Really important words when we listen to her, just her voice alone, you gotta listen up. Hello, Kia, happy Father's Day, happy solstice.
Hi, Lawrence. Hello, hello. A great month to celebrate a lot of things, yeah? Happy Pride Month. Happy belated Juneteenth.
It is, yes,
Awesome.
belated Juneteenth. I'm going to invite you to turn your video on. I shared you another. I like, it's kind of fitting. We have a black square, and now, hi.
Hey.
Hi.
Hello.
Where are we catching you, and what time is it?
I am in Colorado, and it is about 3:50 p.m. Yeah,
All
I'm in my multi-purpose room.
all
my
have one of
living
those.
room, my dining room, my studio, my dance club, my office, all of the above. How are you, Lawrence? You look well. Are you well?
I am. You're so sweet to ask. Nobody ever asks back, or people ask, and I'm so into the guests that I keep going. Thank you very much. I want to make sure we put your name here because people need to follow you. Your name is here now. You are a mover and a shaker, and you teach movement. You are impeccable with your bar. You're a master trainer for so many programs. We met, as I was saying while I was waiting for you to come on, that we were on a panel together talking about social media, and I said, I need to know more about who she does. No, not about who you do, actually, whom you do. Let's start again. I need to know more about what you are doing because I love the message that you're spreading. Then I saw you speak after I did on the Bar Above group, and then I see some of the classes you're putting out. You're just one to follow for everybody. Listen, start following now. Get out your gadgets, as they say in Asia, or your devices. Start following, save yourself some time. Kia, tell us, what's your current state of mind?
What's my current state of mind? Right now, Lawrence, I probably need a good nap, but nonetheless, I am inspired. I am incredibly blessed and highly favored. That is for sure. I'm fiercely motivated and driven. Man, let's get to work. That's how I feel. Let's work.
And we have a lot of work to do, don't we?
Yes,
Now that
sir.
we've started communicating, we have to do more than a black square.
Yeah, absolutely. So much work to do. My favorite quotes for, I think, my entire life have been, no one's free until everyone's free. That is Fannie Lou Hamer. You've heard it. Yeah. And injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Yeah, we know. We know.
Thank you. Thank you for that. In Colorado, can you give us a little check on the meter of freedom, of gyms opening, closing, masks allowed? Are you working in any physical places? Because we know you're on social and virtual streaming and beaming.
Yeah. Well, I don't know, Lawrence, because I'm social distancing and minding my own business. No, I'm totally kidding.
You are
Totally
social
kidding.
connection, but physically distancing.
No, our facilities are open right now, but under strict guidelines, expectations, but group fitness is hopping right now. People are so excited just to be out of their homes and moving with other people again. So we're doing well in Colorado. We are.
Great. And what's been in all this time, or most recently, inspiring you? Where's Kia been going to get some inspiration herself?
Sure. Well, I have a great tribe of people around me who are just beautiful people who are so inspiring and encouraging of each other. So I definitely feel uplifted on a regular basis. But just tuning in.
Can I just interject to all my mentees listening? Remember this takeaway. Surround yourself by people not only smarter than you, hence my team tonight, but by people who don't tolerate you, but who celebrate you. Sorry.
Absolutely. No, sorry. I agree with that wholeheartedly and completely. Just looking online, since I have pivoted my business and leaned into the online forum.
You have?
The need for support, compassion, and empathy that I am observing and feeling in so many ways, Lawrence, that drives me to continue to show up, speak up, serve, and provide. And I'm inspired by how the community around us, especially the fitness community, is growing and becoming stronger and collaborating with each other, supporting each other. It's a beautiful thing. Oh, I love it so much.
And a little more vocal. I'm always trying to learn more before I speak, because the fear is always saying the wrong thing, but I want to say a thing because staying silent equals complicity, some people say.
Right.
Therefore, I want to make sure that we make a voice, all of us of all colors, and the right voice in the right way, because what you don't change, you accept. So thanks for helping teach us what kind of words to use and where to start, because diversity is a huge topic.
It is, and inclusion as well. And, you know, people around us, people who follow us, although we may not know each other on an intimate level, we just want to have that security and peace of mind of where you stand. You know, who
Right.
is it that I'm dedicating and giving my time and effort to, even if I'm just scrolling on my phone? Who are you and where do you stand? Where are your values? That I believe that's what people want to hear from us.
And now one of the things I'm asking myself, you didn't say this, how diverse is my team?
Absolutely. Mm-hmm. Sure.
Huge. And I know I can do better, so I'm trying. Like I said to Calvin Wiley, and we closed our show, episode 6, 2 weeks ago. Kia, tell us, what's a new highlight of your life besides streaming and Zooming and making money now where you're not being pimped out by someone else at a convention, for
Oh my
example? You make 100% of what you put out there, right? Which is so refreshing for us in the fitness industry.
Yeah.
What's an unexpected highlight that's in addition to what you're doing?
Since COVID-19, probably since the stay-at-home mandate, Lawrence, my mindfulness and my patience with myself. That it's been a long time coming that I need to do better on, and I think that I've been forced into it, and I'm so appreciative of that. And I really enjoy not rushing from here, there, everywhere, and spending so much time in a car. I jokingly, but also in seriousness, I'm proud of cutting down on my carbon footprint. And I've somehow found even more time for my sweet little puppy who I have. But on a personal and micro level, I honestly feel more conscious of my contribution to society and environmental sustainability. So that's where I am. That's where I'm
Thank you
living.
for answering. Yes, hashtag Black Lives Matter. Yes, diversity. Yes, slowing down. But an unscripted question that I just have to ask you is, what's your puppy's name?
His name is Bosu.
Oh
He's
my
such
God.
a sweet boy. He's a hardworking man, and he has a birthday coming up this month. I'm sure
B-
you'll see it all over Instagram.
BOSU?
Yes, both
I'm a-
sides up.
Yeah, I'm development team master trainer and author for years at BOSU, right? So how cool is that? I went with Super Betty at 80 then, now she's 90, but we went to the BOSU manufacturing plant in Ohio. That was fascinating to see how they're actually made. When BOSU took back the rights from China and started making them in America, I thought David Weck and BOSU, just great for you. Good for you. Back to you, Kia.
Okay.
What is maybe a shout out you want to make to some of your friends or followers or support system that you know might be watching now?
Sure. Thank you so much for this opportunity. First of all, I want to thank everyone who showed up virtually and supported our Juneteenth yoga celebration and fundraiser for the NAACP Legal Defense and Education Fund. You all are absolutely phenomenal and beautiful. God bless you. And I thank you from the bottom of my heart.
Major goal.
Yes, thank you. I hope to see you all again next year because we will do it again. And a special shout out to Trisha Murphy Madden, she has the highest level of integrity and is so good to others. I'm sure I don't even know the number of times that she's shown up for me, whether I was at the table or not. Oh, she's a blessing. And a huge shout out to one of my closest friends and business partner, Lauren George. Everyone follow us on Fit and Fierce on the Mic, our podcast. We have a new episode coming soon. Yeah.
Can you say that one more time for the people who thought, I want to listen to more of this beautiful voice. I want to know where to go.
Thank you. Fit and Fierce on the Mic.
Wow. I wonder if you ever take any Italian American white boys on your show.
Hey, Lawrence, I got your number. How about that?
Thank you. I have to listen first. I'm not sure if it's a match.
Please do.
but
We're on Instagram at Fit and Fierce on the Mic. Yep.
Thank you. I will make sure that's in our comments as we follow you.
Thank you.
Because it's Father's Day and it's
Okay.
inspirational, the things that you talk about, what do you think are some qualities that make a good father or father-like figure?
Okay, from what I know, what I've observed and experienced, I would say a confidant, a champion, a constant reminder of your own worth, your self-worth, a model of or a positive example of what you should exude and what is expected of a good world that we're living in, unwavering support and protection and unconditional love. So truly happy Father's Day to the beautiful Black man who calls me his best friend and who taught me that I don't ride on the back of anybody's motorcycle. I ride my own bike. Happy Father's Day, Daddy. I love you so much. Thank you all. Happy Father's Day to everyone. You're wonderful.
Mic drop, word, finish, inspiration.
Oh,
I want to stop what? I want to continue collaborating. I just invited me on your podcast without.
Yes, you did, and you
were.
are more than welcome to come.
I can do this now, right? I can
Yes.
do this now, right? I can do this now, right? You know why? It's my
Cheers.
show. What are we drinking? Most important unscripted class.
At 3:45 in the afternoon, Merlot.
Oh, I love that. Life is but a Cabernet, old chum. Yeah, I don't drink red, but you know what? Antioxidants and grapes, whatever you can get them in. When I always say I'm dreaming of a white Christmas, but when the white runs out, I'll turn to red. Sure.
Why not?
Thank
It's
you
all
for the
about
present
balance.
of your wisdom for all of us. I really appreciate you. I appreciate your time. We are continuing. We're going to be this weekend doing something together in the Stavention, and I want to collaborate more and more with you. I'm learning how stupid I am and how much more I need to learn.
Oh.
And all of you are helping me find my voice, a bigger, more diverse, more inclusive, more anti-racist voice. And I'm excited about that because I'm the first to say, I don't know what I don't know. So thank you. Thank you for your presence. Thank you for your wisdom. And I will talk to you as we are almost daily now behind the scenes. Thank you very much.
God bless you, Lawrence. You take care.
Bye. God
Bye,
bless me
everyone.
with friends like you. Bye. Bye to
Bye.
Colorado. Bye, Kia. Kia Williams, my friends. Yes, she's one to follow. I'm telling you, she's one to follow. My friends, before we go very, very far symbolically, here today on first day of summer, it is the 21st. It's solstice. Please click share and share now. You've got to share our post or this is not doing anything. You've got to share this live show. You've got to share this timeline. I'm always trepidatious and eyebrows go up when I hear you got to. Could you please, if you believe in fitness, whether you're contributing to making the world more fit or you're taking advantage of fitness services, just click share. And if you don't believe in our show, then click delete. Just for now, for statistics. Some guests actually I've invited say, well, if you don't double or triple, it's a whole other story, your number of viewers and shares, we're not going to come as guests on your show. It is a whole other story. All I can ask you to do is share if you believe that hashtag fitness works. Please make a comment, hashtag I was here, watching from where, and to get all of these shows just for you, there's no secret agenda. You just findlawrence.com/fitnessworks. Another one of our guests that we had months and months ago at the beginning when we said, who will help give us a verbal check-in wherever you are, and also a video visual check-in, we went to the center of the world. And now on summer solstice, what do we call in English the center of the world? Equator. What do we call that in Spanish? The Ecuador. We're going back to Ecuador, my friends. Let's try it with this funky flag of Ecuador with this wonderful symbol in the middle. We will not be explaining. And bringing up for the second time on our show, a dear friend. I've been there several times to work in Janine's gym. A mover and a shaker. I'm married to an Italian. So smart is Janine. Hi, Janine.
Hi, Lawrence.
Happy Father's Day.
Thank you. Happy Solis.
Yeah, tell me, where are you?
How are you? I
It
am
looks
in
different.
Ecuador. I'm in
Yes.
Ecuador. I'm in my living room.
We've changed set for the second show. I was so used to the bottom of the stairs. Oh my
Well, we got to just keep changing it, right?
Yes. Where are we finding you? What time is it where we're finding you?
6:15.
Okay, thank you for that. And Janine, we know what your answers are or were from months ago when you agreed to jump on and tell us what was going on in Ecuador. We don't have to repeat what that was because I'd love all my guests to see the progress in some cases and the trajectory and evolution and transformation. What today is your current state of mind?
I'm in various states. I'd say I'm in 4 states right now.
Okay.
Empathy and compassion for what's been going on in the United States with Black Lives Matter, of course. And also growth and faith. I'm on my own little metamorphosis, change.
as we all are, but you're aware of it. So when you're self-cognizant of that, I think you're halfway there with a growth mentality versus a stuck mentality. You're not going to be able to have a testimony without all this test first, right? Is your gym open now? Your 2 gyms, sorry.
My 2 gyms, unfortunately, are not open yet, although we are prepping and just staying positive.
You are so great about putting out
So
content.
yeah, we're currently closed.
You're putting out content, verbal, visual, and kinesthetic, that people are seeing on social media of what you're doing, the spraying, the cleaning, the removing equipment, making more space. But that's wonderful because people are going to be able to see what they're going to expect as opposed to come back and find a whole new world, to quote Aladdin.
Well, we have very strict protocols. We want people to feel safe. We want them to come back.
Wonderful. Any word from government when that could be?
No, really, we're just working on it. It's one day they said yes, that we were going to be able to reopen. And then the next day they decided, no, it wasn't a good choice to do.
Okay.
So we're just kind of waiting for that green light. We're actually yellow right now.
Okay. When we last spoke with you, we heard about all the master trainings that you do and the companies that you represent. And you also, as a gym owner, travel the world at conventions. We've met many times outside of Ecuador as well as inside of Ecuador. You are always keeping your finger on the pulse of what's hot and what's not, what's a trend versus just a fad. And I trust you. Our viewers will trust you and follow you as we see your name here, and also Janine's Gym. Can you take a few moments, please, and tell us what's been inspiring you and where have you been finding your inspiration from?
Well, Lawrence, I have to be honest with you. Since the last time that we did speak, I told you that the virtual world is really not my world. I prefer being in live setting. I prefer being, teaching and having that human contact. So that was a few months ago when we spoke. But now I must say that getting all this and getting into the virtual world and connecting with people has really been an opportunity. I have met people from all over the world. It's been incredible to get messages and just to meet people that I've never, ever met before. So it's been a time of reinventing ourselves, adapting to this new world, to this new virtual world. And I think it's been an opportunity. And I think that it's so important to really reach for these opportunities and grab onto them. So now I'm actually now promoting myself as well, but besides the gym, just promoting my classes to be able to do personal training and offer the services that I do one-on-one that I wouldn't have been able to do because of running the gym and all that. So it's pretty exciting. And I have to thank you because I know that you were always saying, well, you should do this and, promote yourself more in that sense. So fitness works. And you know what? It is not for free because we are giving something so valuable. It's health, it's wellness, it's our mental health as well.
The world is better because of us, right? At the end of a day, people will have spent more time with us than they will with any of their other people at the grocery store, their therapist, their dental hygienist, chiropractor, and doctor combined. They are more with us, yet we're the least compensated. Fitness works.
It does. It really does. And so I think you're going to be really excited about that because I am now promoting myself, not only as the gym, but as Janine. So I'm really excited about that new reinvention of myself. And thank you as well, because, Fitness Works has also inspired me to actually do that, to actually, it's not just also about the gyms. And I'm really excited because I know a lot of my instructors as well, they need to do their own thing right now as well and survive.
You've
So
always
I get
empowered
it.
your team.
We have to. Always. I've always
Right.
empowered them. So right now it is looking for the opportunities and grabbing onto them. This time has been a pause for everyone, but really if we're able to look at the hidden treasures and notice them, then I think that's where the bonus is.
I agree. And all our hidden treasures have become unexpected. Some of our community, some of our least expected places that we found, and each other. Like we've connected, you and I now, more this year than we have in the last two, when you've been doing your programs and expanding your businesses, and your parents moved semi to America.
And even through your show, I mean, the last time it was on, people were writing me and sending me stuff through Instagram. And yes, and connecting.
Center of the world, Ecuador, summer solstice starts with you, babe. Hi.
Oh, I love it. I love it. Connecting with people from all over the world.
So I think you've answered a question I've asked all of our guests, which is what's something unexpected that you love, have discovered, and are going to keep doing? And that is putting yourself out there in addition to the gym, because you are a business, you are a service. Good for you for that. You did marry an Italian, correct? You showed us a picture on another episode. What does it take? What?
It's his birthday today.
Today?
Yes.
Well.
So it's really a lot of magic going on. So a lot of magic today.
Happy birthday to your guy.
Thank you.
Buon auguri e buon compleanno e grazie a lui per averti lasciato fare il nostro programma. Thank you.
Grazie.
Yeah. You're doing the Spanish. I'm not sure about the Italian. What makes a good father in your eyes?
Parlo anche italiano, eh?
Ok, parli italiano. Facciamo il resto in italiano? No.
Va bene.
Yeah, for you, but not for our viewers. What makes a good father? Tell me.
What makes a good father is leading by example, Lawrence. Really is being there, being supportive unconditionally. And one thing I will never forget, you know, I had many years ago, I had gone into a minor surgery, and my father went with me, and he was there holding my hand throughout the whole thing.
I love him.
There's those little things that you just will never in life forget. That's love, and it's unconditional love.
Being there all the time, no matter what.
Yeah.
Who's been your support system that might be watching as a shout out? Can you make a shout out to anybody who might give some gratitude to, who's might help transform this process that you've been in there as a gym owner, closed, but keeping connection? It's been so tumultuous.
I want to give out a couple shout outs. First, I want to say happy Father's Day to all the incredible fathers out there, especially mine, who is not here in Ecuador. My parents are my support system. I love them, and my family. Family for me is family first for me.
And your mom and I, how did we bond as soulmates the first time I saw her? And we met in church.
She loves you. Your soulmate. Yes. So my family first, and then obviously my family from the gym, the clients that are still keeping engaged, that are waiting for us, that want us to come back, and we're getting prepared for them.
Mm-hmm.
I also want to thank you, Lawrence, from the bottom of my heart, because I mean, somebody that will actually organize this and get us all together, that is going to be on the set for 6.5 hours. Now that I know what it is to press a button, yes, to press a button, and to get on Zoom and do all this, it's incredible. It's incredible. You are a unique soul, and you know that. And I love you, and thank you for inspiring us. So Fitness Works.
If I speak anymore, I think I'll be emotional. You've been so supportive of fitness in your country for so many years. You're the first to take all these programs, right? You worked for Johnny G for all that time, and take them back to your country and raise the standards and bring certifications and bring presenters and guest educators with time and talent. So thank you for doing what you've done as both someone who knows the international fitness scene and doing what you do in Ecuador. For people who need to follow you, and I think that's everyone in fitness, to have you on feed, Insta and beyond, how do we find out more about what's going on at Janine's gym, the classes, the programs, the pricing, all of that?
So you can connect with me in Janine's gym and Instagram, and I would love for anybody that's watching to also connect with me on a personal level in Instagram, Janine Mongardini. So to all those fitness enthusiasts and instructors and everyone, I would love to connect. It's been so incredible. And I'm excited to meet you.
Thank you very much. For those of you who are watching, it's easy to find Janine because Janine's Gym, without an apostrophe, is how you find her. And you see here her full name, and her surname, yes, is Italian. Wonderful. Yay. Janine, where were you born?
I was born in California.
Yay. Yeah, we've had a lot of California tonight. I was going to say that because I remember that you're West Coast, something in the US, but Ecuador has been your home with your children for... You had your children in Ecuador, right?
Well, my first was born in Italy. Nicholas was born in Italy, and my other two children were born here.
Yay.
All grown
Yay. You are the United Nations of Fitness, which has been one of our hashtags. Thank you very much for the gift of your wisdom. I appreciate you being with us. And thank you very much from Ecuador, the center of the world, on the equator, as we begin to shorten our daylight from tomorrow, but open up our inclusive-minded growth mindset.
Well, yes, the frequency is elevated.
I love that. That's such a great takeaway. Hashtag the frequency is elevated. On that note, mic drop. I love you. Me, love you long time.
Love you, Grapevine.
Bye. Bye, Grapevine. Bye. We actually do call each other Grapevine because we met each other and I was doing a program in her club with all her instructors and I was translating and I was doing it in Spanish and I looked to the side and I looked at everybody. I looked to the side. I looked at everybody and I said, and she said out loud, Grapevine, simultaneously. That was incredible. My friends, if you're just joining us, can I invite you to do a couple of things? Number one, please share and share now so you're watching our feed from your timeline on Facebook. Put a comment if you haven't already. Hashtag I was here watching from. And if you already have done that, please interact and make some comments or takeaways. And if you can have one takeaway from every speaker, it makes me think, again, validated that I do surround myself by people smarter than I with more solutions than I could ever have. It's so easy to sit around and ask your really good friends questions. And the fact that I don't even have to reinvent questions makes my job even easier. No talent here. Hashtag bucket of crazy. We're going to go to California to someone who manages active aging. What? That's a definite important community and definite important lifestyle and definite important lifestyle management. People we almost have lost away through COVID because they couldn't connect to Zoom and they couldn't connect to social media. Her name is Heather. And Heather is a wonderful humanitarian because in addition to being an accomplished singer and activist and personality on camera, she works 100%, it seems like day and night, with this crowd. Our dear friend Heather has been somebody I've known for lots of years, but we become very close in the last two. Our dear friend Heather Harris. Heather, I can hear you. Hello. Hello, Heather. I will unmute you one more time. I'll ask to unmute you. Hello, Heather. I can hear you.
Hello, Lawrence. How are you?
Never better because I'm blessed because you're with us. How is your Father's Day so far?
Okay, actually, there we go. Thank goodness. Actually, it's going very well. I am grateful to be here with you. That is very exciting. And extra bonus, this is my first Father's Day actually without my dad. And so I know he is looking down and he is very grateful that I'm doing this. So actually, it's been a wonderful way to celebrate him and be here with you guys.
Thank you very much. Where are we finding you and what time is it?
Well, let's see. Actually, it is 3:17 and you are finding me across the Golden Gate Bridge from San Francisco, about 20 miles outside of San Francisco in beautiful Northern California.
Thank you for being on our show. Thank you for spreading some of your personal story. I'm sorry for your loss, but I'm so glad that you know that energy comes and stays and continues in different forms. Heather, what's your current state of mind?
Well, let's see. I'm curious and challenged and excited and inspired. And as you know me, Lawrence, that pretty much can all happen at the same time. So
Sure.
I kind of call it like the COVID roller coaster. It's been a lot of highs and a lot of lows, and just kind of riding the waves out and knowing that it's all going to work out. I think the more I talk to people, I have found that no matter how much we're doing and you're doing as much as you can, a lot of people really feel that they're just not doing enough. And so it's really important to practice that self-care that so many people have spoken about. And as you has mentioned, doing victory boards, which has been fantastic. I always do my gratitude list. And I heard Shannon Fables talk the other day, and she had said that she had to change her expectations of what a win was. Wow.
I change my expectations every time I go look at myself in the bathroom, because I haven't seen Dr. Diane in over a year, for purely medical purposes, of course. Heather, I've mentioned that you're working in an active aging community, and there are lost people in some ways because they didn't have access to their grandkids to connect them to their phones if they even had a smartphone. Tell us what's been inspiring you during this time, where you work or beyond where you work, that's bringing connection and community to our FitnessWorks message.
Actually, you know, it's been pretty amazing to see how people have stepped up to the plate. I mean, actually, it has been pretty amazing. We would sit there, we were just thinking, you know, we will survive, right? First we were afraid, we were petrified, kept thinking, how are we gonna work if we can't go outside? Then we sat and thought and came together as a team. We realized we got this, we just have to believe. And that's what we've done, man. I'm telling you, our community.
Wait, there's no more?
Oh, COVID, now go. Walk out the door. Don't come around now, 'cause you're not welcome anymore. Weren't you the one who tried to break us with your lies? You think we'd crumble? You think we'd low down and down? No, nada. We will survive. Oh, as long as we know how love, we know we're still alive. We got all our lives to live, got all our love to give. We survive. We will survive. Hey, hey.
Not to mention my gratitude, I'll mention my gratitude. Your rewrite of my favorite things in the middle of all this mess is classic. It's in my Facebook timeline. We have to make sure that everybody can friend and follow you. I'm going to have pop up right now your name, because you're on Instagram and you're on Facebook. You've got to post that again. Your song of COVID, my favorite things, because how you rewrote that was inspirational to all of us. It was sort of a call of action I did on one of our groups. And you stepped up, and I think you also won the quarantine costume at one of our calls to action as Tigger, right?
Well, you know, Lawrence, I have to say this is a perfect example of everybody connecting, because where I've been in my active aging community, Friday, we celebrated with a happy hour going around everybody's room, 100 days of shelter in place.
Alcohol?
Alcohol, yes. I don't know if you know this, but active agers love alcohol. I'm just saying.
I had no idea.
Between you and I. But so it's been a lot. And so I'm actually in the fitness center in my office, double locked in for most of the day. And so when I got your call to action, it was actually like a great thing. I was like, okay, good. This is a little creative thing. I'm going to make some connections with some people and give me a little boost in the arm and go back out and do it. You know, because with our residents,
thank you.
This has meant not only not having family connections, but no visitors, no leaving the building, and nobody coming in. So that can be a lot. That can be an absolute lot. And, you know, you got to think about the social and the mental and emotional aspect of it all. It's tough to balance it all out.
Sure. Are you finding any of your people inspired you on a personal level? Oh, there was this client or resident who blah, blah, by chance?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, some people who at the beginning were absolutely not, I mean, we're what boomers to zoomers if you used. I don't even know what we would call people that I have someone who's 104. She was around before. I said, what inspires you the most? And she goes, I remember when the radio was built. What?
Yeah. Is she one of those alcohol people?
Actually, no, but she's somebody who has started taking exercise classes. right?
Great.
So that inspires me. Yes. And that is via Zoom, right?
Great.
So people that have wanted to learn new skills, that have wanted to do it. And then it's interesting too, some people who have never really participated in fitness. Now, granted, it might be just because they're bored. They're just sitting in their rooms. They don't know what else to do. But they've really kind of stepped up to the plate. And I think that's fantastic. And
your active aging community is in what part of California?
it's in Marin. It's in Marin.
Which is your closest
Which
major
is
airport?
outside
What does that mean?
And it's interesting because we're also the oldest county in California, as well as having the oldest residency of people over the age of 85. So basically, yeah, translated, that means our county is a lot slower going from one phase to another one. So basically here, we can't go and have sit down dining inside. But if you go about 30 miles, the casino's open and the movie theaters are open.
You had me at alcohol. Heather, in your active aging community, you can't bring them together in any kind of a social setting. So are you using closed circuit TVs to give them their classes and build their community? You mentioned go to door with wine bottles, which of course is a sure hit.
That's not every day, but yes. So yeah, we have an in-house television, and actually it's been amazing because generally I do most of the classes. So that was like 12 classes a week. Now I have 28 exercise classes that people
Do
can
you
participate.
sing for them?
Yes, we do. That's been known to happen every once in a while. We have a sing-along exercise class. We have also, so we've got the ones that are on the in-house television, which is great and does reach some of the people that do not have computers. There are some people that don't have computers. We have a few that actually don't have televisions. So, and then with the Zoom classes, it's been able to try some different modalities. Like the big one for me was barefoot training. Because please know, nobody wanted to take their shoes off in the auditorium when I was at the end of Stretch and Serenity class. But now, you know, when I can sit down and put the camera, you know, right on my foot and say, why don't we try this? And then I get emails like, my foot feels so alive. Fantastic.
How wonderful, right?
Carry it through the rest of your time.
And when you started doing more content, because you more than tripled your content, as you just mentioned, were you a little bit scared at the beginning or trepidatious of all this on-camera work? Because clearly you're not shy with your voice, but how was it putting out all that content?
Absolutely. And the difference was, I have to say, not all of the 28 classes are mine. I would like to say a big shout out to some people like Leslie Sampson, who allows on the in-house television, the YouTube videos to be shown, because not everybody does that. So that has been a big godsend. The walk of miles were been great for her. So I was able to film some of the classes that I was already doing, put them on, and then have some things like daily, which, as you know, when you're the one person doing it, you can't do it with the meetings and the schedules and all that stuff. So, you know, the only thing we weren't able to transfer over was the pool class. I couldn't quite figure out how to do the pool, maybe in their bathtubs. I don't know.
Simulation is everything.
Jeffrey Howard did that at the SCW Fitness. He did land stuff. So we take that in and incorporate it in.
And instructors teach from land anyway. I found that a lot of people put away their fear to put online talent and put yourself where the world could see you until we got smart and then went a little more private to Zoom for tip and contribution-based fitness professional services. I also want to say that Marilyn Monroe said it best. If you can't respect and love me at my least ideal, you don't deserve me at my best. If you can't love and respect me at my worst, you don't deserve me at my best. So we put out all this content for our active agers, and they're loving it. The nuns, and you were so sweet to volunteer one of your classes for my sisters at St. Joseph, watching and streaming in closed circuit in Philadelphia. Thank you. Not only did you do all that, but you sang like so many of our people in our 100-acre wood group stepped up. Thank you for the gift of your time and expertise for that. We don't care about what we look like on camera, right? Clearly, if I cared what I look like, I would never press go live. But since it's just you and me now having an informal conversation, any other challenges that you've overcome or successful inspiration that's happened through all this before we move on to our next question?
I just think that the inspiring stuff is the way that everybody's come together. The fitness community as a whole, that they were ready to just, you know, again, the survive thing, that they just jumped in. Because let's face it, people could have said, well, the gym's closed, what can I do? But they didn't. Everybody's kind of come together. And it's definitely broadened my horizons and my social group and my connections. And
Sure.
it has been absolutely fantastic.
Oh, I love that. As people want to follow you, can you just give us one more flash way to make sure that we can stay connected to you? Because a lot of us teach people over 50, and that
Sure.
defines active aging.
Absolutely. So you can reach me at Heather Wright Harris on Facebook, Heather Wright Harris on Instagram, or if you'd like to shoot me an email, you can do it at heatherwrighthharris@gmail.com.
I love your consistency. Can I tell you? Hashtag, there's a shipwreck of backstory there. Heather, you're going to post on your Facebook wall, please, your COVID rewrite of My Favorite Things. That is just as brilliant as it comes. I'd like to thank you for the gift of your wisdom with all of us, because the people who have the solutions and finding out more about what it's like to work with active aging communities, especially not long ago when the decision was made, everybody has to be tested, staff and residents, and wait for those results and all that drama. Thank you. She's a resource. Please follow Heather. She is a Tigger. She is an inspiration, and she's not shy in front of a camera. Let me just say.
I'm still waiting for our duet, Lawrence.
What? No, I'm much too shy on camera to do anything like involves raising my voice, although I have been known to put out something like a fire with my voice. Thank you very much for the gift of your time. I appreciate you, and I send you lots of love and light, not the least of which is gratitude.
Thank you, Lawrence. Thank you for inviting me.
Bye. My friends, we're going to leave the United States and go where? We're going to go all the way up to Canada. And we're going to check in with what's going on up there with our friends up north, because things change, don't they? If you're just joining us, please make sure you're sharing our broadcast. Click share on your device and then share now, which shows up on your timeline. Make a comment, hashtag I was here, watching from where. And in addition, please remember, when you findlawrence.com/fitnessworks, you get all of this, plus some surprises just emailed to you. Nothing is sold. My dear friend and author and cook and chef and restaurateur Dee is going to join us up from Maple Leaf Country in Canada. I'm going to invite her to say Happy Father's Day. Dee? I can hear you, Dee. Happy Father's Day. Hello? Hello, Dee? Hello, Dee. We're going to Canada, my friends. We're going to go up north. It's a little bit farther than going to the UK. Hi, Dee. Yeah, we see you, Dee. We need to hear you. How you doing?
Happy Father's Day.
Happy Father's Day to you, too. What time is it and where are you?
How are you? Happy Father's Day.
Happy Father's Day. What time is it and where are you? What time is it and where?
Is that better?
Hi, Dee. What time is it and where are you?
It is 6:31 and I am just outside of Toronto, Canada.
You actually pronounce the T. Mo Hagan has told me it's Toronto.
Toronto.
Wow. Okay.
No.
What's your current state of mind today?
Really good. We're looking at starting to open. We're getting a lot of really good reviews on what we can and can't do. Things are coming together fabulous, both for the trainers and the facilities. People are excited. It's really looking good, and it's a beautiful sunny day. So it has been. So in Canada, we love our sunny days.
I love that. You know, we have a good friend from Greece watching, Tatiana Kolovu, and I have to say kalispera sas, because countries beyond America are starting to talk about the gyms opening up. When you just said, Dee, we are starting to open up, do you mean the restaurants that you cook for and give all the recipes that are in your cookbooks, or actual fitness establishments like Good Life, or both? What's we?
Both. The clubs, we're looking probably the Good Lives and all of the fitness facilities around the 29th, we're hoping, of June. So everybody's in there trying their best to get everything ready. There's a lot of rules and regulations, and we still might get stopped. So the facilities here where I am are looking probably the middle of July, we should be good to go. So there's a lot of excitement and people are feeling good. You know, you got to do what you can in Canada, right? I mean,
anywhere you have to do what you do. I love your words, wild excitement. I haven't heard those since pre-February, so thank you. I'm looking for some wild excitement, but it's really hard to find when you've been stuck on an island since January 1st. And some of that was my decision. Then I made God laugh, and I'm still here. Wild excitement. I love that. What's giving you wild excitement of inspiration as you've been in lockdown, keeping your business, still doing your recipes? Because do you have a copy of your cookbook to show us? Of course you do.
You know me, I never do. You promote me better than I do. I'll get you a copy.
What's your cookbook called?
I'll get you a copy.
What's it called?
Delicious Dining.
Delicious Dining.
Copies. Hold on, I'm going to get you a copy. There we go.
Oh, we have it. Okay, you know, a good friend of mine is Melissa Lane, who's one of the nutritionists, and she's a lecturer, and she's an expert on alcohol and what our body does, and she talks to us about what's going on when we eat certain kind of food. So hello, Melissa, to watching. Dee, thank you for showing us your book. I knew you would bring it to the screen. That's a clear example of not preparing and me being a better promoter than she is of her own product. Clearly unplanned. Sorry?
You're the best. That's why I have you as my mentor, right? You are the best.
You silly goose. First of all, we have to see your name. Now we see your name, Dee Miller. And how do we find your book and what's it called?
It is called Delicious.
Because your name is Dee and your dog's name is, yeah.
And the dog's name is Eddie, yeah.
Right.
And the cafes are called Eddie. The dog owns both cafes.
Sure,
So
because
that's
if you're going to avoid taxes, you might well have your dog own something. I can't tell you really what Biscuit owns, except my heart. Dee, what's been inspiring you around the world as you've been writing recipes, talking about reopening? You mentor people. You're a CamFit Pro trainer and do all this stuff in Canada. What's keeping you inspired?
You know what? Just meeting people. I go out every single morning, go for a long walk with Eddie. We do our walk, and then I bring her home, and I do more walking. And I get to meet people on the street, and they're actually saying good morning, hello. You don't ever get to really know your neighbors, ever. I mean, you get up at 4 a.m, you get to the gym, you work out. I have the 2 restaurants, so I'm doing that, doing pro training. I didn't even know half the people that lived in my neighborhood. And now every single morning you see the same people. And heaven forbid you don't go one day. It rained, I didn't go.
Clearly. Are you taking treats for them to eat and get invested as you walk?
We're doing new recipes now. So the whole neighborhood has containers of all the food, and they have to do reviews. So everybody's kind of in the whole neighborhood helping with all the new recipes. And when the new cookbook comes out, we'll have all of their hints and everything that they tell me. And so, yeah, it's been incredible.
As you're walking outside, are you under any kind of governmental regulations or suggestions in terms of spacing or mask wearing?
Mask wearing, there's nothing. I mean, they're saying you should, but there's no rules. And I'm not doing it in the morning. And then as well, we're staying like 6 feet apart. So if you're walking down the street, you stay out of everybody's way, but you still say good morning, and everybody is so happy just to be able to get out and see each other.
Right. You're not coughing or sneezing on anyone, at least on purpose, right?
We're not coughing and sneezing on anybody. But
anything else been inspiring you as you've been staying connected around the world? I mean, we've been doing our weekly meetings and staying connected to people in Asia, what we do. But what else has been inspiring you as somebody in charge of not just feelings and not just movement or fitness, but also food?
The one thing that I have found is the most incredible idea, and I wish I would have thought of this, is one of the hotels in Toronto have opened up domes, and they're doing hot yoga classes in domes.
DOMES?
Yeah, like in a covered dome.
That's heated.
That's heated, and so there's all
outside.
these different domes. So they're 7 feet tall. I got the dimensions, 12 feet wide, 110 square feet. They've got 50 of them set up, and people are renting them. Instructors are renting them and doing classes, and you can go online and book a class in a dome.
Really?
Yeah, and they're all hot yoga, all temperature controlled. And if you see the coverage of these domes all over, I just think that's such an incredible idea. I wish I would have thought of it. But
special dress or wearing masks or any kind of protocol?
Nope, 'cause you're
a
in your
previous
own dome.
experience necessary? Please come with 2 glasses of wine in you.
bring your own yoga mat is all they ask, and pre-register. And I just, that is incredible.
Did I hear you correctly by saying restaurants?
No, hotel. One hotel has
Okay.
set this up. Hotel X in Toronto has set it up. All the domes are there. There's a number of different people involved that are sponsoring it. And I just think it's an incredible idea. When you
Well, outdoor fitness is booming. We've seen with one of our first guests and visionary of our PSA or public service announcement, Jeff Howard, the outdoor using the parking lanes of cars to keep people distanced and spaced out, for example. But why do you wish you would have heard about or thought about this dome idea? Because isn't there a lot of expense in like outdoor tents?
the expense would have been really, I mean, to set them up, but to actually be able to keep that idea, especially with everything going on right now, you have one instructor and 50 people can now, because I mean, we're cut to it like 10, right?
Sure.
Or one instructor and 9 people, depending on the facility and what you have. So being able to have 50 people in one class, I mean, I thought it was great. To see them when they did an overview of it, I just thought, wow, that is really inspirational that somebody actually came up with that, so you can still have your class there and people can still feel totally comfortable coming to work out.
And maybe you can do one better and you could get them set up with cameras when you do yours. So then the option is go in person or take the Zoom. Either way is a fee. And then even if you don't want to be in public and try naked, warm, drunk, whatever kind of yoga or whatever it is, you know, then at least you get to stay at home and get in on the experience. Because I think now the clubs that are reimagining and reopening have to keep some kind of streaming service as an option, because some people aren't ready to go. Some people don't want to go right back into all that heavy breathing, no mask cycle areas. And some people want to continue to cycle. And if you want to do something at home, why not option that we have now a Zoom camera in our room or something, right?
Exactly. Yep, exactly. I just think it was walking around here, you see so many people in the parks doing yoga classes, which I think are fabulous. In driveways, one of the neighborhoods had people in their driveways all doing a class together.
And your weather's appropriate for it now, right? Your weather's okay now, because had this happened in December, January in Canada?
Yeah, no, couldn't have done it. So I mean, I just love the way people are figuring out a way to stay fit. I watched a friend build a gym in their garage and he didn't have any equipment. You can't buy equipment, right? Here, you cannot buy any fitness equipment. So he actually set up a pulley system that he used for like just lifting. And he put a whole bunch of chains and anything you could find with a lot of weight together. And he did like a tricep lat pull down or pulley system that used to be used for his car.
Well, you had me at chains, but I don't know about the weight part. Yeah. Okay.
So
Sounds
like,
interesting.
wow, the things you think of and do.
Why can't we buy equipment where you are? Is it because it's a shortage, or the government has said no physical touching equipment?
It just isn't any. Everybody's bought it up right away. It's been 3 months now, so right away. I mean, even trying to
It's
order
bought
it.
up. In the States, everybody's getting rid and selling equipment because people have to take less equipment in the facilities. Like if instead of 6 treadmills, now it's 3 because there have to be space in between. And so people are buying up to take it home. Not so much there?
You can't, if you go to any of the regular stores to buy, just weights or anything, no, there isn't anything. Even bands.
Okay. I
there
see.
isn't anything.
Okay, well, our next guest is going to be telling us about fitness facility, and will give us some ideas about equipment and its managing down in the United States as well. Dee, in terms of your food and your preparation and your recipes and all the things that you do that are posting that are yummy, it's Pinterest, food porn on your Instagram. I have to say, I'm always salivating at 4 a.m. The only person that gets up at 4:30 EST like I do, I think, is you, because you're the first to comment on anything that I do in my quiet time outside, is you. Are you finding any kind of new special highlight of this time that you didn't have before that you really want to keep going with?
My mornings, I'm a morning person, like up at 4. Yeah. So don't ask me to do anything after 9 o'clock. It won't be good. But 4 o'clock. And so actually getting up and being able to meditate without having that just relaxation time, I can meditate. And then I take Eddie for a long walk, and then I usually go for about another 5-mile, 6-mile walk, see people, relax, plan my day. I'm back home by like 7:30, 8 o'clock in the morning, have my coffee, and my day starts, and it's totally set.
Thank you, Dee.
running to the gym to work out and then get to the cafes. And yeah, it's.
I changed my whole terminology because I'm so into language. I don't work out, I train. Work out. What does that adverb out mean anyway? Work out of body, work out of mind, work outdoors, work out. Work out my frustration, my stress, maybe, but I train. I'm training my muscles and my systems, cardiovascular strength, flexibility, to work for me to be a champion of living. I'm going to train today. I'm not going to work out. And that's made all the difference during COVID for myself to have a different mentality of what I'm doing. Is there any support system that you'd like to make a shout out to before we finish our time together, Dee?
There are there's a number of fabulous people in our mentoring group. Bring me to tears, right? It's like you get emotional. They've been so fabulous. And thank you, because you brought a great group together. Two women that I really didn't know before really well. Fiona. And
Canadian.
Yeah, Fiona.
She's
and
the one that I quoted her already. Hashtag Flawsome.
Yes,
flawless.
Blossom is fabulous.
And awesome, yep.
Um,
or flawed, yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, she's been incredible. We've been chatting back and forth. So I really want to give a shout out to her because she is just
been
incredible. And I always say it wrong and she's going to kill me, but Awana. She's another.
Yes, that's perfect. That's perfect. Joanna, she have bonded as well in our group, and she's also in Canada. Wow.
We're both in
Canadians,
Canada.
all bonded. But you met in our 100-acre woods in my mastermind group, not because your neighbors up there. Hashtag just saying, United Nations of Fitness. Dee, in the short 30 seconds we have left, could you please tell me, what does it mean? What does it take? One quality of being a really good father or father-like figure? Because it's Father's Day.
You know what? Being there for your kids. Everybody's going to make mistakes. Everybody's going to, have issues. That's part of growing up. But when a father is there, not just to support, but to teach and to understand and to guide, that's what a father should be. And that's what my father was, always there.
And to those listening who have that, regardless of your relationship with a live father, I invite you to just think about, I certainly don't have any answers. I just make an invitation to get a current photo. That's all I'll say. A current photo.
Perfect.
Dee, thank you for the
so
present of your wisdom. Thank you for being with us. Thank you for bringing us the Canadian inspiration tonight. And thank you for telling us about food and feelings and fitness, all from the country of the maple leaf. Oh, Canada.
Thank you so much for this opportunity, Lawrence. Thank you.
We're honored. Bye-bye. Bye. Bye to Canada. My friends, you know where we're going? We're going to the United States, and we're going west of the United States. We're going west of the Mississippi. Where does that mean? Stay tuned. If you're just joining us, some of us are. Please make sure you share and share now. 2 clicks you make so you're watching this live stream. Facebook around the world, episode 7, virtual global town hall check-in on your feed, not ours. To increase our shares, make a hashtag comment, I was here. Tell us where you're watching from, and to get this and all previous episodes, plus some surprises, emailed to you, free, no questions, no sales, nothing captured. Just remember, you findlawrence.com/fitnessworks. Years ago, Reebok. Years ago, Bosu. Years ago, Empower. Years ago, Idea. Our dear fitness icon, Rob Glick. We've heard from wife Kimberly Spreen Glick last episode 6. Rob is coming to us. He's a father. It's Father's Day. He has a beautiful picture here. I think we can hear you, Rob. Rob, happy Father's Day.
Thank you so much. It's so wonderful to be here with you, Lawrence. Let me
Hi. Oh my gosh, no hair. You've got a haircut.
I got a haircut and a shave.
Wow, I shaved before the show, but all your posts for the last pandemic months have been, wow.
That was my quarantine look. I went the whole time that we were quarantined without cutting my hair, I trimmed, but I didn't shave.
Wonderful. Tell us, where are we finding you and what time is it?
I am in Laguna Beach, California right now. It's 3:47 p.m. here. I'll give you a quick little view. Here's our patio. We're going to have dinner out here in a couple of hours. Be another little look inside. Here's a look inside.
Wow, I love this show and tell. You've got a whole people there. This is so cool behind the scenes. In our first episodes, it was one
Danny,
person in a
are you gonna
closet.
do a cameo? There's my daughter Danny doing a cameo.
Hi, Danny. Yay. Thank you for joining us on Father's Day when clearly you've got a lot going on. Rob, lots going on in work and in personal life. What's your current state of mind?
Oh gosh, first and foremost, because I know you have people listening from all over the world, I just want to say my heart goes out to everybody. I know this has been a really trying time for everybody. And whatever you've been going through in this past 3 months, just know that, that we're really with you. And I think that's what's amazing about this global fitness community, that it's so much deeper than what we do on the surface. And I heard you talking about working out, and I think it's all about working in. I'm stealing this from a person I love to listen to named Sadhguru, but inner engineering. It's all inner engineering.
There's a takeaway. I'm sure people are putting that in the comments right now. Takeaway from the visionary Rob Glick. Inner engineering. Thank you. That's your current state of mind. You've been putting a lot of content out from clubs of what's going on when you first opened, how emotional you were. I love that. I saw it. I commented 3 words. I thought it was interesting how you were talking about the outside, the inside. You did a walk around. Kudos to you for doing that because people want to know. Tell us what the state of, for people who missed that, what the state of fitness is where you are, I think Laguna, and what's available, what's open, more equipment, less equipment. Are people obedient, masking, not masking?
Yeah, excellent question, Lauren. So basically, for everybody out there, I work for a company called Lifetime. We have 154 locations. And basically, imagine a resort-like experience. And that's what we're really about. It's for the whole family. We don't have kids clubs. We have kids academies where people can do our children can do foreign languages. They can do arts and crafts, gymnastics, all sorts of stuff. But anyway, as you can imagine, we've had to change our way of doing business and, really look at it. And we've always been about, if it's here, it's healthy. And that's been about cleanliness as well. We want things to always be in like new condition. We had to take it to the next level. So basically now what we do is when you enter the building, we're all wearing masks. We come in, we go into the class, we set it up. We've cut our participation down by more than 50%. So in a room that could have 50, we allow maybe 19, and it's all spread out to make sure that you would never be greater than 6 feet from your neighbor when you're moving. So we had to kind of measure it to make sure that there would never be, nobody would be closer than 6 feet. And then we had to change our offering. So that was a big thing. We have an all bar day because at the location I'm at, most of our locations have 2 full studios for movement and for other types of classes, plus a cycle studio, plus 1 or 2 yoga studios. The one location that I'm at in Rancho San Clemente, by the way, if you're in Orange County, come visit me. We have 1 studio. So we have an all bar day or non-equipment day. And then we have an all equipment day. And that just means we're just using dumbbells and mats. And then afterward, we clean, sanitize, replace, reset the room. It takes about 45 minutes. And then we offer another class. So it's deep, it's intense, but it's—
When you say we are doing those cleaning duties, is that the instructors or there's a team that comes in to do that?
It's all of us are involved, right? So it's, the instructor pre-class, make sure it's set, and ready to go along with anybody else who's available. Post-class, then we all, anybody who's available comes in and resets the room. And, we all pitch in, stronger together, right?
Absolutely. I appreciate that. The team makes the dream, and you're open and you are providing fitness services. So what a great testimony to the fact that fitness works. When Kimberly was on the show, she gave us what's been inspiring her by colleagues and countries that she's seen since this all started. Pretty great takeaways. Not that there's any pressure, but just because it's us, Rob, as you've been involved in this from all the different hats you wear, manager, programmer, dad, humanitarian, what's been inspiring you of late in fitness in terms of maybe you've seen something creative or a star that stepped up, or where do you get your shot in the arm of proverbial B12?
Yeah, it's so funny. There's so many different things. One, I just love to see how virtual we've all become, right? Like, it's interesting. You and I, we used to fly 120,000 miles a year and think nothing of it, right? And think this is how it has to be done. And to see how we've been able to come together in a new way is amazing. In this time, I did my 300-hour yoga teacher training with Johnny Kest and Life Power Yoga. So it was incredible. You know, everybody out there who's done a yoga teacher training would say it's a life course before it's a yoga teacher training course, especially the good ones. And this one was so incredible and so well done, because from beginning to end, it flowed on just personal growth. And you know, you start off looking at your Dharma, looking deep into your story, and by the end, you kind of burn your story and go, who am I now? And who am I going to be moving forward? And I think there was a lot of opportunity like that. Like this, what I'm referring to is this great pause where you can pause and slow down and go, what should you carry forward and what should you leave behind? And
Sure.
I've learned a lot. You know, I've learned a lot in these 3 months of things that I'm leaving behind.
And what I love hearing is that you're saying, I think they're takeaways right now. I hope we're putting them in the comments. Who am I and who am I going to be? And I also add, who was I? Because when people know, we are fortunate enough to have done the change of century. You were one of those people that I think God chose to go from 99 to the year 2000 and turn a century. And most of us were the same people that lived through this thing. When people say you were one of those that lived through that, how did you spend your time back then? I really want to have something meaningful to say. And I'm just going to say I talked to Rob Glick live around the world on Father's Day because I didn't have anything else to do on a Sunday because I don't have a father. So thank you for sharing that wisdom with us. Is there any other thing that's in addition to your studies with Kest that's inspired you?
Well, you know what's really inspired me, and I shared this online before, but I did a course called FRC, Functional Range Conditioning.
Okay.
And then after Functional Range Conditioning, and I was very interested in that, and I'll talk about that for just a second. I did a second program is what I really wanted to do called Kin Stretch. So, you know, you and
Can
I—
you name both of those for people who want to like follow them on a website? Please?
Absolutely, yeah. It's FRC, Functional Range Conditioning. Can I just put that in the chat? Will everybody see it there for you?
No, because our chat is just me and you.
Okay.
But
right.
I have people who are listening and hinging on every word. Tell us one more time.
Okay.
Takes the village.
Kin Stretch is spelled KINSTRETCH. Let me just show you guys. Here's Tyler. You want to say hi to everybody around the world real quick?
Hi.
All right. And then
love your father. Happy Father's Day. Yay.
FRC is Functional Range Conditioning. It's created by a gentleman by the name of Dr. Spina out of Canada. And the idea for us is really joint health. And it made me laugh in a way and made me think, okay, we've been talking bones, we've been talking muscles, we've been talking hearts, cardiovascular conditioning, muscular conditioning, but we kind of left out the joints. We didn't have a really good conversation around what are you doing? Fascia's been, you know, all the rage, right? For the last so many years, you know, we didn't talk joints. So this is really doing a deep dive of what are you doing to maintain joint care and to decrease the distance between your flexibility and your mobility. So it's really about how much mobility do I have, which means that I've got the strength to support the flexibility. So I'm not setting myself up for injury. It's good stuff. And I did a training in Kin Stretch 2 weekends ago. It's a 10-hour training with just wonderful guys, a guy by the name of Hunter Cook, HUNTERCOOK. You want to see some crazy stuff? Check him out on YouTube. He does some crazy things, but it's really just showing that the human body, if you condition it, has a lot more opportunity for mobility with the right preparation.
Please let's write that because I like his name and I have friends who are, all my friends in the world are writing down comments of takeaways. So if there's some stuff on YouTube that's unique for fitness and movement and wellness, I'm so there because you've always been a leader, right? And if we go back to the fitness world of to some degree of reimagined possibility, live conventions, I'm sure you'll be talking about joints and some of this work that you're talking about.
Yeah, you know, it's kind of funny, right? Because you think like we've done it all, we've seen it all. But the truth of the matter is that there's always ways for us to access more people to have a healthy way of life. And, you know, I think in this evolution or this long time that we've been in this industry, what I've learned is that I don't know much and that I can absolutely keep growing always. But I just want to inspire people to move more. I don't care how they move. I just want people to move more and sit less, you know?
Brilliant. Brilliant. We don't use the word exercise. Movement.
Yeah.
Remember
Yeah.
David Weck. Movement is mandatory. Exercise is optional for 3% of the world population, and less than 0.5% of the people even proud of choir teaching the choir. I can't let you go without you through go making a guest appearance at our Golden Door Spa. Over the years, I've just seen what you've done, and in many times you've even given me opportunity to present for you when you had your conventions at Empower. Thank you very much for that.
We're
What
lucky.
makes a great father?
To me, what I think makes a great father is really being present. I think that's what makes a great friend, what makes a good lover. It's being present. And, you know, it's I think we all have our addictions, and these little gadgets are easily addictions. And I have to say, you know, I'm on the 12 step from phones and I need it desperately, but it's like setting stuff down and really being connected and being present. And I've got work to do, let me tell you.
I love that about the 12 step from phones. Whoa, that's another takeaway. I've gotten a lot of unexpected takeaways here. I'm just not writing them down because I'm hoping that all of our listeners are writing them down. Okay, great. Rob, any shout outs you might want to make to people who are watching?
You know, honestly, I just want to give a shout out to all of you. You know, Lawrence, you've inspired me over the years. I've never seen anybody who could just keep so much content in their mind so straight. And then also everybody's names in the room.
Are you sure straight? What?
Yes. Yeah. Well, you know, I'm using that word, right? And, you know, just in order, right? And organized. You know, I sometimes call
Listen, this is a hell of a lot of powder and a dusting of desperation, let me tell you.
No, and you know, there's so many people who have just, you know, without asking for anything in return, really been there to teach us and help us in our career. You know, you're one of them, Shannon, Jay Blahnik, Julian, Arnie, you know, Kimberly, the list just goes on. And so a huge shout out to everybody who just with an open heart just gives, you know, and really is about inspiring people to a healthier way of life, which I think we all are.
Thank you for that. Thank you for your wisdom on Father's Day. Thank you for your wisdom of knowing the people to shout out that we both admire and love all these years. I've always said that blood makes relatives, but choice and love make family. And
Yes.
we are #FitFam. I mean, we've been together for a lot of years, and I mean that in a professional colleague friend sense. And I'm honored to say, yes, you know what, brother? You're part of my fitness family. Thank you for coming on the show. Thank you for your compliments recently. Thank you to I just think it was wonderful that we have all in the family from our last episode to we have 2 Glicks on our episode 6 and 7. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And thanks for having me in Greece with you. Remember that? Much love.
Oh my
Talk to you
gosh,
later.
wasn't that fun?
So fun.
Hello, and Puerto Rico. I'll always remember. Bye. Happy Father's Day.
Bye-bye.
Bye, 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 bye to California. My friends, we're going to stay in the United States, right? We're in the United States. We're going to have our flag of the United States, and we're going to go kind of indirectly to Italy because there's a Viscontini, and there's also another Italian coming up via the United States. Melani, Roberto Melani is going to join us because not only does he speak Italian, not only does he speak English, but he speaks inspiration. Roberto, I'd like to say Happy Father's Day.
Thank you. Hi, Lawrence. Hello, everybody.
Ciao.
Ciao, come stai? Allora.
Ottimo e migliorando ogni momento adesso che ti vedo. How am I? I'm great and even getting better because now you're joining us. Where are we finding you and what time is it?
So it is 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and I am in this beautiful little town northeast of San Francisco called Benicia. Sounds like Venezia, but it's not Venezia. It's Benicia.
Wow. And is it on this side of the Golden Gate, the San Francisco side?
So in San Francisco, you have the Golden Gate, but you also have the Bay Bridge. So the Bay Bridge connects San Francisco to like Oakland, Berkeley. So it's above Berkeley. It's
okay.
Country.
I know Sausalito. I love Sausalito. Yeah. Roberto, you have been one of these people to step up with Linda McHugh. You've had this amazing program. We're going to talk about that. Before we do, let's check inside the man. What's your current state of mind?
Well, I am feeling much more positive right now. The beginning of all this crazy time was challenging. You know, like someone said before, I think it was Elder, that it's like a roller coaster.
The COVID roller coaster, yeah.
Just like, you know, and I love roller coaster, but I just can't wait to get off this one. Please get me off of this one, you know?
Yeah, or just get me off, right? Yeah.
You're so but it's been really, in the last few weeks, I have to say, I am definitely felt a shift. Overall, just feeling more positive, more optimistic.
Shift happens.
Kind of ready to like roll up my sleeve and get dirty, you know, and
how dirty?
Very.
Okay. Your state of mind is happy and positive and optimistic vis-a-vis where we've come from. That's great. Where you are, which I kind of understand, I'll say your closest major airport is San Francisco, and then I feel a little bit geographically literate. What's going on there in terms of not just California in general, beaches and clubs? Because I'm fascinated with water, right? Are the beaches open? Are any clubs open? And at what capacity?
Yeah, so things have started to reopen, and I have to say that I'm very, I feel very grateful that I live in an area, especially in Northern California and the San Francisco Bay Area. I say we have been very considerate and careful in following all the guidelines. So people, you know, you have to wear masks outside right now, and in San Francisco, actually, you have to have the minimum of the social distancing is actually 30 feet. Not 6. So it's 30 feet. They say it's the length of a bus. So if somebody's approaching you and you don't have a mask, you have to put it on right away if you're outside. So, and things again, starting to open up slowly, you know? Yeah.
So in a yoga class with a bus between you, that's like 2 people in a class?
Yeah, well, so San Francisco, so again, in the Bay Area, there's a lot of counties. And
you know why I'm asking, right? We have friends watching with Pilates studio. Our friend Baum is watching from Bangkok, where she has her own Pilates studio, and they're thinking about following what the U.S. implements. And we have Sharon in Malaysia implementing what we do here at her club called the Daily Muscle. So when people hear 30 feet between, that's like 1 instructor and 2 people in yoga, right?
Yeah, but, you know, so in the clubs right now, you know, there, of course, if you want to, you know, go work out in any health clubs, you have to make reservations. They assign you like a specific time, and then in between, they actually close the club and clean it up all the way.
I love that cleanliness.
Yeah, are very limited. It's a very limited schedule right now. Unfortunately, none of the active aging and older adult classes are taking place right now for obvious reasons. It's just the other thing also is interesting. The pools have been open right now. Pools are open as well.
We love chlorine or whatever they're using to keep us clean in the pools. You mentioned active aging. To take that a little bit deeper into what's inspiring you, first, what are you putting out that's inspirational? You've been really hitting the active aging market with Linda. Tell us about your show and how we can find it, please.
Absolutely. So I've teamed up with a dear friend of mine and just an incredible human being. You know, Linda McHugh is just a legend in the fitness industry. And we just, you know, Linda and I have created this community and also where we meet twice a week. And it's called Always Active Live with Linda and Roberto on Facebook, via Zoom. And we offer classes going from 30 to about 45 minutes for our active aging community that is really needing right now something like this to be able to move, not exercise like you were talking with Rob. It's about movement. It's about movement longevity.
And how do we find out more about being able to participate, whether we are working with a 50+ crowd or we want to actually take some movement experiences ourselves? Where do we find you and how?
So yeah, we have a Facebook page on Facebook called Always Active Live, and you can leave us a message there. We do daily posting. So our idea is it's not just health and fitness, but it's also wellness. So every day we post about, you know, spirituality, education, vocational learning, fun facts, a little bit of everything.
That's important, right? in addition to putting out that content and collaborating with our fitness icon, Linda. Hello, Linda. Thank you for giving us Roberto for this show on Father's Day. And I wish you a wonderful Father's Day celebration. I understand you're with your family. We've invited you as well, so you know you're always welcome here with us. Roberto, where are you finding your inspiration beyond what you're doing? What's keeping your teapot filled?
Yeah. It is 100% the instructors out there from every corner of the world. Every single one has stepped up in a way that they basically just open their hearts, their soul, their knowledge, and they're just sharing it with the world. And this, for me, what this has taught us, I always look at lessons, try to learn something, because I just believe that we'll never stop learning. And it is about community, Lawrence. It's about community, and our communities, they need us and we need them. And I hope that the world heard the lessons and is going to continue to perpetuate this wonderful giving that is happening right now. So big shout out to all those instructors out there. Keep going, keep going.
Thank you. That's a wonderful shout out. Is there any new part of undiscovered, unpredicted part of your life that you want to keep going with because you really have found it to be a positive part of your life?
Well, so I've been spending a lot more time with my dog Lily, and so which before I took a little bit for granted, because when you're busy life, you just go and travel and things like that. And right now, she's been my rock, my family, my child, and she's everything. She's a lot of my life. And so just that, and then just connecting with friends. Every day, I always make sure that I talk to somebody that I haven't talked to in a long time, whether it is a phone call, email, Zoom, doesn't matter. It's connection, human connection. Let's connect, please.
I agree. And one of the things I love is I don't text anyone anymore. When can we hop on the phone and speak? I just pick up the phone and call. I don't care that they might be living in one of these places that's back to a new reality outside their door. I just call. What's the worst that can happen? Voicemail, or if that is full, I don't get to speak to them. I'm not going to text people and say, when can is it an okay time to talk? What? That's what a phone is for. You pick up the phone. Thank you. Thank you for saying that. You just pick up the phone, and I make sure that I am finding lots of people of diversity to call. And I am finding that there's some people I need to check on that I haven't in a long time. That's on me. And I'm reaching out every day, which is, I think, something that we have to do. And we look forward to that. Tell me, in terms of Father's Day, what you think it might take, some qualities or traits of being a good father or father-like figure.
Well, to echo what Rob said, is present. Number one, being present, and spending time and just being playful. I have a brother who lives here with his kids. So both the kids, we immigrated to the United States. And from Milano, from Italy. Forza Italia!
Forza Italia.
Yeah.
You saw Serafino on our show. We also had Luciano. We've been connecting, Mimi Adami, over the years. I'll interrupt you later about Italy. Go ahead.
I love Mimi. Just listen to your kid. I see my brother with his two kids, and it just warms my heart every time, because he's there, he's present, he listens to them, he plays with them on a regular basis, and even now, even more right now, because they're spending all this time together. So be present, listen, and be playful.
I love the playful part. It's so true, because we get so serious into what we think we have to teach that we forget to play. And the best way to do anything is by example, right? Absolutely. Thank you for that. Back to Italy, how we looked at Italy, and my heart went out to Italy. I got so much inspiration from Italy. Were you seeing the classes where people were just coming out to their balconies in Milan and Rome and Naples, and just in those communities, as you know, we all face inside in the courtyards, and they were Zooming opera and doing classes of movement, and then passing around baskets with those creative sticks where people could put donations to. I was so impressed by the Italians who just stepped up and said, we'll keep our distance, but we're going to keep our drinking, aperitivo, and community. Good for them. Good for us.
Bravissimo, bravissimo.
Yeah. Do you have family there now that you check on and you're seeing how everything's evolving back to a new defined opening?
Yeah, my mom still lives there. My aunt, all my mom's family. My father unfortunately passed away 10 years ago, but my cousins and uncles, they all live in Milan, and I check with them. With my mom, I check with my mom every day. That's
Bravo.
A mamma italiana, you can. So
Stamattina, I waited till 6:15 to call instead of 6. She was already calling me. Che succede? I got 15 minutes late on a Sunday. Mom, I got a 7-hour show to do. I slept in 15 minutes extra on a Father's Day without a father. I mean, it's okay.
I know.
Roberto Milano, you've seen how really had to be strict with its borders, right? So close to North and Switzerland, and how it really pulled up its border crossing, like we heard from Barry, on Mexico and California, right? So now they're starting to open and things are going back to, my friends in Capri today told me the bars are open, especially the outdoor bars and the restaurants, and Naples are going to be allowed to go up to Rome and change, and soon people will be able to fly outside of Italy. We're glad that's opening up, because I'm waiting for the US to start reinstating tickets to Greece, because
I know, absolutely. And the crazy thing that I was there for Christmas. I went there for Christmas, and I left on January 10, which is, a few weeks before it started. And, when I was watching everything that was going on, it really hit me, because I was just there, like 3 weeks before.
Most important unscripted question. When you were in Milano, did you go to the Starbucks there, the only Starbucks in the whole country?
So the line outside was beyond imagination, and I couldn't believe it. I'm like, ma scusa, gli italiani caffè, tu sai, caffè, and Starbucks, come on. But
I know, right? But there you have it. Paradox of paradoxes. And if we want to find you and follow you beside your show, we see here your name, Roberto Milani. On Instagram, it's a little different.
On Instagram is my first initial R, my last name Milani, 65. And then Facebook is Roberto E. Milani, and then Always Active Live with Linda McHugh.
I think your R stands for Roberto, but it also stands for rich. Rich in ideas, rich in inspiration, and rich in humanitarian connection. I'd like to thank you on behalf of all of our viewers for the gift and presence of your wisdom with all of us. Thank you for continuing to spread the word. Active agers, people over 50. I remember when you were in an active aging program that I did, and we connected after years, and now we're paesani.
Yeah, grazie. Thank you. Thank you to you for being an inspiration to all of us. You've been inspiring me from the first day I stepped into the world of health and fitness. A long time ago, but especially for active aging, you were right. That was the workshop you did with Bosu. It was you and Bernadette.
Right. Bernadette, 90 now. My goodness. Thank you. If whatever it's worth, I'll just say, because it's just us, that when I first met you and you walked away, you were walking from this side of me. I turned to Lisa Wheeler and I say, who's he? My God, that hotness. Oh my goodness. She would tell you the truth if she were here. Thank you. I'm going to say good night, good continuation, and happy Father's Day.
And to you. Bye, Lawrence. Bye, everybody.
Bye to almost San Francisco, right? We're going to stay in California. What? Yes, we're going to show our flag so we know exactly where we are, because I try to do this little homage to every one of our guests. We're going to go to union, togetherness of brain, body, breath, or mind, body, spirit. Someone who was the first to take what comes out of India and put it ubiquitous on the map for traditional fitness and the real-time ashram, or the real-time yoga studio. An inspiration and motivation, and yes, true yogic education. She was on our first show. She's on our PSA, the incomparable, wonderful headshot, Stacey McCarthy. Stacey was on our first Around the World check-in. Now she's here to tell us how we stack up, how we've evolved, and how we've transformed. Stacey, happy Father's Day, happy solstice, happy first day of summer.
Well, thank you, Lawrence. It's so great to be here back again after a few months since our first time.
So much has changed and so much has stayed the same, like my love for you. Can you please tell us, where are we finding you and what time is it?
Yeah, so I'm in San Diego, California, and it's a little bit after 4 here, so just the afternoon.
Thank you for the presence of agreeing to be with us today, our second time. We know what you've said on the first time, or we will when we watch our first episode. Thank you for being part of our PSA, or public service announcement, one of the first humanitarian big celebrity fitness people to say, sure, I'll also do something on camera, because not everyone agreed. And you were part of our idea that fitness works, but not for free. It's not about being greedy, but being about able to ask for some contribution to what we're going to do, because we might be in this for months, and we were in this for almost half a year. In some cases, we clearly aren't opening up, as we've heard tonight. July, August, September, and conventions in the way we knew them are done forever. Stacy, what's your current state of mind?
You know, it's interesting. If I stay in the present moment, I'm pretty happy. Like right here, right now, everything's good. I'm feeling, really happy. But if I allow myself to drift to the past of what was, I can get very sad. I'm a little depressed. And if I allow myself to project into the future, then it creates an anxiety, right? A little bit of stress. So during this time, especially, I've been working really hard at staying mindful in this present moment, because right here, right now, it's all okay. It's just the uncertainty of what's ahead, and it's the, a little bit of sadness of what was left behind.
Thank you. I find myself exactly that. Thank you for saying depression, because I certainly have had days where I woke up thinking, this is not the person that I really put out there, but I haven't put a fake post of less than Lawrence. So if I was having questions, I called on my mentees and I've said, today's a day when I need all of you, because here's how I'm feeling. And they always raise me up, which is not something, as you know, as a mentor, you always expect about what you're getting. It's how can I give you today? And I'll always have a give, even though if it's less than apparently energetic. Thank you for using that word of depression, because it's certainly true, and not just with the isolated or encapsulated active agers or seniors, as we used to call them. What's going on in fitness? We've heard from a lot of people in California tonight, even in San Diego, but in terms of yoga fitness, are you finding some studios are opening in California, and at what new reimagining?
Yes, so fitness here is just now starting to relaunch, reopen. So the two clubs that I teach at an Equinox and I teach at a Bay Club, both very nice clubs. And they've done a phenomenal job, both of them, of putting safety first. The clubs are very quiet, the parking lot, not too many people in it, classes very spread out. For example, Bay Club, I taught a class this morning, no classes indoors. They have a beautiful outdoor area with big sails. It's actually quite beautiful. And I had 40 people in class, 6 feet apart. As an instructor, very challenging. Outside, trying to project, trying not to get close to people, very challenging as an instructor.
And you're all about yoga adjustments in the right way. That's some of the workshops I've taken from you in Bangkok at AFC for Dr. Suzanne Hosley. Is that hard? Is it challenging? Are you allowed to walk around and touch them, or are you doing it all verbally?
Everything's verbal. And fortunately, I teach, as you know, a great instructor teaches auditory, visual, and kinesthetic. So no kinesthetic touch. You have to use your words. You have to demo a lot. So it's good though. I mean, it's as an instructor, we need all those skills. We need to be able to teach all 3 ways, because that's the way we connect to the most people.
Thank you for that. One small professional disagreement. You said you're only doing verbals because you can't walk around and touch them. You are a kinesthetic teacher because you touch us the moment you walk into a room and open your mouth. You are humanitarian. You are kind. You teach that yoga is not being able to put your foot behind your head, even if you do that with your dog on your Instagram lives. And I just admire and salivate, and then wait for something that I can do. You are kinesthetic because you touch us. You touch me in my heart. And when you touch me in my heart, I'm yours for life. And if there's ever anything I can do in our hashtag United Nations of Fitness, me love you long time. Because it doesn't matter what you can do. It matters how much they can do, because you're in their life. And you are definitely touching us. Can you take a few minutes, Stacy, and tell us, where are you finding inspiration? What's been inspiring you during this time, maybe recently?
So inspiration for me, I've seen at a global level, there's two things that inspire me. One is Peter and Kathy Davis, the founders of Idea Fit, have a relief fund for instructors who are struggling. So when we first started this at the very beginning, we really wanted to be able to reach out and give instructors who are struggling, who maybe were teaching at a small studio, who don't have insurance, who now have no means of income, giving them some tools to get through this. And so Peter and Kathy Davis have a wonderful instructor relief fund set up. It's at Inspire 360. So if you are watching and you are an instructor that is struggling, please go to inspire360.com and look into the relief fund so that you can get help. Secondly, Lawrence, of course, you are a huge inspiration by gathering a global community together and to help share anything that we've learned to a broader base. So that is very, very inspiring. And thank you for that, Lawrence. And then on a personal level, inspiration for me is forcing myself to grow and expand in new ways. So I think all of us, if we can look at this as how are we growing, how are we expanding? And like you, Lawrence, you know, I taught my first fitness class in 1984 on a cement floor with, you know, a janky boombox, right? And some really bad clothes. And so to grow and expand and realize that, hey, now I can't touch people. Maybe I'm just in front of a Zoom teaching people. That's how I'm doing my privates. That's how I'm doing my classes now. But it's still connecting. And it's really raising skills and giving us growth. And it's exciting to me. It's exciting and energizing.
Which circles back to your original state of mind when I asked you. Thank you for telling about Kathy and Peter Davis sort of foundation that they're starting. I just found out about it a week ago when I was inviting Peter to the show, and I think it's a great initiative. Do you know if it's just for U.S. applicants or is it worldwide?
I believe it's worldwide.
That's wonderful.
They're reaching out, and there's some guidelines, you know, that you're not getting government assistance, and there are some guidelines. So it's really, it's you know, when you started this, it's really for those instructors with no insurance, with, you know, they're stuck. They can't pay for their groceries, and we need to do something to help them.
That's why we started FitnessWorks, just to tell them that nothing is free. Learn what PayPal is. Stripe, Patreon, anything you can put out there and say, can you contribute in some way? Because fitness works. It's working for you. It's got to work for me in some way. I'm sure they are so busy with all the applicants for that. I canceled my scholarships this year because who's going to a convention? And I took all that money and I put it towards people who apply and ask for money towards their rent, right? Because that's more important, I think, right now. What do you think is a new highlight since the last time we've spoken? You were talking about walks with your family a couple months ago. Any new highlight that's burned up unexpectedly that you want to keep?
You know what I'm enjoying is the slowing down, the not rushing so much. And you know, we've all missed opportunities. You and I, you know, we don't have Asia Fitness Conference this year. I was going to South Korea, you know, with Idea, you know, so we're missing opportunities, and this is for all of us. But can we look at this one opportunity in our lives? This will never happen again. We hope, but we hope this, we pray this will never happen again. However, can we look at this time? Like right now, I have my whole family home, my two kids, 26 and 24, working out of the house. My husband, who's always on a plane, always gone speaking around the world, he's home doing his thing. And then, you know, my mom who lives with us. So we've got all of us here, and I can't think of another time that I would ever have this opportunity to have us all under a roof together, eating together, playing together, working together. So,
Where you are a yoga inspiration worldwide, and some of our guests are really making a business in yoga in Thailand and Asia. So I invite you to stay on as we finish in Asia with the mindful barefoot world. Stacy, can you tell me, because it's Father's Day and the first day of summer and an eclipse and solstice and so many things going on, you mentioned your close-knit family. What are some qualities or characteristics of a good dad, father?
Well, I'm so glad you asked, because I think I have, my husband is like the world's best dad, and probably a lot of people would say that about their husbands. But one of the things that I think, you know, being a father and being a mother with it, I mean, that is really a partnership and having similar values. So I want to share something with everyone that we instigated when our kids were just babies, that we taught them. It was called the McCarthy Family Creed. And we taught this to them when they were just little. So like when we would drive them to school, to kindergarten, they'd be sitting in the back seat and we would recite the McCarthy Family Creed. And it's based on the values that we want them to grow up with. So if you don't mind, I'd like to share it with everybody. So here we go, the McCarthy Family Creed. The first thing is gratitude. So number one is gratitude. And so we taught them, today I give thanks for all that I am and all that I have. The second one is love. Today I treat everyone I meet with kindness, love, and respect. Number three is commitment. Today I do my best in everything I do. Number four is growth. Today I do my best to improve my knowledge, skills, health, and attitude. Number five is prosperity. Today I create wealth and abundance for myself and for all those around me. Number six is self-love. I love myself. And number seven is leadership. I am a leader. And we would have them recite it. We would recite our McCarthy Family Creed every morning. And my kids have been brought up with this. And so these are the values that we instilled in them from a very, very young age. And, you know, I can see all of these qualities in them. And this is, to me, having a father who instills the values that are important to your family, to me, that's the greatest dad in the world.
What a wonderful way to conclude your inspiration with very practical takeaways. Thank you for reading that. Thank you for sharing that. And thank you for telling us how you actually bring that into your participants' yoga world. Good for you. Our world is more blessed because you're in it. Our world understands what the benefits of yoga are more because you're in it. And you are such a humanitarian. I could just make this a love fest of gratitude. I have to move on. We're actually going to Asia now. I want to say, me love you long time. And I'm super grateful. From the beginning, you know the people that were on our original calls. And not everybody said sure. And not everybody said I'll do stuff on camera. Thank you for always saying yes and having an open-handed, open-hearted mentality. With love in my heart and a firm commitment to express my gratitude to you, I say thank you for the present of your wisdom to each and every one of us.
Namaste, everyone. Thank you, Lawrence.
Namaste. Connected with Yoga Namaste in the Instagram and the Facebook and all the ways that we're posting in comments so you could find Stacy. You don't have to know anything about yoga to find everything about love. And you do that when you follow Stacy. Bye.
Thank you. Love everyone.
Thank you for California. My friends, we're going far, far away in an instant. I'll show you right now just a little bit of a flag change because we're going to go boom across borders to Thailand, all the way to Asia, where Asia is waking up. Hey, if you're just watching us, please click share and share now. So you're watching our feed, our live around the world episode 7 global town hall. Not on my Facebook, but on yours, because you've shared. Please, in comments, make hashtag I was here, watching from, and where. Interact with us, because I read all of your comments. And please, if there's something someone says that you like, make it a hashtag, or just write takeaway, or I like when she said blank. To get all of these shows packaged and bundled with special surprise gifts, no charge, no questions, emailed to you, just findlawrence.com/fitnessworks. For the first time ever, my friends, we're going to have double guests. We're going to start in Thailand, and we're going to stay in Thailand with the worlds of Pilates and yoga. We're going to be going to Pilates and yoga, Manuel Molina de la Torre and Apitaya, which we're going to call BOM. B-O-M is her nickname. I'm inviting them up. Mr. Manuel, I'm unmuting you. Bom, I'm unmuting you. For the first time ever, 2 guests simultaneously with our Thailand flag. I'm going to take away my flag now and say, good morning, Manuel.
Good morning, Lawrence.
Happy Father's Day, Manu.
Thank you so much. Happy Father's Day. Happy solstice. Happy International Yoga Day. Happy eclipse and all of that we have together.
Yes. Bom, do we hear you?
Yes, Lawrence.
Hi.
สวัสดีค่ะ
สวัสดีไหม
I'm very well, thank you. But I try to find why my video not sure. I see only my profile picture.
That's okay. Watch. I'm going to invite you to start your video. See my invitation? Maybe click there and then we see you. Manu, here comes Bom. Hi, Bom, in front of your studio. Why? We have Bom, who has her own Pilates studio. Pilates in Thailand is very much current and credentialed because of Bom's work. And yoga in Thailand, in Bangkok, is very much credentialed and valid because of Manuel's work. Manu, where are you from originally?
I'm from, originally, I'm from the south of Spain, Andalusia.
Andalusia, oh, pues hombre. Okay. And Bom, are you from Bangkok?
Yes, I'm from Bangkok, Thailand.
Okay.
Yes.
When did you open your studio, Bom?
Like 7 years ago.
7 years ago. And Manuel, Manu, how long have you been doing your yoga practice since you've made Bangkok your residence?
It's been for 1 year, more or less, yes.
Congratulations, raising the standards of yoga and inspiration and wellness there. I'm going to ask each of you what time, well, I'll ask you first, Manu, what time is it in Bangkok?
So it's 6:30 a.m. and it's the 22nd already. 22nd of
So
June.
happy Monday. And thank you for waking up super early, Bom, because I know you have lots of energy. When we've gone out partying in Thailand, it's not been in the morning. That's all I'm saying. So we've had fun with Dr. Suzanne and not in the evening. Let me ask you first, Manu, what is your current state of mind? And then I'll ask Bom, how are you feeling about things?
Well, my current state of mind, Lawrence, it's, I would say right now it's positive. However, I have to say that it hasn't been easy, of course, as everyone else in the world over the last few months. And for me, I think this whole, you know, everything that we have been witnessing in this 2020, for some reason, it brought a lot of sadness and I would say even a little bit of grief. I don't know exactly why, but I think it must have to do with the fact that I had to, you know, at the beginning, I had to cancel so many plans. I had to cancel my annual retreats, which was something, it's one of my favorite things to do, you know, like when I travel and do my retreats. And I had to, you know, I was also missing my family a lot in Spain. You know, Spain, it's been like really, really badly. So it was super sad to see all of that and to know that I was here, but I couldn't move there and stay with them. That was the beginning. And so I dealt with all of this kind of grief inside. But in a way, I felt that embracing that in a way, just like kind of allowing myself to know that that's the situation. Like there is no much that I can do. So the only way is like kind of try to move forward. And of course, I also don't want to ignore what's there, you know, like this kind of sadness and emotion is there, but I just want to try to move forward with that.
Thank you for saying the difference of emotions. Somehow, you were going to say somehow?
Yeah, I was going to say that somehow this kind of change that was happening, this kind of sadness that were inside, I felt it was like a kind of a part of a transformation, you know, that we are going through right now in these times.
Sure.
And I thought somehow it was important to embrace what was there.
Thank you. And you're putting out content and interviews and lots of validity. Bom, what is your current state of mind? I saw you're open now, which is wonderful.
Yes, I'm very happy that I can go back to work. And today, right after this, I go back to teach at the Fit Thailand Pilates instructor course that we postponed from like March since lockdown.
Right.
And yeah, but before allowed to start to work again, I just feel like relaxed because of this time you feel like you go back home. I mean, I go back home with my husband and do everything like I want to do. And
wonderful.
Yeah.
Bom, where did you have your club? It's a beautiful studio. I went there on my last trip to Bangkok, walking distance of the Marriott, and it's just state of the art, not too big, so you don't have many big crowds, which is perfect for now. What is inspiring you, Bom?
The inspiration is about very small group and make everyone feel, I mean, it's very suit for this time because we have to keep the social distancing. And I just feel like I can close to all our client or our members, and then I can send you all my love during the social distancing thing. And yeah.
Right. Thank you. I know you went away for a while from Bangkok, and then when everything became a little bit better, you moved back, which is great. Congratulations on that. And now that you're back at FIT, you're training with people, right? FIT is open. Congratulations to Dr. Suzanne. Manu, what's inspiring you?
For me at this point, it's inspired me the way it's the resilience, you know, the resilience in which every business, and I include myself as a business owner, the way we have, in a way, just like kind of found our way out of this, you know, and together and learning together. And that is very inspiring for me.
Thank you. Manu, any new part of your new world that you like? It's a highlight. It's an unexpected part of your day that you're going to keep doing now.
You know, it's this is interesting question, Lawrence, because I would say that there were many things that I was doing before the lockdown, you know, but something that I really enjoy, it's to have a stronger online presence, you know. Before the lockdown, I was already working online. I was already doing online classes one-on-one. And in fact, one of the things that I'm moving even more, it's trying to move my work online. But I'm enjoying most doing things like the things that we are doing right now. You know, before I would feel a little bit intimidated to put myself on a Facebook Live, on a YouTube Live. But now I feel like it's a really great way to share. It's a really great way to connect.
You have done so much content out there with notable names in mindfulness around the world. We're going to tell our guests in a moment how they can watch all of the stuff you're putting out there at no charge. Bom, tell me, what is the surprise of your day now that you're back in Bangkok, maybe with your husband, at your work, in the city? What do you have a surprise of your life, a new highlight?
What happened is we back to Samui, and then we found like a wild cat, you know, like the abandoned cat just come to stay with us, and yeah, we adopt it. And then I found myself.
You took it to a cat doctor first.
Yes, that's right. Yeah, and that's right. Yeah, and I found myself like oh, it's very beautiful. Simply, I should share to the world. And then I start my small YouTube clip that I want to share to everyone about social distancing. You can do Pilates anytime, anywhere, at home. Yeah, and now it's come with the Pilates Tuesday tip by Bom. Yeah.
Thank you. And do you have your cat with you in the Pilates studio or living at home?
Actually, at studio, I have another cat, you know, that came from, I don't know, somewhere, because, you know, in Bangkok, is a lot of cats, right?
Dr. Suzanne. Yeah. Dr. Suzanne has the first floor only for the stray cats she rescues. Just saying.
Yeah. Right now they have 3 more abandoned cats that
they do.
Yeah. Yeah. I always have cats. I don't know why. Yeah. But it's good. It's like to come to on the camera too when I do the clip. That is my happy part.
Absolutely. That's wonderful. Tell me, Bom, are you doing anything special for Father's Day with your husband?
Okay, happy Father Day in America, right? But in Thailand, not. And my father passed away 8 years ago before I have my own studio.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I always thinking about him because he all like support me, and then I can open my studio because he like give me that opportunity to help me. Yeah,
Bom, inside your Pilates studio, Pilates by Apitia, do you have a picture of your father?
I don't have. He in here.
You could.
Yeah, he in my memory. Yeah, right. Yeah. I always tell everyone like he is the one who helped me to open the studio. Yeah. Because it's a big
he's with you even without a picture, but a picture is something I started to do when I found a picture of my dad, and I just have it around, and when I just look, he looks back. Manu, do you have any thoughts about Father's Day?
I do have some thoughts on Father's Day, and you brought up this question, which is like kind of what would be the qualities for a father, and I would think that I'm not a father, but I think a good father should do the inner work, and what do I mean for that is that we all have things that we are dealing with. So a good father, I think, is the one that it's able to look in and use the tools that we use in the yoga practice to grow and hopefully to transmit that to their kids. I think one of the best qualities, Lawrence, would be just like we talk a lot about compassion in the yoga world. Sometimes to me, it sounds like it's a word that is a little bit overused. And I like to use more self-compassion. So when we talk about compassion, I like to think about self-compassion. How do you treat yourself? And then from there, it's a good place to start.
So inspirational. That's every father-like figure should hear. Boom, because you have your studio, let me ask you before we finish. Yeah. Boom, if I come to your class tomorrow for Pilates, different from February, what's different?
We have less people, in the class for social distancing for right now.
Right.
Yeah.
More space.
And more space and like private room, like
private room.
Private, yeah, right.
Okay. And have to wear mask or no mask?
Oh yeah, we have to wear mask and face shield.
Face shield.
Yeah. Sometimes we wear face shield to like protect. It depends on the client request.
Right.
And every client have to wear gloves and socks. Yeah.
You take care of yourself. Listen, because you're a trainer for many organizations, Bohm. I love you, and I want you to make sure your clients will take care of themselves. You take care of yourself because you're a very giving person. Manu, do you work in, I know you do private yoga and you do streaming yoga and you come into homes all over the world. Do you work in any physical places in Bangkok and teach yoga?
Not at the moment. I've been collaborating before COVID. I've been collaborating with few studios, and I was working doing workshops. And sometimes around Thailand, I was also doing retreats. But right now, I am not. I am focusing more on my online yoga. Especially, I'm niching down into doing one-on-one.
Wow, and how's that business going? It's going well for you now, right?
It's going, it's going slowly. I think this is normal, for a new business. It's like kind of, how it is, like kind of a lot of work. But I can see like day by day, there are like little steps.
You're
growing.
giving up content and lots of people need to follow you. We see your name here, but with Manu is a little bit different. How do we find you?
Right. So as you say, my name in every social media is with Manu. And on Instagram, you have a dot in between. So it's with.manu. But then on YouTube, on Facebook, you find me with Manu. That's awesome, Lawrence. Thank you for this.
And you have lots of content. Sign up for his newsletter, my friends. He has visionaries from all over the world. The only thing that connects everyone like this show is English. You got to understand English. Boom, how do we find you on social media? A little bit different.
It's the same of my name, but include the Pilates by Apitya for Instagram, for Facebook, for YouTube. Yeah, you can find me there.
We have to find your YouTube because she has content on there also that's no charge. I want to thank both of you for waking up early in Asia on Monday, making our Around the World Episode 7 so special for so many reasons. Yoga and Pilates raised standards in Thailand because of Manu and because of Bohm. There are other schools, there are other teachers, but nowhere is great. I met Manu who was competing, and from the moment he walked on stage, before he opened his mouth, because of his demeanor to the judges before, I knew he's a winner. And Bohm, you and I have gone back many years. I wouldn't know how to find English cider in Thailand, in Bangkok, if it weren't for your night tours of just a few of us, including Super Betty and Biscuit. With love in my heart, I thank you both. We will follow you, and I appreciate the present of your wisdom for our interview and our Around the World. Thank you, Manu. Thank you, Bohm.
Thank you so much, Lawrence.
Thank you.
Bye, you guys. I appreciate you both, and thank you very much for being with us. My friends, we're going to stay in Asia, and we're going to go somewhere where you may not know this flag. It's a very important flag, and I'll show you first. Do you see this flag? Do you know? Guess. One of our guests. This kind of share and share now. Share our post because our timeline, our shared message of fitness works, but not for free, should go around the world. If you agree, you click share. You don't agree later, you delete. No big deal. Make a comment, please. Hashtag I was here, and then put watching from and where are you watching from. To get all of these shows, all 7 episodes, some special treats, remember, findlawrence.com/fitnessworks, and you'll get a nice bundle and no sales, my promise to you. From the beginning, we had a father, and from the beginning, we had a teacher, and from the beginning, we had a program creator on board with us, Mr. Jonathan Go. And Mr. Jonathan Go is ready to go forward with a new mentality, new treats, new inspiration, and yes, he is a father. I'm going to say, Jonathan, good morning, happy Monday, and happy Father's Day.
Good morning, Lawrence. Nice to see you.
Hi.
Hi.
I hear you, but very, very light. Can you come maybe just a little closer like this, or raise your volume, or just start screaming?
I will just start screaming.
Thank you. You are in Singapore. All my friends at home are watching. You're going to raise your volume very, very high, please. And I will start to speak like this. Jonathan, where are you and what time is it?
Well, I'm in Singapore. I'm at home, and time would be right now 7:45.
Wonderful. And with everything going on from Singapore from 5 very many months ago, so much has changed. Tell us, what's your current state of mind?
My current state of mind, I'm actually feeling very positive. Because we have just went into what we call a phase 2 from our lockdown. So all the gyms are ready to open, and all the clubs, all the sports facilities, businesses are about 75% open. We can finally dine in the restaurants. We can go to all the sports facilities again, go back to swimming, go back to work out in the park and all the clubs. So everybody over the last, in fact, we just we stepped into phase 2 on last Friday. And so all the gyms and everything is just like all moving in and like, okay, let's quickly get it ready, get all our things ready. And to focus on the requirements of the government. So we have this thing called the government had came out with a ruling that in any facility, let's just use a gym, right? Since we're in the fitness industry, in a gym, maximum capacity is 50 per person in a club, nothing more than that. And everybody has to wear a mask when you're inside. But if you are exercising, especially if you're doing HIIT, Tabata, any strenuous exercise, you can be without a mask. That's one. Secondly is that if you are in a group workout, maximum 5 person in one group. Okay, and in between this group, each of them has to be at least 1 meter apart. If it's a high intensity workout, they would have to be 3 meters apart. So if the studio is big enough, there can be another group of 5, but between these two groups, maximum, not say maximum, sorry, it's minimum 3 to 4 meters apart. So let's say, for example, in the club that I work in, it's a pretty small studio, so we can only have 5 person inside. That's it, and there's no crossover of groups. Even in the shift that we work in, there should be 2 distinctive shifts, one in the morning, one in the afternoon. None of us can cross our path to each other. So all this is set in place so that it's easy for the government to do contact tracing if there is anything that they need to do, and to minimize any clusters forming.
Fascinating. So that's a huge change. For those of us that didn't see you in the beginning and heard that you weren't even under lockdown, then you reacted as sort of COVID went all the way back to Asia. Now, months later, you're just opening up and explaining what phase 1, 2, and 3 means. We see behind you, ignite your burn. Can you explain a little bit what that means, please, for us?
Sure. Ignite Your Burn is a program, a group fitness program that I started, and it's basically focused on 4 fitness protocol. PHAT, basically made, for those who are not familiar, will be peripheral heart action training, then followed by HIIT training, active recovery, and heart rate monitoring training system. Yeah.
Well, that's fascinating, as I think it's really interesting that you're able to come up with your own program and now debut it around the world with just like a Zoom link. You don't have to get expenses and meals and transportation. How cool is that? As you've been watching what's going on and even starting your own Facebook group, Jonathan, what's been inspiring you? Where have you been getting your inspiration? Because you work for some clubs, you work for yourself, you create your own programs, so you have your finger on the pulse. We mentor together. What's going on that's inspirational to you?
Well, I think one of the inspiration that I got during this period of time, especially, was actually Sergeant Ken's Project Hope, right? So that was actually one key, sorry, one key inspiration that I got from it, and that's also the reason why I started a podcast or a video broadcast. Interviewing fitness professionals around people around me about the journey that they have made, because everybody has a story to tell, everybody has a story to share, and I want that podcast that I have to be the place to store all those stories, so that anybody who needs a bit of an inspiration or motivation to go in and just watch the videos. So I'm supposed to have someone interviewed today, but then because of the reopening, and the person was like, okay, can we do it another day? I said, totally understand. Let's just do it another day.
Right. Okay. Yeah. But the wonderful thing is you're able to stay inspired and stay connected as you look around beyond your country. Singapore's not so big, and Singapore is very perfect and utopian, and the place where everybody knows it's illegal to chew gum, and you are staying connected outside of your world. Is there some new part of your life that you've picked up in addition to the Facebook group that you started that is unexpected, that you love, a new highlight of your life, Jonathan?
Well, I think one of my key thing is actually starting up the whole entire podcast and really have a bit more of, really taking the time and to realign myself, refocus, and draw what I really want to do for the next 3 to 5 years. That's actually the key thing.
I can't get past Monday, but good for you having a 3 to 5 year plan. Wonderful. And for those who are wondering what exactly you were talking about with the inspiration from Sergeant Ken's Project Hope, tell us where we can find that in addition to Sergeant Ken's Facebook profile page.
I actually go to his Facebook profile page.
Okay, and but you sign up and you join the Zoom link, and then you watch that, and it's a couple times a week, right?
Yes, correct.
Very social conscious, great speakers, wonderful, motivating, educating, inspiring messages. I'm glad you're finding that, and I'm glad you're doing your sort of inspired spin-off from that, because really, when we get an idea and we put forth our idea, it's really flattery, and we really just continue to spread energy and positivity moving forward. Tell me, as a father, what Jonathan makes a good father, since it's the first day of summer, looking forward to a summer of Father's Day. Is it Father's Day in Singapore?
It was yesterday.
Yeah, because for you it's Monday. Well, catch up back to us. Tell us, what makes a good father?
For me personally, one of the key thing is I grew up without a father. I don't have a father when I was really, really young.
Same.
He kind of like walked out of the family.
Right.
And so for me, the key thing is to be available and always be there for my kids, right? For my daughter as right now, no matter what, as far as I can. Although sometimes being a personal trainer can really be difficult, because you'll be training people in the evening, and then by the time you come home, it's time for them for their nap time, or
Sure.
for time to sleep. So then that's why the weekends and whatever public holidays we have is very important for me to really be able to spend time. And so right now, especially like right now, we are opening up into phase 2. I'm going back to work soon. In fact, after this interview, I'm rushing back to work. My daughter did say that what she's going to miss for the last 2 months of lockdown is the time that she has with me at home. That is just, yeah.
We don't cry because it's over. We smile and rejoice and appreciate because it happened. Jonathan, how do our viewers find you and stay connected to you? We see your name here, which is very similar to how we'll find you on Instagram.
Yep. Okay, on Instagram, it will be John Go Fit Pro, JONGOHFITPRO. That's my Instagram handle. And if it's on Facebook, it will be Jonathan, JONATHAN .GOHJS. That would be mine. But if let's say if you
Right.
like too many things to remember, just remember it's John Go Fit Pro on Instagram. Then click onto my link tree. You have all my rest of the.
Once we
social
find
media.
you on the gram, we're able to find you everywhere else. And you started a Facebook group, correct?
Yes, it's basically for the podcast. It's called Keeping It Real for Fit Pro. But if you want to search it on Facebook, it will be Keep It Real, the numeric for Fit Pro.
I love that message because now our ground is level, even if some of us are going back to a fitness facility. And if we can't keep our personality real now, no one is going to trust us because it's not about filters and fake anymore. People are staying connected to real, I believe, because we got important stories to tell and stereotypes to break, opportunity to create, and diversified anti-racist opportunities to stand behind.
Yeah.
For those of us that want to follow you, we've said how people follow you. You expressed a little bit about what's going on social media and what it takes to be a great father. Is there any shout out you want to make to people who might be watching or empowering you or supporting you who might be watching?
I would say the key shout out would still be you.
Aww.
Always.
I'm watching.
Don't cry, don't tear.
Thank you.
So, the key shout out is still always when it comes to this thing, I will always
Thank you.
remember.
You're the winner. You know, you're the fitness idol of Asia, right? Because you won Fitness Idol for AFC with your program, with your motivation. You jumped off the stage, ran among the participants, went back to the stage, and you had 3 minutes to do it. And you had judges from around the world. Current reigning fitness pro of Fitness Idol for Asia. Hey, very modest guy. Congratulations on that. Thank you for the shout out to me. Any other team player star at home?
At home would probably be someone from Australia, Yanni Hartman. He is from the Institute of Motion. He has been a big inspiration to me in terms of teaching the principles and the protocols promoted by Institute of Motion. Basically, Michel Delcor, right? He's someone that I have not met in person, but his product Fiber Pro has been a great impact and changed my methodology and philosophy in terms of fitness.
You are a Viper guy. I see your post. Yeah, it's that big, long thing. Yeah, wonderful. Jonathan, I want to talk by all of our viewers and thank you for the present of your wisdom with all of us. It's wonderful that you were there at the beginning, and now we've seen COVID come literally full circle around the globe. Good luck for you and your country with the continued phase of reopening, and I wish you a wonderful week. Please stay connected with us. You know where to find me because we speak every day.
Yeah, thank you.
Bye. Thank you for representing
Bye-bye.
Singapore. Bye. My friends, we're going to stay in Asia. Before we go there, let me show you the calendar. Not a calendar. It's called a map. We're going to go there not very far from Singapore. This is the map of the Philippines. I have worked and loved and appreciated and fallen in love with the Filipinos for many, many years, the Pinoys, if you will. And if you're watching this, please make sure you've shared and you're watching on the share to your wall. Make a comment, hashtag I was here, and tell us where is you're here. And also remember to get all of these shows bundled up for free in your inbox, findlawrence.com/fitnessworks. My dear friend and boss and humanitarian and icon and leader of fitness standards in the Philippines is Earl Jimenez. And There he is. And you know, Gold's Gym has a lot of duty and work to do to thank Earl for all his years and years of dedication. Maganda umaga, Earl. I'm going to unmute you here so I can hear your Philip Tagalog.
Oh, there you go. Hi,
I got you
magandang
now.
umaga.
Curls, Earl.
Yeah.
I miss you. Thank you for agreeing to be part of our show. The second time is a charm. Kumusta ka?
Mabuti. We're all fine here.
That's great. Where is here? Where are you?
Right now, I'm in my house in Quezon City, which is in the suburbs just outside the capital of Manila.
Okay, and what time is it for you and what day?
Today it's Monday at 8 o'clock in the morning.
Wonderful. Thank you for going to school a little bit late so you can be with our viewers. I really appreciate you. Earl, lots is going on in the fitness world and the political world and the humanitarian world. What is your current state of mind?
Well, admittedly, at the beginning, when this pandemic set in and everything that has been happening, we were all a bit apprehensive, particularly those of us who were working in the fitness industry, because we knew that its impact on the industry. But you know, after we're almost entering 4 months of our general community of our quarantine, moving on from one sort of quarantine to another, we've kind of gotten used to it. But as you know, people say we're all in the same storm, but we're in different boats. So as we're trying to live out our lives during this pandemic, we're also learning that there are really people who are not so fortunate as at us, and at the end of the day, we really just need to rely on each other to go through this. So it did bring some of the worst in people, but I think it mostly brought in what was best about people. When people just come together, form a virtual community and just rally together so that everyone can just get through this.
You are so inspirational because the Pinoys band together, not only where you are, but there are more Pinoys around the world offering service than I have found of any other culture. Thank you for talking about you. You still work for Gold's Gym, correct?
Yes, I do.
How is that going? What's going on? Still closed, open with rules? What's going on?
No, we're still closed. Today is the last week of our general community quarantine. We need to await announcements from the government that would move us into a modified general community quarantine that would allow gyms to partially reopen.
Okay.
But what I did was, because my department at Gold's is training and education, is that I run the fitness instructors course under the Fitness Institute at Gold's Gym. And so we had to move because we had current batches that were doing face-to-face classes in our classrooms at the gym. What I did was to transition everything online. And so far that it's been very positive, and it allowed me to open a full online course. And I was surprised that there was quite a bit of number of people who were signing up with the course, considering that we weren't very sure what was going to happen to the fitness industry. But I guess it shows that people who still want to become fitness instructors by doing a full live online course with us, it shows that there are people who still are confident in the fitness profession and are still very confident with the fitness industry. And it has allowed us, for those who are in education, to realize the full potential of doing online courses. And me, because I'm an educator, I also teach in a university. It has allowed me to re-examine the way how I can do modules so that we're able to reach out to more people through these online courses.
Wonderful. That's all of my questions in one. What are you doing? Where you're finding inspiration? What's a new unexpected highlight? And how are you staying connected with all of your instructors like Paolo and everyone? Are you Zooming? Are you FaceTiming? Are you meeting up? What's going on? Because you have a lot of instructors.
Yeah, everyone's just doing Facebook. Most of the instructors have shifted also online. I think what many instructors here in the Philippines realize is that you can do a lot of online things. Prior to this pandemic, there were already instructors who were exploring doing online training. And now, because of what has been happening, everyone has really gone on full online. Some have created their own group exercise classes. Some have become online personal trainers. And I think the Filipinos are very resilient and creative. And this pandemic has brought out that part of the fitness industry. And so everyone's just getting connected with each other through Facebook. I watch the online classes of some of the instructors just to see how they're doing.
I think that's inspirational, right? Because people are not fearful anymore. They're giving out content, and fitness works. It's always worked. People have to know how to find that. Do you find that it's easy for people to stay online? Like find each other and Zoom up to the online community?
Yes, I guess so, because prior to this, we've all been connecting through online anyway. The challenge, of course, is the infrastructure.
Right. And the bandwidth and paying your load and having enough connection speed. I've heard from Cebu, and not everybody is able to do so much online at certain times of day. Everyone goes on the network. Philippines are many islands, but they're islands nonetheless. So signal strength, as I know in Puerto Rico or Mykonos or Manhattan, is sometimes limited. Earl, tell me when you're there, if you're finding inspiration yourself from anything beyond Zoom or anything around the world, anything else that's inspired you other than your instructors? Just to put you on the spot for a second.
I think what has inspired me a lot is my ability to just stay put. Since quarantine was declared in March 15 and we're still in quarantine now, I've only gone out of my house once. and I've realized that, there are things that you learn when you just stay put and you become more introspective and you're just stuck in a house and you realize that you just cannot live your life like this in despair. And, you got to adapt to changing needs. So to changing needs and changing times. So even if we're allowed to really go out anymore and do the things that we usually do, I think everyone, this has really changed me. It has changed my behavior, my habits, the way I think, the way I perceive things, and to just try to live your life the way your life is given to you.
Thank you. Wonderful concluding remarks, but I have a few more things to say because every time you say anything, I'm inspired. And I also have to say, you're a really wonderful, ethical person to work for whenever I've come back to the Philippines and done stuff for Gold's Gym. I just have to put that parenthetically because not everyone is ethical and sweet and wonderful and joyful and fair and generous and knows what to do. I mean, I took your STEP class before I even presented STEP for the AFPP. Remember that? Association of Fitness Professionals in the Philippines? That's a whole other show we'll talk about another time. Now let's just talk about your personal life. Just kidding. Is it also Father's Day in Philippines? Because you have so many American ties as Filipinos, I imagine you're also celebrating the American holidays?
Yeah, yesterday was Father's Day, Sunday.
Right,
Yeah,
okay.
Father's Day.
Well, we're pretending it's still Father's Day for you, okay, Daddy?
All right.
What makes a good father? You're over Gold's Gym education and everything, right? So what are good qualities of a father figure?
Yeah, a father figure is someone who brings confidence, who exudes confidence. People, whether you're playing the role of a real biological father or someone who stepped into the roles of a father, people want to feel loved, they want to feel strengthened, they want to feel empowered, they want to feel comfortable, they want to feel comforted. So a good father is one who offers us all of that: strength, comfort, empowerment, confidence, and of course, love.
That is so sweet. Thank you for saying that. I really appreciate that. For those who want to follow what you're doing, and there are many golds that fall under your jurisdiction in the Philippines, and follow you, tell us how to find you, and tell us how to find Gold's Gym stuff that you do on social media handles, please.
Yeah, you can look for me, of course, at Facebook. My handle there is Trekkerl, Trekkearl, Trekkerl.
Spell it one more time.
Trekkerl, Trekkearl.
Okay.
Trekkerl. And then for anything Gold's Gym, particularly with the Gold's Gym Fitness Institute Philippines, which I run, you can just the handle is Gold's Gym Fitness Institute Philippines. For everything Gold's Gym, also the rest of Gold's Gym, you can look for Gold's Gym Philippines official, all at Facebook.
That's a lot, but for all the people who are listening who might not know all the stuff I want to say, it's Earl's interview. Filipinos love Americans. Americans love Filipinos. I've never been more places in Asia, anywhere else in Asia, where I felt more proud and accepted and welcome as an American, because you're between an IHOP and you're between a California pizza kitchen on every corner. Sorry?
Your green tea matcha latte from Coffee Bean.
How do you remember that? Yes, and they closed in New York, so they're just gone. Do you still have coffee bean and tea leaf in Manila?
Yes, and they still have a Morocco mint latte.
Talaga? Thank you. You're so sweet even to remember that. Before I let you go, I have something that I've seen that you may not have seen or endorsed, but I want to play it in the honor of the Philippines before I move on to another country, and then I'll come back to you for one final question and final message. I'm just going to play a little video that I want to share about the Philippines, if I may. And I think it's very important to play this. And it's from the Philippines, and it's about the Pinoys who have kept people alive all around the world. So let's watch this, my friends. Let's not watch that. Let's watch this.
Tingnan mo iyong palad, kalyado mong kamay, sa hirap ng buhay, ang dami mong problema na kung pangiti, no'y pikang nga astig. Saan ka man naroroon, huwag kang matatakot sa bahirong patalim, sa bakas ng madilim.
Amazing number of Filipinos working our NHS, helping everybody. So thank you to all the Filipinos doing all this amazing work.
There is only one thing we say to the god of death, not today. Huwag po kayo susuko, bayani po kayong lahat. Sabi nila may anting-anting ako, pero di nila alam na ang Diyos ang dahilan ko. Ahoy, Pinoy ako, buo aking loob, mayagimat ang dugo ko. Ahoy, Pinoy ako, mayagimat ang dugo ko.
Hi, Earl.
Thank you, Lawrence, for that. That was so heartwarming.
Have you seen it?
Yeah, I did see.
Wow. I just love that not everyone realizes that the #1 country that provides health care to most countries, according to these statistics, is the Filipinos. And it's not just saying that there's something above and beyond that Filipinos offer. It's something that I stumbled upon that supports gratitude towards the healthcare workers of all countries, the New Yorkers, and we make our sounds. And I love that the New York and the police were involved in this video as well. Thank you for the present of your wisdom. Thank you for keeping the standards of the Philippines alive and well and elevated, not because you brought presenters like this bucket of crazy over the years, but for the initiatives that you started. Do you still do STEP?
Oh, no, not anymore. I hardly teach group exercise classes now.
But you still love STEP, right? Even if you don't do it?
I do. Of course I do.
We have to do some kind of resurgence at the mall. What's the mall by the Makati Shangri-La that I last was with? Yuri did it. It was for charity in the middle of the mall. All those levels of people. We did something for Ayala. What was the name of that mall? The gold.
It's Glorieta.
Glorieta, yes. Oh my God, there was a coffee bean and tea leaf there as well. Thank you very much for being with us. I'm so honored that you were able to jump on and be with us, and now you're off to your Monday and off to school. Thank you for the present of your wisdom. We will friend and follow you, and thank you for being a great representative of what Gold's Gym and Gold's Gym Education and Academy are all about.
Thank you, Lawrence. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Stay safe. Mabuhay.
Mabuhay. Salamat.
Salamat po, which is thank you very much. Goodbye to the Philippines. My friends, we have one more spot to go. And as our last spot is going to go to a very unique flag. I'll show you the flag. And I'll make you a call of action. A call to action is if you're just joining us, please make sure you share now, and you're watching this from your feed. You could delete it later if you don't believe that fitness works. And please make a comment, hashtag I was here. And where is your here? Watching from Alabama. Or in this case, flag please, it is Malaysia. Someone who was with us at the beginning, it's only fitting that that person comes back and finishes our 7th episode, one of the movers and shakers in our industry who has not a gym, but a place for people who don't like gyms, not called a gym, but it's called the Lighthouse. My lighthouse in technology, my lighthouse of all things mastermind and mentoring, Mr. Noel Chalaya from Malaysia. Hello, Noel.
Hi, Lawrence. Thank you for having me back again on the show. And I've been listening to everyone talk, and it's just so good to be here.
Can I say happy Monday and happy birthday?
Thank you.
It is my pleasure to say happy birthday. I started this when you were sleeping hours and hours and hours ago with a hat and a wish and a wonderful journey. And now we've come to the end of our journey. We can't say full circle because we don't want to be where we were 4 months ago, but we're full spiral. We're learning things in cyclical geometric shapes, sort of like the beginning and end of your Malaysian flag. Tell us, where are you exactly and what time is it?
Okay, I'm in the city of Malaysia, Kuala Lumpur. And the time is now 8:20 a.m. It's bright and early here in the morning.
Wonderful. Well, I believe in fruit for breakfast, like grapes, and so I will say cheers to you on your Monday morning. It's my last interview, so what's in your cup? Is it Sauvignon Blanc? Cheers. I'm having a birthday drink in your honor. I should finish all of this by the time our interview's finished. Noel, you've been behind the scenes. You've been our first person to hop on to script writing for our PSA public service announcement. You're on our first around the world with your wife Kimberly, and you have a gym that is now just reopened after a worldwide pandemic. You checked in with us. We have to watch your first episode for those of us that weren't there with your very valid takeaways. Before fitness, you came to us from IT or intellectual technologies or whatever that stands for, and when it was time to zoom and boom and stream and mean, you were there because you were able to help us all step up with huge amounts of gratitude and emotional. Thank you for being so part of FitnessWorks and for making the standards of your country raise and for inspiring me in my heart to have this goal from watching a Broadway show of Rosie O'Donnell saying, I want to do what Rosie did, but I don't know how to do it. And you said, I'll work it behind the scenes. You just get the people to agree and say yes. And so I invited 50 people and 23 said yes. And there we have it. And you were one of the first, and you're here now. FitnessWorks is not done. FitnessWorks continues, but as a 6.5-hour show, no need. We will continue and reimagine and reinvent. Speaking of which, as we reinvent your reopening, what's your current state of mind?
Yeah, so for me personally, I'm happy because the gym has opened. The government has given us the green light to reopen, and it's been a week since the gym has been open. So I'm happy. I'm happy that my team can go back and see our heroes, our members, see them face to face, and just get things going. We've been dying to go back, so I'm happy because of that.
Maybe not
but
dying.
I will be lying. I would be lying to it if I didn't say that I'm also a little uncertain of what the future holds, because I mean, we've been closed for 3 months and now we are at a reduced capacity. I can't have my full team back teaching classes, teaching 12, 13 classes a day. I cannot have all our members back. We have such a strong community and everyone's just feeding off each other's energy every time when they come for class. And that's not there anymore right now. And people are slowly getting used to it. Some people are not ready to come back, and that's okay. Some people are ready day one. They were in the gym already, and that's cool too. So it's been a roller coaster, but I'm optimistic because I know that if we got through these 3 months and here we are, I know that we'll figure it out in the months to come.
Thank you for that. And remember, I said to you this privately, you're not decreasing your size because you're still offering your streaming online quality and offering. So you still have your visual and your virtual, and both people who might not want to go back or want to go back and be off camera while you're still streaming the class, and Sharon Rockstar, Kimberly, your wife Rockstar, streaming. So you have now sort of 3 memberships. Go in person, scratch and sniff, or stay home and watch as well. And you've done this all along. Kudos to you with your reimagining. That's your state of mind. During this, are other gyms open in your country?
Yes, most of them are. I think just the bigger clubs, because they are massive, they just have cleaning and lots of things that they need to do. But pretty much the gyms are open. It's the people that are not ready to come back. But I just believe that you just got to give it some time. Just like how when the restaurants were opening, people were nervous about coming back. And now look at it. It's like back to normal. So I hope that the gyms will be like that too.
Right, well, you're massive in your heart because you're very much connected. Noelle, what is inspiring you during all this time? Because as you know, a mastermind, a leader, a mentor has to keep his or her teapot full to be able to serve others. So what's inspiring you, or who's inspiring you?
What's inspiring me is that there's just so much going on online like this. Look at this. We are at FitnessWorks Episode 7, and this was not here before COVID-19. And I've been able to participate in multiple mentoring groups, to be a part of the group, because on my time zone, it's a bit crazy, but because the gym is closed, I can adapt to that. So I've got a lot more learning done. I've got a lot more connection. I think I've spoken to you, Lawrence, more than I have in the past 3 months than the months before that, because we have this downtime. So what's inspiring me is that all these connections, and these connections are still here. The gym has reopened, but these connections are still here. And I think that as the months go by, I'm excited because I feel like I have more friends, more fitness professionals. I've made new friends that I can now journey with. Before this, I wouldn't say I was alone, but I feel like I have a whole group of new friends, new industry professionals from around the world who are following me, who are doing this with me, who are teaching me. So that's been great. That really inspires me.
Hashtag you are not alone. Any shout outs you want to make to anybody who might be watching, since you mentioned these inspirational characters?
Yeah, I see Mark Fisher here. So shout out to Mark. I'm in one of Mark's mentoring group. Also shout out to my dad. It's his birthday too. We share the same birthday, so that's pretty awesome. Shout out to my team. Shout out to my gym heroes, our members who are watching this right now. Thank you for all the support. My family, our clients, they've been a huge support. If not for them stepping up and supporting us financially, supporting us with messages, supporting us, sending flowers, sending cakes, sending food, sending encouragement. If not for all of that,
well,
the past 3 months would have been
thank you
really
for
hard.
making those shout outs. There are some people who might want to make a shout out to you because it is your birthday. I think it might be nice to have a little surprise party for our Mr. Noel. So I started the production with a hat, a Father's Day hat, and I will finish with a hat. Mr. Incomparable, heartthrob of mine, Mark Fisher. Mark Fisher, thank you for joining us. Happy birthday, Noel.
Oh my gosh, thank you for having me, and thank you for being born, Noel. You were born and you stayed alive again for another year. Love this guy.
Through COVID, right? And
I know.
In all your groups, and I hear about you all the time, Mr. Mark Fisher. And how are we finding you in New York City?
You know, we're jamming along over here. I think we've found we're very slowly moving towards opening, where the gyms still aren't open yet, but the city is, just past the really midpoint of summer. So we are really seeing things open up. I think there's definitely a vibe that people are seeing. This is hopefully going to change. Some parts of America we're a little nervous about, but New York, we're optimistic. We just continue to be grateful for how well the virtual stuff is going, and excited to know that one day we'll reconvene. One day we will be together. It's going to happen.
And thank you for all of you been posting. Mark, thank you for being such an important, more than mentor, more than visionary, more than humanitarian, but such an important figure in Noel's life, in our surprise party to him. In addition to you coming in from New York as someone we've been following, I also would like to call up another surprise party guest for Mr. Noel. Look at his face. I love that. That's the classic thing.
I'm like, who could it be?
Surprise. I'm bringing into our room. They have to accept, and then they'll be here. We have one of our global guest gurus for you there. We have Miss Joanna coming from Canada, who's come and taught hula and a couple other things from what she's been doing in Canada in your club. And then we have, I believe, one more surprise coming here. From one more, yeah. I'm not really sure. I'm trying. I'm doing my best. I can only invite. I can't open the door. We're here because we're going to sing to you just a quickie, and then my guests have to go. Surprise. I think we have a pink microphone in the house, right? Yay. So we're going to do our impromptu happy birthday to Noel. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Mr. Noel. Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday, Noel.
Thank you. I'm surprised. Thank you for being here.
Well, I wouldn't wear that hat in public for anybody if it weren't for you. Mr. Mark, you're a sweetheart for doing this, jumping on. You were on our first. You were one of the first people to say, as busy as you were in March, when no one knew what was going on, yes, I'll do a PSA. Yes, I'll do on camera. Yes, I'll do a show spot. Yes, I'll interview. You jumped onto the idea thing. You jumped onto anybody who asked you. You're doing all that talent that you're putting out, all that quality, all those webinars. Thank you for being such an inspiration in Noel's life. I'd like to think that I was responsible for introducing the two of you, but I don't really care because you have a big spot in my heart, and I don't know that I've ever had a bigger crush on anyone that can go absolutely nowhere. So it's totally safe for your wife and totally safe for my dog not to be jealous. Okay, Joanna, thank you for being with us all the way from Canada.
Thank you so much for inviting me. Noel, happy birthday. You are an amazing person, selfless human being, and you're an inspiration to so many of us around the world. Lawrence, thank you so much. So many hours of selflessness. Thank you so much.
I just started 30 minutes ago. Bye-bye. Back to you. And Mr. Mark, you're going to be off the hook. I thank you very much for on Father's Day giving us this just really sweet gift. Thank you. Love your virtual background. I know it's not real. Thank you so much. I love you. Me love you long time. And like a unicorn once said, I'm horny for you. Bye. All right, Mr. Noel, I hope you love the surprise party. First time ever, it worked. You weren't supposed to see Mark Fisher in the room because he was there. That was just a really cool little drop in. just with your global guest gurus and the incomparable Mark Fisher on a surprise birthday party. If I could have anybody jump out of my cake with or without clothes, it would be the incomparable Mark Fisher, who's still listening. We love that. Oh my gosh, like thousands and thousands of dollars per minute and joined into your birthday party. That's very sweet. Last two questions. Noel, what qualities make a great father-like leader or father as someone who has a dog and a wife?
I think a great quality for a father would be to give the hard advice and to not sugarcoat things, and to like my dad gave me great advice, although when I was younger it didn't seem like great advice, but now I look back and I go like, you know what, that was right. So I wish I knew it then, but yeah. So
to be born on the same day, was that like manipulated and induced, or was that just natural?
Oh, just natural. Yeah, how cool is that?
I think it's beyond cruel. Beyond cool, not cruel. Beyond cool, keep drinking, Lawrence. We asked you about your inspiration and creativity. We asked you how you're opening, and we asked you any shout outs you want to make to your team or anyone else you want to shout out to before I move on to our last question?
No, my wife Kim.
Thank you.
Who's teaching a class.
Yeah.
Teaching a class right now, so she can't even tune in right now. And Sharon, who just finished a virtual class. So everything's going on while I'm here. Yeah.
You got the drift. You got to thank your team. Good. I was going to invite Kim to your surprise party, but first of all, you can't ask a wife to keep secrets from her husband. I'm not going to do that. And second of all, how's a wife going to do that? And plus be in the same house and stream and beam and be seen, right? And so then for those of us that want to follow you and what you're doing, not just your name that we see here on all social media is so consistent, thank you, with the Starbucks consistency of the Green Mermaid. How do we find out what you're doing and putting out on Zoom and in your brick and mortar studio, and follow how much you're a leader putting out content and just see the program that you're creating online?
Yeah, just look for Daily Muscle. Daily Muscle is one word, and you'll find me on Instagram, Facebook, all the same handle.
Wonderful. One more surprise before we leave, and that is from not the youngest in the world of group fitness, but the most senior and chronologically wise individual, the person who was with me when I met Yuri Rocket, and the person who was with me when I met you for tea and drinks, and guess what? Yes, you paid the bill. How generous was that of you? How many times have people said, let's meet over a coffee, and then they paid? Super, super generous. It's a surprise incoming that actually might be best left in heaven, because some things are supposed to be and some things are not. This is not chronologically enriched. This is our Manuel Velasquez. Hi, Mr. Manuel. I'm going to unmute you. So you who have just been traveling to Malaysia to work for Noel with a Zoom link, you made your Asian debut. They invited you back, right? Hi, Noel.
Let me, because I have.
Hi, Manuel. You're unmuted. Manuel, happy Father's Day, Poppy.
Happy Father's Day, Noel.
This is your surprise. I was trying to get you in with the big people, but it's nice to make a Latin entrance a little bit later, because in Latin time, it's nice to show up when you did. You had another guest coming in with you, but that's okay. That female guest has disappeared. It's also nice. Manuel, have you ever heard of TikTok? There she is. Mr. Noel, can you see Bernadette O'Brien?
Hey,
yeah,
Betty.
I see her. Hi, Betty.
Yes, Betty, can you say happy birthday to Noel? Because I'm going to unmute you. You have to unmute yourself. Unmute yourself. No, you're still muted, sweetheart. Yeah, I know. Your finger will go there if you just put it there. We've taught you about your fingers. Yeah, there you go. Hi, now tell him happy birthday.
Happy birthday, Noel.
Thank you. It worked. Oh, well, it was nice when it was there. Thank you, Betty. Yeah.
Thank you, Betty.
Betty, we don't want to have that view of your nightie under there. Oh, my God. Thank God she's wearing underwear. Listen, Noel, Bernadette was with me when we first met you. She was with me when we met so many of my fitness personalities and friends and confidants in Asia. And I know that Manuel knows Noel because of me. For those of you who are just thinking it's going to become a birthday party, Noel, stay with us one more minute. That's it. Betty, are you still with us?
I dropped my glass of wine. My tower that I had set up fell down.
We didn't ask you any of that. Just give your blessing to Noel. There you go.
Before I had a drink.
Thank you. I'll drink for both of us. We appreciate you. We love you, Betty. Thank you for staying up way past your bedtime to be with Noel. Bye-bye, Betty. Back to Jersey. Thank you, Betty. Mr. Manuel and Noel, thank you for being part of my team. Behind the scenes, publicly, I say thank you for making all of FitnessWorks work. Many people have said, how do you do a one-person show? The answer is it's not a one-person show. It's tons of villagers, and it's Noel and Manuel. Noel, you've had Manuel come and teach for you in Global Guest Gurus twice now, right?
Yeah, and that's just been great to have. I've always wanted to have Manuel one day.
I've said that too. Oh my God, I've said that for years.
And here's the opportunity, and it's so good to have him come and teach and virtually for us. And he's coming back again soon. I just haven't asked him yet again.
Huh.
Yeah.
I wonder what it takes to be offered that gig, because I didn't get an invitation. Manuel, where are you and what time is it?
I am here in Tecate, Baja California North in Mexico. I'm just 25 miles south San Diego Airport, and what time is it? It's 5:40.
It's time for you to do another TikTok video because we haven't seen one in the last 3 hours. Did you hear our interview with Barry about Rancho not opening now till August? Wow.
Yeah. We've been told this past week about that. There is a new changes. We are kind of managing. We were working to open on July 11th, and we were managing all the cleaning, the stations, the hand wash stations in every of the 14 studios that we have. The physical distancing with spots and hearts in the rooms, all kind of stuff. But now we're gonna have more time just to rethink everything and to be perfect, I guess, by the time we finally open.
Well, you two can be perfect. This is just a hashtag bucket of crazy. Thank you for coming into Noel's happy birthday surprise. Now I'm 2 sips in, not 2 drinks in, but 7 hours in because I started my pre-show. So it's all running together. So I have to make sure Noel and Manuel I confuse on a natural, sober morning. And here we go. Noel is in Malaysia and Noel is in Noel's in Malaysia and Manuel's in Mexico. It's Manuel in Mexico. But you don't stay in Mexico because now you're beaming and streaming cocktail parties in Hollywood and going off teaching your Latin salsa for Noel and having a wonderful time. Mr. Manuel, how can we find you on social media?
My name, Manuel Velasquez, on Instagram, Manuel Velasquez on Facebook, and Manuel Velasquez everywhere.
So much consistency until we find your email, right? I thank you. Thank you for being here. We will talk soon. We will email during the night, I'm sure. Thank you for your support. Thank you for being in Noel's surprise virtual online birthday party. And you know that I love you, but the world might not know I love you. Bye.
Bye. Happy birthday.
Thank you. Thanks for being here.
Sending him back to Mexico is as easy as a click. I love that. My mom wished that she would have had me in Zoom. Mr. Noel, as you're opening and reinventing and going forward, remember 2 words, QR codes. You got my Voxer, right? I'm telling you, less signage, scan, read it on my phone. It's a whole other story. Please stay connected to me if there's anything I can do to be of service. As you leave us, and you told us a little bit about Father's Day in Malaysia, as a leader, what qualities are important of fitness as you own a gym, which is appropriate conversation for first day of moving forward, summer, eclipse, solstice, as well as Father's Day?
I think as a leader, it's always important to communicate everything that happens with the team when things are going well. And even when things aren't going well, I found it super essential just to go to the team and say, hey, look, I can't pay you. conversations like that, which not easy to do, but needs to be done. And it's just, I just think that's essential.
Thank you for being part of my first show. Thank you for being part of behind the scenes when I saw the Broadway community and how they needed, and Rosie O'Donnell stepped up and I said, can we do a show something like that? And I didn't even really know what Zoom was because I was a Skype person. Thank you for saying I'm behind you. I can make this happen. I can be behind the scenes. I really appreciate you and all you've done. You are a humanitarian. And you're pretty good in other aspects of your life as well. Thank you very much for being with us. I hope you have a wonderful birthday. Tell your father that I friended and defriended because I needed to let somebody into my 5,000 allotment. You did explain to him. He can follow me and it's nothing personal. But people can't attend our staventions unless they're on Facebook. I wish you a wonderful week. I wish you a wonderful continuation of your reinvention. People need to follow Daily Muscle on Facebook to see what it's like for a successful gym owner to open a gym like Mark Fisher Fitness, who has a non-traditional gym of unicorns taught by porn stars, calling themselves porn stars and porn star stances and a whole new terminology, with Noel doing a lighthouse as the name of a gym, offering heroes, not members, ways to become champions of living. Mr. Noel, thank you for being with us. Me, love you long time.
Bye, Lawrence.
My friends, with sort of sadness and happiness and nostalgia, I ask you to stay tuned for 2 minutes when I'm going to play you a little compilation that I have created. Thanks to my dear friends at Power Music, this cover song, which is royalty-free and licensed and legal, is so good, I'm sure Shazam, which now Facebook bought, which is why we're all getting logged down for not using real music on Facebook. Not that I've ever done that, of course, because Facebook bought Shazam. Now they're able to identify the real songs so fast by the fitness world. Thanks to Power Music, I have a cover song that's better than the original for what I'm going to play you. I'd like to say, why have I said this is our last Around the World? Because it's our last Around the World virtual, visual town hall check-in. Not so easy to say after a few sips, right? Of 6.5 hours. Our world is reimagined. No one needs 7 more hours of Lawrence. We will reimagine, reinvent, and repurpose, but in smaller blocks of time. Yes, roll your eyes and say, thank God. Of course, it's not good for my eyes to stare at this number of ring lights for 6.5 hours, so Dr. Karen in New York tells me. In addition to that, stay tuned, probably 2 weeks from now, but not on a 6.5 hour time zone. Thank you to those of you who have been thanking me. And remember, just because I invited people doesn't mean they've even received my invitation or said yes for any amounts of reasons. If you ever send me something and I don't answer you, it's because I did not receive it. I answer every comment. The least effective way ever to find Lawrence is Messenger. It's not my best. My vision is that every guest at the beginning that had a dramatic change, like being completely closed down or not closed at all, Singapore, come back on tonight and show us with other inspirational heroes like Jeffrey Scott. Come back and give us a little bit of our around the world check-in to see what's working and what's not. And if it inspires one of my visionaries, then clearly it's a wonderful place to follow. Please remember to continue to use hashtag fitnessworks, no spaces, hashtag fitnessworks, so I can stay connected to you every morning. My Insta and Facebook feed pull up, as well as my Google alerts, everyone that's using anything. And I don't care what you're saying. I care that you're trying to get paid, trying to make a professional, responsible, recognized income from our endeavor to make the world a better place as we reach out to make community and connection. I started with a Father's Day hat. I finished with a happy birthday hat. And I finish then with a little Father's Day hat because I'm a father to a dog, and in some way, without starting to sound super kinky, I'd like to be a father-like figure to anyone who needs it. This is what I want to say about vision. A priest recently told me, Father Mike, on his sermon, remember when you were young and people would say, adults would say, don't eat now within an hour of dinner because you're going to spoil your dinner. If you ate or didn't eat an hour before your dinner, you didn't spoil your dinner. The dinner was the same. What you spoiled was your appetite. If your appetite from political unrest or from not being seen and not being heard is spoiled, two things. Number one, find your appetite. Number two, find Lawrence. And if there's anything I can do for you to help spread your recognition of any color that you be, please let me be of service to you. You got to have some talent. You got to have some quality, because I'm not going to put my name behind. So make sure you find your appetite and you find Lawrence, so that I can make sure that I do what's in my power to say, I made a difference to that one, if it's possible. With love in my heart and a firm commitment to spread wellness without walls, I'd like to say that I'm not very good at goodbyes. This is so long. This is goodbye to 7 series, 6.5+ tonight, hours of inspiration. You'll get all of this. Just please find lawrence.com/fitnessworks, and I'll bundle up all the videos you've seen tonight, plus the surprise coming up right now, and all 7 episodes to your inbox to share with other people that you know that are taking advantage of your services that don't know they need to contribute, or other colleagues in your institution or thrown out of your institution that may not know where to go for music, for meaning, for how to stay connected in our fitness world. As I play you this last video, clip, inspiration, if you will, I invite you to look at the faces. I invite you to consider the lyrics. I invite you to work your volume control. If you want it louder, I say blast it. If you want it not so loud, then I say you make it not so loud. Yeah? Okay, my friends, I'm going to say that I love you. I will be back when this is done. You know why? Because there's some things I have to do on my own, and that is conclude my own show. I can't just let this play out and then say, that's the end. So I'll be back in a moment if you can give me about 4 minutes of your time. A little bit of inspiration. If you get nothing from this, then just know this is sort of a gift to myself. If it's not going to fall on your ears or on your eyes or inside of your heart. I send this to each of you.
Feel the same, too much pleasure is pain. My girl spites me in vain. All I do is complain. She needs something to change. Need to take off the edge. So it all tonight. And don't tell me to shut up when you know you talk too much, but you don't got to say. I want you out of my head. I want you out of my bedroom tonight. There's no way I can save you, 'cause I need to be safe too.
Good luck to everybody. Be safe. Be safe.
I'm no good at goodbyes. We're both acting insane, but too stubborn to change. Now I'm drinking again. 80 proof in my veins and my fingertips stained. Looking over the edge. Don't with me tonight. Say you needed this hard, then you got it. Turns out that it wasn't what you wanted, and we wouldn't let go, and we lost it. Now I'm a goner. I want you out of my head. I want you out of my bedroom tonight. There's a way I can save you, 'cause I need to be saved too. Good at goodbyes. I want you out of my life. I want you back here tonight. I'm trying to cut you, no knife. I wanna slice you and dice you. My heart get possessive, it got you precise. Can't I turn off the TV? I'm watching the
we're all in the same boat.
I cannot wait to dive into massive humanity.
Thank you for doing this. I think this is lovely. Thank you. Lovely what you're doing. I think it's a great idea.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I appreciate the opportunity.
Huge.
You are amazing.
Love you.
I love you, Lawrence.
Cause I need to be saved too. I'm no good at goodbyes.
Bye.
Goodbye, goodbye, goodbye. Goodbye, goodbye.
Thank you, Lawrence. Thank you for having me.
Bye, Kukua.
Goodbye, goodbye. I'm no good at goodbyes. Goodbye, goodbye, goodbye.
Thank you. We'll talk soon. I love you. Bye, everybody. Bye, Lauren.
I'm no good at goodbyes.
Fitness works, but not for free.
Did you not love that cover? Legal, licensed, royalty-free song? OMG. I don't know what's going to happen tomorrow. Yuri Rocket, who deserves the biggest shout out, with Manuel and Claire and Noel for being behind the scenes, absolutely visionary rock star. I'm not good at goodbyes in any way. So let me say, as we reimagine, Yuri said to me very recently, we lose our superhuman qualities when we spend time thinking of our future. We lose our superhuman qualities when we spend time thinking about our future. So I stay present, and I don't know what Fitness Works will be except Fitness Works. And I know it won't be 6.5 hours. My eyes can't do that. And you don't need that. You take the last 7 episodes and you go fight, win, to quote what cheerleaders say to their teams. With love in my heart and a firm commitment to spread wellness without walls, I'm Lawrence, expressing my gratitude to you for spending some time on your Sundays or in reruns with me. And I vow to say that it may well be, and it may well never mean or have to be, that we meet again, exactly like this in this lifetime. So let me say before we part that so much of me will be made up of what I've shared on these 7 episodes with you, and I will carry you inside of me like a handprint on my heart. And whatever way individually our stories end, please know you've rewritten mine with diversity and inclusion and anti-racist sentiment. Handprint on my heart. Whatever way we meet or not meet, you've rewritten my story by being my friend. Please stay connected. findlawrence.com/fitnessworks will get you all of this. It's what I can give to you for being of service. Our Pinoy, Filipino around the world care workers video, our Father's Day special tribute from priests to people of humanitarian heart all around the world, and to my I'm Not Good at Goodbyes compilation, thanks to Dan Hubert and David Petty and all of my friends like Andrea at Power Music. Peace out.